Hi, I'm Platinum WoW, and I'm here with Sean Copeland to talk about some of the obscure lore in the new Dastardly Duos event. Thank you for joining me, Sean.
Oh, happy to be here.
You're a guy with so much lore knowledge. The world of Azeroth is in your head.
Like I said, I keep removing childhood memories to stuff more Azeroth lore back in there, but it's worth it. But I hear that we're here to talk about some Dastardly Duos.
Yes,
All right. Yeah. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so I think we should start off with Shadowfang Keep. There's a couple bosses that are in there. First, we have Baron Silverlane, who's like that ghost guy that's in the dungeon. I mean, he was the previous ruler of Shadowfang Keep, right? And then Archmage Arugal and all of his Worgen came in and killed him and all of his family.
Yeah, dude, like
it's brutal.
Also, that was a mistake.
Yeah, the Worgen were summoned from the Emerald Dream from Archmage Arugal.
Yeah.
Because Gen Greymane was like, okay, there's a whole bunch of Scourge. They're gonna invade Gilneas, right? We have the Greymane wall, but it's gonna break.
Yes.
So we need to do something. So he's like, okay, I can like summon these evil werewolf people from another dimension and maybe that will help.
Yeah, he had no idea who they were.
And it did help for a time. You know, it killed all the zombies and stuff, and then it started killing all of the soldiers and innocents and turning people into Worgen.
And also, like, the Blight was also a contagion. Those soldiers had to go home. So they brought that curse with them, and then all of a sudden, the Worgen curse started being this nefarious thing in Gilneas. But there's two other guys that are involved in current lore when it comes to Shadowfang Keep. Lord Walden and
Godfrey, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
He was one of Gen Greymane's nobles. I believe he was actually the guy to pitch the Greymane wall being built there, right? And kind of locking away Shadowfang Keep from the rest of Gilneas.
The wall was the answer to what costs were incurred after the Alliance won the Second War. With the Alliance, it's all about helping one another. It's all about, you know, kingdoms coming together against a greater threat. And they're like, yeah, no, that's not for me anymore. We're just gonna build this tall wall and y'all can just, you know, deal with this thing.
And you know, it worked for a time until,
until, you know, the Scourge were like banging on the door during twice, yes. And they're like, nah, it's fine, we can handle the wall standing. I mean,
there's a cool thing about Gen and Godfrey and Walden, and I'm sure some other nobles, Ashbury, I think. And when the curse was spreading across Gilneas, it was kind of a secret. So them and all the nobles would go out and hunt the Worgen themselves to try and keep a secret from everybody else.
And that's how Gen got big.
Exactly.
Yeah. That moment, Godfrey and them, they went to Shadowfang Keep, and that's where they were holed up until the adventurers would meet them later. And also, I know he had a crony. I think that was Lord Walden.
Yeah.
He was the right-hand man, and he was just trying to support Godfrey, correct?
Yeah, he's like his little buddy that helped with taking over Shadowfang Keep. Back during Cataclysm.
Yeah.
Right, because the dungeon gets revamped. So instead of a bunch of Worgen being there, it's a bunch of undead. So another one of the bosses in Dastardly Duos is Chrono Lord Epoch.
Yes.
He's one of the bosses that is in the Culling of Strathhome in the Caverns of Time. Basically what it is, the infected grain was being spread through Lordaeron, so people were turning into the undead. The Cult of the Damned spread all that grain. And Strathhome, all the citizens were infected by the grain. They were going to turn into zombies. So Arthas kind of took it upon himself to be like, well, before they turn into zombies, I'm gonna deal with this. Right?
They're gonna die, they should do it by my hand, right?
Exactly.
And that whole instance, actually, when I was doing it, I was like, why are we helping Arthas? Like, he's doing something awful. He's killing innocent people. Why does this have to happen? Well, it's actually a canon moment for the entirety of Warcraft. That needs to happen, so it was awful that we had to help him do the dastardly thing he was gonna do, but the Infinite Dragonflight, they're always about trying to bring about a certain future to this main timeline of ours. So something that would help them do that would be to, I don't know, change an event that is so mega like that to bring about Murozond. We have to help Arthas do his bad thing, but we also have to stop the Infinite Dragon from stopping him from doing his bad thing. So are we the heroes or are we the villains of this story?
I think it's a gray area, but I think like the Chrono Lord, his problem is that his solution to break the time waves is to attack us. I feel like if he just showed up and said, hey, adventurers, I have some loot. You could not help Arthas and you can come join me.
I'd go.
I feel like you'd have a much easier time breaking the whole time waves.
Yeah, I know that they also have like a playbook that they're going from. They don't always send an assassin to go out and take care of this one bad time. Sometimes they try to do it super subtly. So the fact that they were straight trying to get Arthas off the books that was desperation.
Times.
Yeah, it was some serious desperation. But yeah, we had to make sure that he did the evil thing, and he did. Yay, we took out Strathel.
And we helped.
And we
helped.
Have to deal with that. Not icky at all.
That weight on our shoulders.
Think we should talk about Scholomance?
I think we should. So Scholomance, it used to be a manor of the Barov family, right? And the Barov family, they owned a lot of property in Lordaeron. It was like South Shore,
Brill,
Terran Mill,
yeah,
and Cairdarrow. So yeah, they owned a whole bunch of property, and they're very rich. And what do rich people want to do? They want to hold on to their wealth forever.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, Kel'Thuzad shows up, leader of the Cult of the Damned. Again, Cult of the Damned, represent. He says, I can have you guys live forever if you give me Cairdarrow, and did he also want all of their other properties, or how did that go?
Oh yeah, he wanted Scholomance before it was known as Scholomance. And when they said, yes, who doesn't want to live forever? I'll sign on the dotted line, Mr. Thuzad. Why are you bringing in skeletons? He turned the entire manor into the center of necromancy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the whole Barrow family too was killed. They're all turned into zombies. They kind of got their wish, right?
Jandis definitely did, for sure.
Yeah. They were doing a whole bunch of necromancy stuff, and one of the things that they created there was Rattlegore.
Yes.
Right?
Rattlegore, another golem.
Yes.
Mages love their golems, man. Specifically for Rattlegore, though, he kind of got a makeover, as it were. Originally, he was just a bone golem, but the gentleman that's running Scholomance, his name is Darkmaster Gandling. He looked at Rattlegore and he's like, I can make it worse. He imbued Rattlegore with this desire to consume, this desire to eat anything. It makes a perfect guard dog for sure, but I hope it never gets off its leash, because that is one fearsome guard dog.
So also in the Dastardly Duos, we have two bosses from the revamped version of the Deadmines. Now, this version of Deadmines is kind of different, right?
Yeah.
Because the leader of the Defias Brotherhood now is Vanessa Van Cleef, who is the daughter of Edwin Van Cleef, who we killed back in Classic, and she kind of witnessed his murder and now wants to take revenge against us. And she's kind of amassing a bunch of different thugs and people to hire to take revenge, right?
And to finish that juggernaut in the actual Deadmines and bring that thing to Stormwind.
Yeah, the first boss is
No, I just
Bloodtalk,
usually just rerun my
people
opening
that she
and
hired.
look
He's
like
a
I'm talking to
two-headed
myself.
ogre.
So no worries.
And he's quite powerful. He literally explodes after we kill him, overwhelming with power, right?
And that's apparently in his history, that's what he did to his own ogre mound too, from what I
he blew up
understand.
his own ogre mound.
We should probably talk about what a two-headed ogre is, though, for folks, right? Because they're not your standard ogres.
Yeah.
Two-headed ogres were a rare occurrence. Like Cho'Gall was a naturally born two-headed ogre. The ogres have then thought, two heads makes them smarter, probably even stronger as a spellcaster. We should make more of those. They actually started creating two-headed ogres. So when we see him in the modern day, we can thank one person for that. Cho'Gall. He was there knowing how they were created, and he gave that information to Gul'dan.
I think we'd make a really good two-headed ogre. Another boss that is going to be in Dastardly Duos, that is in the Cataclysm version of Deadmines, is Foe Reaper. Is it 5,000?
5,000, the newest of the line. Foe Reaper is a harvest golem.
Yeah.
What is a harvest golem? Well, these are golems that farmers would create to help them to scythe their wheat, to help them in the farmlands. Another fun little piece of lore. They made these reapers, but they also made little tiny versions to help the big ones, so they would get little weeds and they also pick up the seeds in the
And
field.
they'd be really cute if they didn't have like knives for fingers. Like, I think people don't like fully recognize that they're some of the scariest mobs in World of Warcraft. I mean, the one that is in the revamped version of the Deadmines is huge.
Huge.
Huge. And he randomly fixates on somebody, and yeah, it'd be horrifying. Fighting that plus another boss is going to be scary.
I think that the Dastardly Duo event that we're going to be encountering soon deals with a really cool dungeon from the Burning Crusade expansion.
Yes, it's the Steam Vaults.
Yes.
It's a part of the Coilframe Reservoir, and it's kind of Lady Vash's whole thing in the Outland. Her whole plan was to suck up all of the water out of Outlands.
To control the water.
Yeah.
It was all about control with Illidan, and he was the Lord of Outland, so he sent Vosh to go out there and he's like, there's water, let's make them want it. Let's control it, let's make it ours. But they were going to need some help for that. So I know that they hired an unconventional source of engineering.
Yeah, it was a leper gnome, right?
Yes, it was a leper gnome.
My first question is, how did they get in contact with a leper gnome and get him all the way over to the Outland? But
how to hire him specifically, because they didn't steal him, they actually hired him.
Yeah, so I don't know, he's got good contacts, he was got a good agent.
Also pretty cool, because the leper gnomes usually, they're not really accepted many places.
Yeah, they're usually just hanging out in Gnomeregan.
And they're a little insane. There another one also I think is the combo to that is, it's Hydromancer Thespia.
Yes, who is a Naga.
Yeah.
She's one of Lady Vash's closest friends, right?
Childhood friend, no less.
Yeah, because I mean, like, it's the sundering of the world, the Well of Eternity blows up, all of the Highborn are sinking into the bottom of the sea. Queen Ajara, leader of the Highborn, gets approached by N'Zoth, right?
A fish.
A fish. A fish. And is like, hey, I can save your life and all of your followers. You just gotta be turned into fish people and serve me.
She took all of her people and didn't even give them the choice. She changed them into Naga as well. So, but Thespia, being a childhood friend and being a Naga apparently it's not mutually exclusive. As soon as that happened, she went right back to her friend and wanted to help her. So that's why she's here in Coilframe Reservoir. I also remember another tragic thing. I think this character was really into art and music. But when you become a Naga, other things become important apparently.
Yeah, you can't play your harp when you got thin hands, so you kind of just start doing evil stuff like hoarding all the water on the world and
I mean, it makes sense.
Stuff like that.
Yeah. I'll send a Hydromancer too. I looked at this one a while ago because of Hydromancer, so that's a specialization. It actually is. While arcane magic allows you to specialize in all its various schools, there's sometimes you can pick one. And she chose water. I don't know why, maybe it's because she become a Naga.
Yeah,
but it's,
makes sense.
Imagine the skill that must have took to become a Hydromancer specifically, especially when all your background is just art and music.
Yeah.
She had to start from scratch. So what we dealt with in that encounter was everything that she built up and learned and prepared to bring to bear, and
then 5 random people show up, and
it was for naught.
Yeah, exactly. Which is, I think, is a story for a lot of Warcraft history, right?
Yeah, so I'm gonna practice, I'm gonna perfect this, and it's for nothing. Great.
Yeah, a bunch of random people show up. So while we're talking about Outland, there's another couple bosses that are from the Hellfire Citadel in the Outland, which is kind of the base of operations for all of the Fel Orcs working with Illidan. So like normal orcs, they turn green because they drank some Pit Lord blood.
Or it was just exposure to the Fel magic going on around them. Duratan and Draka are the greatest examples of that.
But what if they just kept drinking that demon blood, right? Kept getting ejected into their veins. They turn into Fel Orcs, which
it's like a spectrum. Yeah, they go from brown-skinned orcs all the way to the red, spiky, and scary ones.
Yes, and they are just bloodthirsty, spikes everywhere. The Hellfire Citadel is where they're all kind of hanging out for the most part. One of the first dungeons in the Hellfire Citadel is the Hellfire Ramparts.
Ramparts, yeah.
Where we get to fight
Watchkeeper Garglemar.
Garglemar. He's amazing, I think. He's one of my favorite bosses.
100%. So you look at Kargath Blade Fist, and it's like, he only has one Blade Fist. I want two.
Yeah, because Watchkeeper Garglemar, he's a part of the Shattered Hand clan. It's an orcish clan, and one of the initiation rites is you smash your hand, right? And then you cut it off, and then you replace it with a weapon. And Watchkeeper Garglemar's like, you know what? I'm gonna do that for both my hands. So he's got 2 weapons instead of hands, and it's just the most hardcore thing ever. A part of his lore is that he eats the hearts of his enemies.
Yes.
So I like to think like his little priestly ads that you fight him with is like hand feeding him his hearts like grapes or something like that.
And it's the hearts of people that are either trying to get into the ramparts or just people that were nearby. I mean, that's also how insane demon blood really makes you. They're like,
Definitely.
He was just looking at the Hellfire Ramparts, so I'm gonna eat his heart.
Yeah, and he's got probably my favorite boss in this Duos event, because another thing that I really like about him is that when you get him to a low amount of health, he goes like, heal me, quickly! And I love that because it sounds exactly like me when I'm like doing PvP or something, right?
Heal me!
Yes, exactly, that's what I sound like.
But there was another character that was important in this Dastardly Duo.
Brogok?
Brogok.
Yeah, because not all Fel Orcs were cool with like this whole being turned into like these savage bloodthirsty monsters.
I have to drink demon blood constantly? Where's that in the contract?
Yeah, exactly. So you have people like Brogok, who's an observer, right?
The observer.
And he can do like a lot of like mind control stuff. So he can kind of sway the opinions of people and be like, maybe you should have another glass of that demon blood. Right?
Yeah, because a lot of the Fel Orcs, when they started having second thoughts, that's where he came in.
Yeah.
He's like, you're not having second thoughts, you're having more. You're having more of that demon blood.
Yeah.
And after that, you're gonna have more. Otherwise, you're just gonna disappear. I gotta say, first and foremost, I cannot wait to play Dastardly Duos because of the lore that we just dived into. It just reminded me of all the depth that you get to experience.
Super deep cuts, right?
Yeah. Another thing about this gig is like, we have all of this lore in our head and it doesn't help anybody unless we get to share it with people, right?
Exactly.
So I'm really happy that not only I get to share it with you, but we get to share it with the world, man.
Yes.
It's awesome. So hopefully we get to do it again.
I would love to.
Yes.
These sluggers just came out of retirement.
Hi, I'm Kayla Brown, and I am a game producer on World of Warcraft. I work alongside many of our amazing developers and help shepherd a lot of our features and content from their very early concept stages all the way through to launch when they go live to players. The team and I are really excited to be showcasing Dastardly Duos. We really wanted to aim as a team to focus on creating an experience that was fresh, fast-paced, and a bit zany, wany, and wacky, that our players can really just jump right in and experience that nostalgic factor when battling against some of our classic old fan favorite bosses. It is a 6-week event, and it is hosted by no other than our good old pal Vinny Sweets. Players will be able to enter into the Dastardly Dome, where they will be able to face off against many of our legendary foes of old in the attempt to kind of get the best high score they possibly can. Players can queue up all on their own. They can kind of lone wolf it if they wish to, or they can queue in with other champions. That could be their friends, guildies, strangers, up to them. To do so, they would go and visit Ziggy Maru in one of the local event hubs that we have located either in Stormwind, Orgrimmar, or Dornogal. So the team really wanted to put their passion into creating something that can kind of be fun and approachable to everybody. We also find a lot of value in creating a space that even just our most casual players can kind of just dive in there and really have a good instant fun moment, while also trying to make sure that we kind of put in there some layers of challenge. We kind of did this with Dastardly by using a lot of those wacky, crazy, zany elements and mechanics. And this way it makes folks have to be a little bit more creative when it comes to how they're going to get their next best high score. People want to keep an eye out because Vinny will be dishing out brand new quests every single week for the duration of the event. And of course, upon completion of these quests, players will be rewarded with really new and exciting loot. Some of that being the Tyrannotort mount, as well as the spicy meanball pet, and of course, the illustrious winner's podium, where players will actually be able to utilize it to show off and compare their best high scores with other players.
My name is Pat Nagel. I'm a designer on the World of Warcraft team, specifically the Live Games Initiative section of the World of Warcraft team. So I was the head designer, I suppose, for Dastardly Duos. So I kind of came up with the concept, implemented a lot of it. You know, if being the only designer on it, I had to wear a lot of different hats. So I really like nostalgia. My formative years were kind of in the 1980s, you know, back when there were arcades that were like coin operated. You know, go to a place and you'd play and you'd get a high score and you'd just keep pumping quarters in, trying to get better and better. I wanted to bring that to, to Dastardly Duos. I had some big inspirations from the 80s, like Running Man was a great one. It's kind of a, you know, whimsically dystopian, violent, but sort of fun, you know, movie. The video game Smash TV, that was a huge inspiration. But also things like Thunderdome, just a lot of people into an arena, everyone's watching, kind of like a fun gladiatorial pit. So those were some really big ones. One of the fun parts of Dastardly Duos is that you're fighting multiple bosses at the same time. We're kind of throwing them all into the mix. That was why it was important to choose things like, you know, very distinct silhouettes, to choose mechanics that you could distinguish between the bosses. And even if a certain boss, you know, doesn't have a complicated mechanic, the fact that you're fighting 2 or 3 or 4 bosses at the same time is where that depth comes.
Yes! Victory for our champions!
When we first started building Dastardly Duos, it was group-only content. And in the back of my mind, I knew that, that was like a real blind spot for us. But we were able to use the follower bots. I mean, when you enter the Dastardly Dome with less than 5 players, it will summon the follower bots to kind of fill out your party. So it gave me my 4 friends, and I'm a mage, so it made sure that I had a tank. You can dismiss the followers, and that factors into the score. You're gonna get like a lot more points than if you had the bots. The fact that you can play Dastardly Duos solo is gonna let a lot more people play, I think. We did not worry much about the power level of our power-ups. So we have some that are really, really good for this mode, but you can only use it when you're fighting in Dastardly Duos. So we really leaned into that. Before you start the fight, you can go to the craft service table. There's some food there, and this is where you can decide what power-ups or some of the power-ups you want. Like here's the big beefy burger. It makes you big and strong, take less damage. Cake from a fan. It makes you run real fast. And this works kind of like a loadout. You can only have 1 food imbibed at once, but there's a second loadout over here for potions. Here's the vial of healing. If you're drinking that, then you kind of regenerate health as you play. The bottle of invisibility, make you turn invisible every time you jump. We wanted to just not constrain like the power level of these power-ups. Almost any idea that as we're doing play tests, I'm thinking like, oh, that's probably something we could do. And I just kind of put it in and we try it out, start the match here. And there's a few different phases. This is the trash phase. You and your followers are gonna fight trash. You want to destroy props because there's things underneath them. Each wave, there's 2 bosses at once. There is certainly a lot of chaos in the fight. And we get that chaos by basically throwing a lot of monsters at the players. You could be fighting 20 or 30 monsters all at the same time, but you have the abilities to do it. And after you've killed 2 rounds of bosses, that's it for the fight. And then you get your end chest. You see your score screen. This is the score I got, 189,000. That would be reflected here. So when you're in front of the podium, it'll tell you a couple things. Your high score and your last score. You can stand on the winner's podium, and if multiple people are standing on it, it will kind of make you jump around. If you have the highest score, you're gonna be at the top. If you have the lowest, you're gonna be at the bottom. Dastardly Duos is accessible to people who might not be the best WoW players, but they can still play and win. However, their score might not be as high as someone who is really good and learns like not only how to play their character really well, but how to use scoring within Dastardly Duos really well. And there's lots of ways you can get double scores, triple scores. It can go up to millions of points if you kind of know not only how to play WoW really well, but how to kind of take advantage of the scoring system. There's a power-up where you can eat food that gives you a handicap, but the game knows that you have that handicap, so it gives you extra points. There's new rewards every week, so when you show up, you can play Dastardly Duos and you get a new toy, a mount, the winner's podium. But in addition to that, the content, the bosses that you fight each week, it grows. In that first week, there's only 4 bosses, but by the end, you can fight up to 10. And that was a big part, the kind of increase in bosses each week kind of folds into the scoring system. If you have more things to kill, you're going to get more points. So we think that players' scores will kind of creep up week after week.
My name is CG. I work for the WoW QA team. I'm on the live game team, and I test a lot of the new experimental features, among them Dastardly Duos. So we kind of look at the feature as a whole and break down all the different aspects of it and make sure that all the different parts of it are tested from all of the different groups that we have in QA. One way we kind of approach it is like looking at it from what aspects are new to the game and how do we want to test those, and what aspects already exists, and kind of pull those aspects in for previous testing, as well as developing new test plans about how we want to test a feature that's completely new. One of the foods that we have is the shrimp, and when you eat the shrimp, you kind of shrink down, you do less damage and you take more damage. We would call it shrimping, and so everybody would go in and they'd eat the shrimp and they'd be like these smaller characters and go and try to fight and just see how that would react. I'm gonna have the challenging shrimpy fish. It's gonna shrink me down. Then later on we added another challenging food, the hot dog. So when you eat that, you kind of get indigestion. You get ×2 kill and survival bonus, but sometimes you get gassy and you can knock back the players behind you. So that's kind of like a fun little bit of chaos that we added into the arena. Also, one of the things that we have was the Bullhorn of Calling, and that allows you to summon in an extra boss. So if you want to go for a higher score, you can use this Bullhorn and just pop in another boss at any time. And one of the things our QA UX folks did is they just kept using Bullhorns, right? And so they just keep summoning in bosses. At a certain point, there is a point where you've killed every boss that can possibly summon, so then a wave of adds will come in, and then you get more points from those. And it gets pretty chaotic if you keep using those Bullhorns. So one of the things that we did do was we added a cap so that those can only cap out after you've summoned every single boss, and then a couple waves of ads, we did kind of try to look at like, what's this behavior like? What's a player going to do to try to get this higher score? And it's like, okay, well, you know, we want you to be able to have this chaotic fight, but you don't want it to go on forever and just get like, you know, accumulate score forever and be in the dome. But it still makes for a pretty fun experience when you're sitting there and you don't know if your teammate's going to summon one too, right? You both summon a new boss at the same time. Everything gets pretty hectic. Taming the chaos, but also embracing the chaos.
We're really excited to see all of the high scores really start to roll in, as well as see who kind of hits the tippy top of the winner's podium.
Our new contestants have arrived, but do they have what it takes to win?
Dastardly Duos Creator Clash, where old bosses are given new life for your entertainment. The fiercest fighters in World of Warcraft are about to face off as they battle it out for the title of Warcraft Weight World Champions. I'm your host, Rook, bringing together the worlds of PvP and PvE here on the desk today with Dratnos and Zico. Dratnos, are you looking forward to seeing Echo and Liquid face off in this unique arena?
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Would you describe us here as a dastardly trio?
I would. New bonus game mode?
Yeah.
I love it. No, I agree, right? It's going to be cool to see them. We're used to them facing off, but this is a little bit of a different dynamic, so I'm loving it. And Zico is part of our, dastardly trio here on Desk. With your love of Classic, were you hyped to see the bosses that they've brought back for the event?
Absolutely. I mean, in Classic, I've struggled with some of these bosses, but definitely exciting to see, my favorite bosses in the game kind of being brought back and revitalized into a new game mode. And you said it yourself, we have PvE and PvP on the desk, but I feel like this game mode, it is a little bit of a PvP game mode. Like, you're fighting mobs, but it feels like a PvP game mode because the way we've set it up here in the Creator Clash is going to be against other players. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, right? And even on live, you can kind of show off your scores, tally them up against your friends. So I agree. I think there's that element in it, which I really love. And for anybody who might just be like, where am I? How did I get here? What's happening? The Dastardly Duos Creator Clash is a single-day show match pitting the rosters of Echo and Liquid against one another in a friendly fight night face-off here. Our teams will compete throughout the day in 3 rounds of clashes where they'll fight 1v1 or 5v5 against rebuilt bosses of the past, as you was saying. But don't forget that you can also jump in for Dastardly Duos by yourself or with friends. So head to Dornegal, Orgrimmar, or Stormwind to give this 6-week limited time boss rush event a try and earn the Dastardly banner toy alongside a lot of there's rewards every single week and a bunch of catch-up gear. So get in there, get yourself a little something nice, and maybe work towards that turtle mount as well. Now let's go ahead and do an overview of our format for today's clash. Now, like we said, 3 rounds. We're going to be starting out with our Class Clash, where we are going to have our competitors going head-to-head to prove who is the best at their respective class. We'll have 10 matches, and of course 1 win equals 1 point. There's a max of 20 points available in round 1, but rounds 2 and round 3 will be a chance for our competitors to do some big catch-up or overtake with some bonus points. We'll have our food fight for round 2, where those buffs or debuffs that the concessions will offer will offer some opportunities for bonus points, and we'll have our MVP matchup, where the players with the highest total points at the end of the day will be going head-to-head. Now, Dratnos, There's some ways that teams can kind of up their score. What do you think they need to do? What are some ways that they can increase those points?
So there's 3 main ways to score points in Dastardly Duos. The first is just doing it as fast as possible, timer. That's the main thing. The second is fighting the enemies in double score zones whenever you can. Creating those as well is something that we'll see the players look to do. And then the third, there are some food buffs that you can use. Some will make you stronger, but there are some that will make you weaker and will give you more points. And there's actually some coming out in the next couple of weeks that the players will have access to in this event. So we may see those getting used for maximum points.
Yeah, I love it. Some will make you stronger, some will make you gassy, some will make you weaker, right? But it's honestly really cool, and I agree there's a lot to look forward to, because if you risk it, you might get the biscuit, literally, with the food buffs. So we'll see how the teams are able to use those to their advantage. But speaking of the teams, we will start things off here with introducing all of you to our roster for Echo. Now, our teams volunteered some of their players here to compete today, and maybe Dratos, you can give us a little bit of an introduction to who Echo has selected to compete.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of players you're going to recognize here if you've watched the Race to World First, if you've watched MDI. In particular, I'm excited to see Narco on the Ret Paladin, because he's really great at Ret Paladin. He's been playing that for many years, but he often plays, kind of rides the bench during the Race to World First and then comes in on 1 or 2 bosses where he's needed. But this time around, he's going to be a vital part of Echo's roster.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, right? I mean, I love seeing it. And as you can all see here, they have picked, we know what classes they're going to be bringing in, but there's a lot of variety in that as well, or some possibilities that you might see with the gameplay from each of these players as they strategize in this mode. Now, we also have Liquid coming in, these 2 teams often going head to head, so we'll take a look at who Liquid has chosen. But I mean, Zico, given some of the classes, some of the players that we see here, we'll take a look at Liquid, and maybe you can give us some of your insights as well on them.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid, they're definitely not holding back as well, bringing in some big names like Yips and THD, and I'm fired up. And of course, my favorite to watch here, as I am a mage, it's going to be I'm fired up. I'm going to be a little bit biased here, but I'm super excited. He always does big damage. He's always super impressive in the Race to World First, so I'm excited to see what he's going to cook up, if he's going to play Frost Mage, if he's going to play Fire, Arcane. I'm hoping for the Arcane Mage, because that's I identify as an Arcane Mage, but yeah, we'll see what he brings out. It might be the Fire Mage, I don't know yet.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, I want to know what they're going to bring, and I love it. I mean, Zico, it's fine. You can have a little mage bias. We'll allow it here on the desk. But Drat knows, what are you thinking about Liquid's lineup and who they've brought in today?
Yeah, it should be pretty fun as well. It's worth noting that we're making the priests and the monks play healer. And Smacked has played a lot of Windwalker over the years, a lot of melee DPS, but also has done a little bit of healing. Echo, on the other hand, have 2 healer mains in for those healer slots. And then we do have the DHs and the DKs are going to have to play tank also. But other than that, everybody's free to play whichever spec they want. So there's going to be a lot of options here, and it's a fairly untested game mode. So I'm curious if the teams will agree or disagree on how they want to attack this.
Right, I love this because it's a limited event, right? We're kind of just having it come in and then everybody's sort of figuring it out as they go, what they want to do with it. I mean, of course, you can just jump in and have a good time. Don't feel like if you want to play it yourself, you have to be top tier players. There's a lot of helps. There's some NPCs that can also get in there for you. But seeing the players here that are like, we're going to optimize this, we're going to get as many points as possible, it's fun to see what you can do in it, or what they might even preview for all of us that you can all emulate on live to your best abilities if you want to really optimize those points. So, I mean, our teams are going to have to do that, because if they want to win and take home our prize, they're going to need a lot of points under their belts. And while there may not be a championship belt on the line, there is a custom-made Dastardly Duos trophy for our winners. This special piece is something they'll be able to take home for themselves and showcase in their gaming rooms, but there will also be prizes for you, the audience. The winners of each round will be given codes to share on their channels, so follow our participating creators' socials and streams after this if you want a chance to win pets, toys, transmogs, and yeah, game time as well. So get in there and get some of those yourself, keep an eye on them, and if they win, you win too, so definitely cheer them on. Now, we're going to be going in and having a little bit of a captain's interview ahead of time, so we're going to be talking to Scripe over on Team Echo. and hearing kind of how everybody is doing. So, I mean, before we get into it, we'll wait to make sure they're ready. But before we get into it, I mean, Dratnos, this is a little bit of a different showing for both of them, these teams. How do you think they're gonna adapt to this new game mode and go up against each other?
Yeah, you know, it's a pretty casual game mode. It's pretty fun, pretty lighthearted. But on the other hand, there's a rivalry between these two squads that has existed over the years. There's a trophy on the line, so I'm curious just how much they're going to be playing to win versus, you know, playing to show off.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, why not a mix of both? You know what I mean? We love a little show off. We love a win. So we'll see what these teams can bring to the table. But we're going to start things off here. I think Scripe should be on the line. Hello, Scripe. Can you hear us?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, hello. Welcome. We're excited about today. How you doing? How you feeling?
Feeling good. You said this is some casual gameplay. This is not the case for us. We're going all in.
I love it. I mean, Dratnos, is there anything you want to ask Scripe here in this hardcore competitive day that we have?
That's right. You know, everything's on the line here. How are the vibes from the squad right now?
I think pretty good. I actually like everyone's. They tried. They practiced. They had a good time. Like optimizing, talking about things. I thought, you know, I didn't know if they will enjoy this necessarily, but everyone seems to be having a great time. Yeah.
Awesome. You know, Scribe, we had a chance to talk a little bit with Scott as well, the team captain from Team Liquid, and he said that it's probably smart for you guys to be optimizing and practicing a lot because it's going to be extremely easy for them. I think he said something like they're going to win every single one of these 1v1s. Do you have any comment about that?
I mean, I have no idea how hard they went, but I would say it's unlikely. I didn't see their scores, but some of our guys have some insane scores. I played it myself a bit, but they had some insane scores. They might win the Warlock match. I heard the Warlock is having some troubles, but aside from that, I'm confident that we're gonna give them a good match at least.
Okay. All right.
You heard it from Scripe. They're going to completely destroy Liquid. They're especially going to farm the Warlock matchup, and it's going to be a pretty free win all around. So nice.
I love that for you. I mean, Scripe, we're going to be cheering you on, and very excited to see how the day unfolds. It's going to be a lot of fun, and seeing how that prep pays off. So have a good one, and we'll catch up with you, I'm sure, later on in the day as we watch all the play unfold.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you for having me.
See ya. All right, and now on the other side, we're going to be bringing in Scott from Team Liquid. Now, Zico has said a lot of things that Scott absolutely for sure said to him. But let's hear. Scott, are you over here? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. And surprised Zico can read my mind, because I didn't say it, but I was thinking it.
Zico's got great intuition, you know what I mean? He just knows. So I'm glad that, you know, that's exactly how you're feeling and where you're at. But, you know, we'll go same thing here. Dratnos, you have anything you'd like to ask Scott over on Team Liquid?
You know, moving from player to the coaching role has got to be a big step up for you, taking away Max's job. How's that been for you, Scott?
The time management's the most important thing. Getting fired up out of bed, like, that is not an easy task, and I see why Max needs to take a break every now and then.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean, Scott, I don't know if you were listening, but Scripe was talking mad smack about you guys. He was saying all kinds. He said that they haven't even practiced for this event. They haven't optimized anything, and they were just gonna completely wing it and still beat you guys. Like, what do you think about that? Is there any truth to that?
I mean, we'll just have to see. I'm pretty confident. I believe in the players that we put up, and I think they'll be pretty surprised if that's what they were thinking.
Awesome.
Okay, all right. Well, you know what? We're excited to see it. We can't wait to watch both the teams battle out, but we will be absolutely keeping an eye over on Liquid because, I mean, as you said, it seems like you've just got it. So we'll see how that all pans out, but honestly, excited. So thank you so much, Scott.
Yeah, cheers.
See ya. All right, well, you've heard it from the players. Both teams bringing their all and ready for the competition. But let's go ahead and give you a little bit of a refresher on what's going to be happening here in round 1. Now, this is our class clash. So we have 10 different classes, and we'll be doing 1v1s to see who is the best of each. NPCs and bonus point systems are enabled, and the Horn of Calling, which all of you will be able to use live soon, will add bonus bosses into the arena for those good bonus points. It'll be 10 matches, best of 3 between them. And I mean, Zico, as we take a look here at the lineup, do you think we're going to see any differences in spec choices, any variations?
Yeah, I mean, we have some things already established, like we mentioned earlier. The DKs and the Demon Hunters are going to be playing tanks, and we're going to have 2 healers on each side. But the DPS specs can play whatever they want. So we might see Enhancement versus Ellie Shaman. We might see Frost Mage versus Fire Mage, or even better, Arcane versus Arcane. And we might see, you know, Og Evoker. Probably not, but, you know, I'm hoping. Probably going to be some Dev Evokers. But yeah, in terms of DPS, they can do whatever they want. So it's going to be awesome to see what they cook up.
Yeah, I'm super hyped. I cannot wait. And we're going to be having our first matchup right here, right now. A Shaman Showdown, Stove versus Impact. This is going to be a big one here. I mean, we just saw Stove in the MDI, but Dratnos, you got any thoughts? You got any predictions on this matchup?
Yeah, like you said, we've seen Stove in the MDI. Should be pretty exciting. Looking at the weapons that both players are using, those look like enhanced weapons, but we'll see. We'll see if the transmog is telling the tale of which specs they'll be playing. I would be shocked if Impact wasn't playing enhance. He's played enhance for Team Liquid over the years as kind of a mainstay on their Race to World First roster, so that's my prediction at least.
I love it. I mean, I'm curious, Zico, right? So they're going to be going up against these bosses. How do you think this is going to work with them with Shaman? I mean, they're coming in 1v1, so do you think there's any, like, specific adaptations, anything you would be going for with this if you were taking a look at fighting these bosses?
So I have got a total of 100,000 points when I have played this event. I think that for these players, they will probably focus on moving the mobs into those zones and just blasting as much points as possible. I don't know, actually. We are already getting into the game here, so let's see what strategy they end up doing. See if they can get themselves some big points here, Dreadnoughts.
Does look like they're both on Enhance, and both players are making sure to fight inside these cherry bombs. When you fill that cherry bomb all the way up, it turns into one of the double score zones, so that looks like what they're focusing on here. You can see Stove going and destroying this prop here. That's also a good thing to do, because when you blow up these props, sometimes you can get some good, useful stuff out of them. Impact focusing more on just fighting the mobs that his tank is helpfully keeping inside that cherry bomb, so you can see Stove actually is going to have almost all the enemies gathered up here. It looks like inside 2 cherry bombs. That's probably working out really nicely for him. Able to control these mobs, even though he's not actually playing a tank spec. He's able to keep them... Oh, never mind. The tank is now helpfully pulling them out of that zone. Thank you, Captain Garrick.
It's nice to see kind of how the NPCs interact with the players here, and that is a big portion of the game mode as well, being able to kind of manage those NPCs and bringing them to spots where you want. And you can see both of the players trying to set up for those big double score points. And Stove, he's got one. He's already moving it over to his cherry bombs, and he's going to start blasting here.
Yeah, Stove trying to set up a triple score zone here by driving the double score spotlight over to the cherry bombs. Same strategy for Liquid here on Impact's side, just a little bit behind in terms of time as where Stove is at right now. You can see Stove, I mean, the 2 players are at a very similar point total here. Here comes Mechgineer Steamrigger, though, for Stove on Echo. And this is a boss that's not actually available yet on the live servers. This is one that we've got to look forward to in the next couple of weeks here. We also have the Hellfire Ramparts boss, with those 2 Hellfire Warders that try to heal it if you're not careful.
Yeah, Watchkeeper, Garglemar on the side of Liquid there. And you can see already the damage is pretty even for both players, but I would say Echo is slightly ahead in terms of DPS, but Liquid seems to be pulling out ahead on points here, really getting a lot of points here. And,
yeah, Impact
Stove
has a triple score
dying.
zone going. Whereas Stove doesn't have a triple score yet. He needs to finish charging up that last cherry bomb before he will have access to a triple score zone. The timers are being added to on both sides as well, throwing those gears whenever they drop from the bosses. You want to make sure that you keep it in the last of those 4, sections of timer at the top there, because I think you get less points once the bar is yellow like it is for Impact, although I'm not 100% sure about that. It doesn't look like Impact is running over to one of those gears. He's just focusing on fighting this boss inside that triple score zone, getting just as many points as possible here. Right now, Impact has nearly 50,000 more points than Stove. I think it's just because that last cherry bomb finally is not activated for Stove. Stove actually nearly dying here as well, super low on health, having to stay away from that goblin zapper as well that's just zoning him out. And there's so many enemies that he's in combat with right now. He's getting cycloned, he's dead! Oh no! Now death is not the end here in the Dastardly Duos. You do get to release and run back, but that is not good news for your point total. There is an achievement you get if you win after dying 3 times though, so maybe Stove's going for that.
Yeah, maybe he's just farming some achievements here. He knows the rest of his team is going to pick it up, but it's not over yet. And you can see here they are quite ahead on the side of Team Liquid, and they are using the Bullhorn to access some of those extra bosses. And we can see Rattlegore on Impact. Actually, might be able to take him down on the side of Team Liquid, but he goes into the little helicopter, and he's going to use it to bounce the minions back into the triple score zone. Impact still, oh my god, he gets absolutely clapped right there. Impact is going to go down, and that is one of those bosses, Rattlegore. It's very, very dangerous boss. He's killed a lot of my friends on Hardcore WoW, so definitely want to be showing some respect when you pull him. And that's going to give Stove an opportunity to maybe catch up here. They want to balance the greed and how much mobs they pull, but at the same time, you want to stay alive.
Yeah, both players are using those score-enhancing foods, although different ones. So Stove is using that hot dog, which gives you a little bit of indigestion. You can see those green circles from time to time dropping under him. That's the downside of his food. The upside is bonus points. Impact, on the other hand, is using the shrimpy fish food, which isn't on the live servers yet, but that one just causes you to, I believe, deal and take. Like, you deal less damage, take increased damage, but you also then do also get that increased score. So both players getting extra score from their food. You can see Impact now piloting one of these goblin heads. Stove had already used one earlier, getting some extra bonus flamethrower damage out of that as they're still working on these bosses. The timer is looking fine for both of them as they've dropped enough of these gears to keep the timer safe. But yeah, you can see another pilot coming out here from Stove. Pretty much had to abandon that triple score zone, whereas Impact is still fighting inside it. And I think that might be decisive here. Impact nearly at double the score now as Stove. Although, as I say that, Captain Garrick, once again, helpfully pulling the mobs outside of the triple score zone. I'm sure that all of us are familiar with this feeling.
Yeah. Oh, Impact goes down. Oh my god. He might get the achievement. Oh, that would be absolutely insane if he gets the achievement and wins.
Maybe this is tech. If your tank is fighting the mobs in a bad spot, you just die and... Okay, unfortunately, the mobs are now in a different bad spot. Okay, the game is over for Stove. He's got the 472,479 points here at the end. Now, a huge chunk of that came from timer, so that will be given to Impact as well when he finishes, if he can have this timer improve. The problem is right now, he actually needs to go and grab some of those gears to fix that timer, go up from that 3-minute spot that it's at right now. He is gaining a bunch of points, though, from just blasting these bosses inside that triple score zone. He's found a way to bring them back into range here, keep them knocked inside the triple score. Needs to beat that 472,000 point mark, though. Still 200,000 behind. The question is, when this boss goes down, will he get enough bonus from all these timers? You can see he's running and grabbing those gears right now, trying to just optimize the score as much as he can. I think when this boss dies, that will stop the clock here. Nope, never mind, there's another boss. Still gotta kill... There's 2 more bosses. Wow, dude, Stove killed these things so quick compared to Impact.
Yeah, he used the Bullhorn, but Impact has been killing them inside the zone as well, so maybe Impact is getting more value, but as I say that, he gets absolutely clobbered again. Did he get the achievement there? Maybe he already has it.
You get the achievement after you win after dying 3 times, so yeah, Impact gonna pick up the achievement here if he lives through this.
Yeah,
but yeah, unfortunately now he's fighting outside of the zone here, still nearly approaching that point total, and the question is, I think when you end, you get a decent chunk of points, so I think he's definitely still in range here, but it's going to be very close between these 2 players, between these 2 teams. Echo forced to just watch on as Impact keeps farming these points, using another one of these pilot keys here to get that goblin head and that flamethrower damage.
Yeah, and he's actually, I think he's going to be able to do it here. He's already at 400,000 without getting those extra bonus points at the end. So still also has Glub Talk to take down here and some of those other bosses. He's fighting 4 bosses at once right now. I feel like being able to fight 4 bosses at once while staying alive, because you also take damage in the zone. So Impact is really kind of balancing a lot of different things. Got a lot of extra mobs as well coming in here, but his NPCs are doing some work, and this is the ideal situation. You have the mobs tanking all of these bosses for you, so he can just continue to blast, and he's already beating him on point, so I think Impact is going to probably have a significant lead once this is over.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to lose points once they've been gained. There might be, but I haven't seen it myself. But Impact could still die as well. He could wipe, right, and lose lose on time. As long as he doesn't do that, I think he's got this locked up, though, as he's now over that 472,000 point mark. Although, as I say that, more ads are spawning, and they're chasing Impact down, and he's going to go down again. Oh, no, never mind. The boss went down first. So we do have the score here. It's 1,380,000. Almost triple the score of Stove. Liquid take game number 1 here.
Liquid coming in here and just throwing it down. Apparently that confidence was well earned. Impact just getting an incredible amount of points there, fighting those bosses and managing even through the deaths to continue to keep those points climbing ever higher. I mean, that was impressive. It's fun to see the showdown right at the start, and we can take a look at how this is going to affect the leaderboard. I mean, Zico, taking a look at this, I feel like Echo has some work.
Yeah, it's not the best opener here for Echo, but with that said, with the Race to World First, Echo are used to being behind Liquid.
Wow, shots fired. Okay, all right. I'm cheering you on, Echo. I'm over there. I mean, listen, it's not exactly where you want to be coming in for sure, but I believe Echo's going to get in there. They're going to do this. They can see how high those points need to go, but pretty significant difference here. I mean, Dratnos, what do you think contributed? Like, what really got those extra points over on the Liquid side?
Yeah, it seemed like Echo was taking the strategy of, doing it quickly, right? Finishing fast and getting those points on the board because there is a time bonus. Whereas Liquid instead were saying, okay, we can still get most of that time bonus as long as we use these gears, right? As long as we get enough of these gears to extend our timer. And then we can farm a bunch more points, just making sure that we're always fighting in that triple point zone whenever possible. I do think something that was maybe decisive was the fact that Impact was able to set up that triple point zone early, whereas there was just one of those cherry bombs that was a couple of cheers away from being activated for Stove for a really long time, and I think that cost him a lot of points.
Yeah, it goes to show, right, that you need to really kind of align those different bonus point elements, and of course also using the food, using those different things to try to make sure that they could get as much as possible, but Impact really get optimized more. Now, we're taking a look at a replay here. Zico, would you like to give us some insights?
Yeah, so it seems like Impact, like we kind of mentioned, he focused more on taking his time and setting up these triple damage zones. And also, I think, from what I'm seeing, getting the tank of your team, like the tank NPC, to actually just tank them in the zone and then playing on the edge like that, where you can kind of duck in and out, that seems to be the most effective strategy. And I think this is a replay of Impact just getting maybe a little bit too greedy.
That was right
dying.
at the end there, yeah. Got his points.
Right
Even
at the
though
end.
He died, yeah.
Getting the points down in the boss, it shows that you can have those Fs, right? So even if you're playing on live and you're trying this out yourself, you don't have to worry if you die per se. It's not the end of all things. You'll come back. But of course, you want to make sure in a situation like this that you're getting as many points as possible, which Impact was definitely doing. I mean, this was a great start here, that showdown with our shamans, of course. But, like we mentioned, this is a 1v1 with them. So we're having our different class players on either team face off. They can have the NPCs to help them, and we're going to be heading next into our Warlock showdown. So Spen versus THD.
I believe it's best of threes with our 1v1.
Excuse me,
right?
you're right.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself. This is best of three, so we have 2 more possibilities here. So we're coming back in for our second one here, Dratnos. I mean, now Stove has to take a look at what Impact just did and try to get those points, right?
Yeah, in particular, I wonder if he'll swap his food buff from that hot dog to that shrimp. The hot dog created those annoying indigestion zones under him. And the shrimp makes you do less damage, but that kind of just gives you more time to farm points if you're doing less DPS, which I know that like going slower and doing less damage are kind of antithetical to the Echo way of life, but it seems like that might have actually been part of the strat that worked so well for Liquid that first game.
Yeah, it could be, right? I mean, Zico, what are your thoughts? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see that they did decide to go for different buffs, but the shrimp, I don't know. I think that if you play the slow game, and it looked also like Impact was able to add extra time and just really focus on killing as much as possible within that triple point zone, I think that's probably what they have to adapt on the side of Stove. So we'll see if he can make those adaptations. And yeah, I think Impact is looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, it's tough to be up against somebody who got so much, like triple the amount of score, but I think you're right. It's kind of that matter of it's not just the speed element, right? So while this might be a head-to-head, it really is about how you're optimizing those point factors. You can go fast and get a bonus, but is that enough if the other player has lined everything else up to really maximize those buffs as much as possible? And of course, adding in things like the horn that brings in those bonus bosses and how you're going to try and navigate around NPCs that are kind of out of your control is going to be a pretty big element for them. But in this showdown, this second matchup here in our best of 3 between Stove and Impact, I mean, Stove's got to step it up and see if he can get those extra points and make up that difference. But I mean, it's interesting against these bosses. I know that you're familiar with them, Zico, and you know, obviously in the classic context and things like that. Are there any like challenges specific to these bosses that you think players have to watch out for, or some of these mechanics, although they're more limited, right?
I think the bosses themselves didn't seem super challenging. I thought that the damage of Rattlegore was pretty crazy, but I think it's mostly about fighting multiple of them at once, and that's when they become really, really challenging. And that's what we saw Impact able to do. He was fighting 4 bosses at once, and I don't think we really saw that from Stove. So I think Stove was maybe respecting the bosses a little bit too much, and I think if he can just abuse the tank NPC a little bit more, that could be the key to victory for him.
All right, we are into game number 2 here. These are all best of 3, and you get 1 point per game win. There are going to be more points available in some of our later rounds as well, but this is a vital showdown already at the top of the day between our Shaman players. Will Stove have a new strategy here, or will the last one work out a little bit better? There are, of course, you know, RNG elements that even the same strategy could do way better or way worse from run to run, depending on how things go. You can see Stove really making sure to corral those cherry bombs into where they're killing off all these mobs. Impact taking a sort of slower circuit around here, but also taking that cherry bomb over. He actually hasn't unlocked his second cherry bomb yet. It's hidden in one of these props, so he's got to make sure to blow those up. Looks like right now just focusing on killing off the ads, though, and we'll deal with those props later, whereas Stove already has 2 of the cherry bombs down, which will turn into those double point zones once he kills enough mobs near them.
I feel like it's a bit of a parallel towards the last opener, where Stove was able to set up the bonus point zone a little bit quicker than Impact. So Stove seems to have a stronger opener. He's already taking down some of these mobs. He already set up his zone here for extra points as well. And he's called his first boss. It's going to be Mechginer Steam Rigger. And then we got the Hydromancer as well being called in here. So 2 bosses already in the zone. And Stove's having great, 3 bosses even. Big pace here for Stove.
Yeah, we have the Watchkeeper in here as well. Now, the Watchkeeper is not too dangerous. The thing you got to watch out for is the ads. Those Hellfire Watchers will cast a heal, although maybe it's good. Maybe letting the mobs heal actually might give you an opportunity to get more points. The other problem is your tank is going to die because that boss does a nasty Mortal Strike on your tank. So definitely something that you need to look out for. It looks like Stove maybe making use of that indigestion, though. It looked like it knocks the enemies back as well, so able to knock them into the zone. Unfortunately, though, going to go down here. And all the mobs now spreading away. This does have I believe, the same tech as like Island Expeditions, where the enemies won't heal when they drop combat with you. So you can, fight them again and just bring them back inside the zone, but that is the first death already on the board for Stove. Meanwhile, Impec, having just the 2 bosses here, Rattlegore and the Mechgineer, still doesn't have his triple score zone activated yet. He's in sort of a similar situation to what Stove was in last time, where he still has these cherry bombs here. This opener is going a lot better for Echo.
Yeah, right now Echo is really pulling ahead here. Even though Stove died, like you mentioned, the mobs, their HP is paused, and he actually uses the hot dog there to reposition, or I think that was the hot dog, to reposition the mobs and keep them there in the circle. So he's doing a great job here, keeping them in the circle. The tank is tanking them, and Stove can just focus on doing big damage here, but he needs to be very careful there. The lightning circle is in there, so he's going to take some additional damage, but looks like Stove is going to be able to handle it for now, but no, they get knocked out. Should be able to get that going. And then on the flip side, Liquid looks like they're finally setting up here for their own XP zone.
Yeah, we have a double score zone for Liquid with a triple on the way kind of soon. Still need a decent amount of cheers in this last cherry bomb to activate it, but hopefully that will be coming soon. Not quite as beautiful of a triple zone as Echo have set up. Stove, though, is being hunted down here by Hydromancer. Gonna hop inside the score bonus balloon, move it over to make a perfect circle of a triple damage zone, but does end up going down as a result. But look at the score at the top of the screen here. Echo at quadruple the points of Liquid right now. But remember, Echo got the round done first at a higher score last time as well, and then Impact was able to just catch up over the next few minutes. He's adding to that timer with these gears. With the amount of damage that they're doing and the amount of bosses that they're fighting, they're never going to really run out of time because they're going to get so many of these gears dropping. So it should be enough for them to be able to, focus on execution rather than just blitzing it down as fast as possible.
Yeah, it seems like executing is way more OP than actually just finishing it fast and getting the time bonus. So if they can do that, even despite getting a few deaths while being greedy with these bosses, it looks like that is the key to victory right now. Stove at 250,000 points, but finally Liquid has set up their own triple point zone. So they Impact should be able to catch up a little bit here with that. The Watchkeeper Garglemar from the Burning Crusade actually is going down there on the side of Liquid. And on the side of Echo, still fighting here against Odo the Blind Watcher from Shadowfang Keep. Sadly, drops pretty bad staff in Classic WoW, but we're not going to talk about that as he did go down.
Yeah, we got Glubtalk ulting now on Echo's side here, creating that firewall that's going to be spinning around. Not the scariest mechanic, but is something that you got to watch out for. Let's see how much damage it does to Stove here. Yeah, you can see it doesn't really hurt him too badly, although I think that one might not have hit him just yet because it had just been created, so maybe a little bit of a grace period there as he's sort of kiting away from this fire. Not really going to be able to avoid it, though. Is he going to be able to kill Glubtalk? Okay, he's going to be able to dodge around the fire here, activating his own burner clock in his inventory as well to add to the timer without needing to use one of the gears. That's an item that you can get from doing this that gives you 30 extra seconds. It is on a 3-minute CD though, so even if you got a bunch of them, you can't indefinitely extend the clock from your inventory alone. As you can see, both sides here now having a nice triple score zone set up. Echo 100,000 points ahead, but Impact is ramping here, and Stove nearly done with all the bosses, whereas Impact still has quite a lot of damage that he can do here for more points.
Yeah, I feel like Impact is being a lot more patient here and just focusing on setting up the perfect kind of storm here. And this might be it, actually. Fighting 3 bosses at once in the circle. Everything is looking good. He's got the Pyro Machine there as well, so he can reposition all of the mobs. And he's going to jump into it right now. And he's just going to use it to actually get extra damage there with that fire attack. And it looks like he's going to be able to take down Odo the Blind Watcher. And meanwhile, Stove almost going down there on the side of Echo. And he's not going to have a lot of bosses left. There is a total of 7 bosses in this game mode. Of course, on live servers, there's 4 bosses. And then we will have an extra boss added each week. So you guys are getting a little bit of a preview of what the event is going to look like in the future. Stove, though, needs to be careful here. Needs to respect Lord Walden, as he almost did go down there. But he has a pretty beautiful setup again here for the points. But look at Liquid. They have basically caught up. Stove is dead also.
Yeah, it's so weird. It felt like the opener went so much better for Echo, but somehow Liquid are catching up on points here. You know, Stove has this beautiful triple point zone that he's had rolling pretty much the entire time, and yet Impec, even with his very spread out spotlights, having a hard time fighting the mobs even inside a double point zone area in there, is catching up on points here. We'll see how this closes out. It's going to be a very close finish as Stove fighting the last few enemies, proccing that indigestion again around him, and then knocking all the mobs back. I think that's the reason why Echo are using the hot dog here, is so they can kind of manipulate the mobs with those knockback effects, try and knock them into that double, triple score zone, quadruple score, 8 times score, whatever it ends up being when the math all works out. Math is not my strong suit. That's not what we're worried about here. But some more reinforcements summoned for Stove, and the points are so close between the two shamans.
Yeah, this is a really, really close round. Both of these players are going the distance, it looks like. But I want to touch on what you said about the hot dog. I think you can also use it to reposition the NPCs. So if your tank is maybe in a bad spot, I think you can maybe get him to move as well. And I feel like that's a big part of the entire game mode, is to get your NPCs to stand at the right spot, to kind of micromanage them to where you want them. But Impec is taking a lot of damage, and his tank is in a bad spot right now as I say that, so he's going to need to try to figure that out. Glove Truck almost going down here for Impec as he is doing his last mechanic, and there he is going down. And Impec actually is going to finish first here this time around. Let's see, 1.5 million points. What
a crazy point total there. And if you're ever curious as well about just how many enemies were added to this with those horns, how many extra mobs they decided to fight, that base, the top left one of those scores is the base kill score, and that just relates to the amount of mobs that the players killed. So if we ever compare between those two players, that will tell us which one actually fought more enemies. And sometimes we might see somebody who fought more enemies still get less overall points because they get less of the bonus points from fighting in those bonus zones, less of that time bonus, or potentially less of that bonus from, you do lose points, I believe, from dying repeatedly. So you'll get a smaller amount of that base health one, that bottom left of those 6 score frames.
Yeah, I wonder if Stove is feeling the pressure here now. He's going to be fighting Rattlegore once again. His arch nemesis took him down, and 1.5 million points he has to beat. So good luck with that. I feel like that is a pretty high set bar for Impec, so he's probably going to feel pretty good about that. But still, there is a decent amount of minions for Stove to take down here on his side. See if he can bring this to a game 3.
The bonuses are going to be coming in potentially soon here. Is it going to be enough for Stove to jump up 1 million points? You do get a lot of points when the clock stops here, but is it going to be enough? The mobs just refusing to fight inside that big triple bonus spotlight zone, as Captain Garrick just taking them way away from where Stove wants them to be. He's going to keep summoning more and more of these enemies, more and more of these extra ad waves, but Rattlegore now finally inside the triple score zone, then running away, and it looks like Stove is going to be fighting here. There's unfortunately triple zappers here also, but the score is going to stop. Where does it end when the bonus gets added? It's 1 million, but it's not enough. Impec still 500,000 ahead of where Stove managed to stop the clock here. So Liquid, with 2 very high scores, is going to take our first best of 3.
They will indeed. Impec able to get those scores up and push those points incredibly high. And even though Stove narrowed that gap in the second round, it was not enough there, which is going to give that first victory to Impec and Team Liquid. Now we will be moving ahead, looking at our Warlock matchups between Spen and THD. But Zico, having seen our first series here, what are you thinking about how these teams really have to just try to get the most points? What strategies? What are you kind of seeing?
What I'm seeing is take your time, be patient, and focus on setting up those triple zones. Make sure that you're manipulating the minions and also your own NPCs to tank everything there, and try to blast it without dying. So a lot easier said than done, but with some of the tools that they have, it seems like it's doable. And right now, Team Liquid really putting on a show. 1.5 million points. I want to keep track on who gets the most points, because that's going to also be our MVP for the MVP match at the end of the day. So it's going to be really exciting to see what class that is going to be. You know what I'm hoping for, but yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to remember. Oh, mage. It's mage.
Yeah.
No, it's really important, right? To keep an eye on that, see who is managing to get the most points, because of course, yeah, we'll be seeing that showdown. So I agree, Zico. And I mean, Dratnos, we've got Warlock coming up, and we had a little preview, maybe that Echo wasn't feeling quite as strong about Warlock. Maybe they were just putting on a front. I don't know. What do you think Warlock has in store in this kind of boss rush?
Yeah, it should be really fun to see the Warlocks do battle, as we do have a quick replay here of just the end of Stove's match here. Able to stop the clock, but unfortunately with a couple of deaths and not quite as many points as Impact, even with that sloppier triple score circle setup, able to just farm so many points, taking it slow and steady throughout this, and yeah, able to get this beautiful Glubtalk just ulting in that very small sliver where all 3 of those spotlights were active. I'm gonna call it an ult. I know it's not terminology that was used back in the day for when he does that firewall, but it makes sense, right? He's just kind of standing still and spinning around that firewall. So if you can get that started inside a triple zone, I think that's going to be big. So Impact, our victorious shaman, and like you said, Rook, we will be moving to the Warlock battle, which should be a pretty intimidating one for Spen up against THD, of course, very renowned Warlock player over the years in the race to world first. Spen, though, another player that we should definitely be looking out for. He's played, I believe, for Liquid Echo and Method over the last couple of years, so he's been in a lot of different great guilds, playing a couple of different caster specs too, so it should be fun to see him here on Warlock, which has been his main spec over the years.
Yeah, it's a little intimidating maybe to be up against somebody that's such a prolific Warlock, but you know what? I think that both of them, they're going to bring it, right? I mean, it's already fun seeing how this game mode alone kind of tests you in different ways. I mean, it's something that we encourage everybody to get in there, try it yourself. You can go in as a group, you can go in solo and wrangle the NPCs who are there to help. And actually, I think it's really cool to see how a lot of these classes are able to come in 1v1 it and still pull off some really cool point scores, even with that NPC support. But Warlock is going to definitely have a chance here to get to show off even more of what it does, as well as our players too. So of course, I mean, Zico, we've been seeing, you mentioned earlier that a lot of the bosses, when you start bringing in a ton of them, that's when things get incredibly challenging. So with Spen versus THD here on our Warlocks, I mean, what do you think they are going to be sort of angling to do? Do you call in as many bosses as possible and try and kill them in those triple point zones like we've been seeing?
I think that's going to be the play, and I wonder what spec they're going to be playing as well, because if they play Demo, maybe their pets can help out and kind of tank all of those mobs where you want them. Gonna have some good lockdown and just a lot of your own minions kind of helping out. So I'm excited to see if they can do that, and how good Warlock is going to be in general because of that.
Absolutely, and we're going to be getting into it here, starting things off as our Warlocks face down is Spen on Echo versus THD. Dratnos, let's see what they bring to the table.
So it looks like we've got neither player playing demo. We have Affliction for THD versus Destruction for Spen here, firing off those Chaos Bolts already at the props, at those palm trees. The Infernal coming down too for Spen, just popping cooldowns here on the opener. The big idea here is just to destroy these props right at the start to get those cherry bombs if they are active, and then be able to start farming the cheers inside those cherry bomb zones so that you can turn them into a score increasing zone. And already Spen's first cherry bomb here is nearly fully charged.
Yeah, that's really nice for Spen. And you can see on the side of THD, he just got his first cherry bomb here as well, and he's going to be starting to collect those cheers. What do you think about these Warlock specs? Because we're seeing two different ones. Which one do you actually think is better in this type of scenario?
Yeah, I mean, I personally would have guessed Destruction over Affliction, but I would never want to count THD out. The thing about Destruction that's nice is you just get to be able to just drop these Rain of Fires, and you can be, if you've got enough enemies, which you can summon extra enemies, you can just be casting Rain of Fires and then moving and casting every Rain of Fire, every global, and it can be a very nice chill experience that lets you just focus on manipulating your position and the enemy's positions for all time. But Affliction should be pretty nice for this as well, being able to just set up those dots on everything and then again focus on keeping them inside those bonus zones. Both players now inside the boss combat section here. Neither one actually has a charged cherry bomb yet, though.
Yeah, they're still working on those. Speen gets cycloned. Not looking too good there, but he gets lucky with the heals from his NPC healer. Still pretty low though. He already used his wall or his unending resolve in the opener too, so used a lot of resources there to try to set this up. And it looks like he does have his zone finally set up. If that last cherry bomb gets charged up, and THD already fighting 2 bosses, Speen fighting 3.
Yeah, THD still needs to set up these score zones. You can see we do have our prediction working, tech at the bottom of our screen. You can see THD nearly a 4-1 favorite here among the viewers on Twitch, and Spen going down. He is going to add to the timer here and be able to get this going back again, but he is going to need to resummon his demon. Uses Fell Domination to be able to do that quickly, but if he dies again, he's going to have a nice 6-second demon cast time if he wants to get that thing back.
Yeah, and every second counts here in the Dastardly Duos, and THD getting a little bit unlucky there. His mob is all the way out of the zone, and I think getting the boss killed outside of the zone is probably the worst thing that could possibly happen. So even if the boss gets low, as the Affliction Warlock, ooh, nice knock there on the side of Speen. But I think as the Affliction Warlock, that's one thing you got to be careful about because you're going to have a lot of damage lingering. So if you get unlucky and the boss gets knocked like that, it can definitely come back to haunt you.
Yeah, to haunt you, as it were.
No pun intended.
Yeah, triple score zone finally set up here by THD. But unfortunately, the mobs are just refusing to cooperate and go inside of it. Oh, finally, he's able to actually grip them in there towards just one of the spotlights, but the other 2 spotlights still not active here for Liquid. Echo, on the other hand, jumping into the lead here, double the points of THD, but this is the same story we saw for the first couple of games with the Shaman too, as it looks like Spen going to be going down again, having to reset once more, release and come back, and that's some more points lost from the deaths. Again, the deaths do cost you at the end of the day on that scorecard, so this might hurt, but it's worth it if you can get the mob set up in a good spot here.
Yeah, very unlucky there for Spen. He almost had the Mech Guineer dead, actually, and now he's going to need to reposition them. The mobs are all over the place. Nothing is in his zone, and nice little fear coming out there from THD as well. Oh, I think he's trying to fear the mobs into the circle. That is some nice Warlock tech, actually.
It looks like he's also just trying to keep those zappers away by fearing them. So a lot of this is focused on that mob control, like you said. These Mimiron's Head vehicles that you can pilot with those keys do have a magnet that you can throw on the ground and grip the enemies to wherever you want. It's on a fairly long CD, but you can see THD using that right now to bring all of these zappers and the boss inside the triple point zone, although Lord Walden immediately runs outside of 2 of those spotlights. That's got to be frustrating for THD.
That Lord Walden is not cooperating. He's going to keep fearing those zappers out as well. So THD doing some nice work here, keeping those zappers off of his tank, so his NPC tank doesn't die, but he doesn't have them inside the triple zone. They're just right on the edge, unfortunately for him. So struggling a little bit with that, but now finally Baron Silverlane and Lord Walden are exactly where he wants them. So hopefully THD can get some damage out here and try to take him down. Glubtrock as well. Unfortunately for him, his NPC tank is griefing him there a little bit, dragging them out of the zone again. So he's going to need to find some creative ways to bring them back in. And he's going to use the Pyro Machine again. And there's the bomb. The Magnet Bomb gets dropped. And the Captain is tanking them at a perfect location. So now if he can get that fear out, he's going to be great. But meanwhile, Spen dying again.
Yeah, THD has not died, I believe, this entire time, so there is going to be a nice bonus of score that should help him catch up from having fewer deaths than Spen at the end of this. That might be part of the rationale behind Affliction as well. Affliction maybe a little bit easier to stay alive on. Again. Not end up ripping threat as Spen actually going down, and now Glubtalk is going to be spawn camping Spen. This is
getting graveyard farmed.
Yeah, this is a very classic experience here, and Spen has to move Glubtalk like 40 miles to get it back inside that triple point zone. Oh no, the
this
other
is-
boss is here as well. This is going disastrously for Spen. He's still got the point lead if he can get these mobs inside the triple point zone. But THD also in some danger now. Glubtalk is starting that firewall cast, unfortunately only in one of the double point zones.
Spen dying again right there. Finally, the mobs are gonna reset. No, Glubtalk is still here. He's not leaving him alone. This is it's giving me I feel like I'm casting a battleground or something.
Yeah, Warsong Gulch.
Yeah, it feels like a Warsong Gulch here. Spen is just not having it. Look at this. This is so brutal for Spen.
And he gets killed again. Oh man, THD adding some more time to his score as well. He's nearly caught up on points now, and he's actually able to fight inside these double point zones. Spen grabbing some new food from the side there, and he's going to try and kite his way in. Issues another challenge here. He says, you know what? More. Send me more enemies. And somehow it looks like he's going to be able to survive for a little bit, but he ends up going down to a dot. And now he releases, but Glubtalk is casting a firewall at spawn.
No! That is so brutal. For Spen, all of his minions are stuck here in the start point fighting Glubtalk. So every time he leaves his own spawn zone, he just gets killed by everything because nothing is tanking for him. And if he kills Glubtalk, well, he's not going to kill him in a zone. So this is absolute disaster for Spen, and he's gonna be forced to kill Glubtalk. But the problem is, while he's doing that, the rest of the minions are all piling on there in the starting zone. So how is he going to navigate this? Is he going to try to move his bonus zones? He can't. What is he even going to do here? This looks pretty brutal here. He's almost dead again.
He's getting hit for so much, though, and he's only wearing cloth armor. These auto attacks are doing so much damage to him. He's going to hop inside one of these Mimiron's heads, but then he's going to be hit inside of it. Releases Spirit back to the starting zone here. Now, the timer could actually prove to be an issue for Spen. He used all the gears that were available in the map right now, and so he only has 3.5 minutes. He's going to add with one of those clocks from his inventory, but he might actually be in some danger here. If that timer does run out, I don't know if you get points. I don't know. It's never happened to me, so I don't know if it just stops the clock then with the points or what would happen. But already Liquid are ahead on points here, and there's going to be a huge penalty. Spen is just going to be getting 0 points on that bottom left part of his scorecard because he's got so many deaths right now. Whereas THD stops the clock. It's 1 million. And then a little bit more. So 1 million points to beat for Spen here. He's going to get some bonus here at the end, right? He's going to get a lot of that top right part of the scorecard. He'll get some bonus there, but I don't know if he'll get a lot of bonus from any of the other cells here. This could be a pretty nasty situation if he's not able to drag these mobs back inside the zone, and he goes down once more as he's trying to do that. But at least Glubtalk is dead now, so at least he's not getting spawn camped.
Yeah, finally he stopped getting spawn camped here by Glubtalk, but he doesn't have too much time. Luckily for him, though, all the mobs have kind of reset into his zone, so this is not looking too bad for Spen. If he can actually maneuver his own NPCs in, he can't tank any more damage here. He's creating a soul well here in the middle of everything, trying to pick up some health stones. And one thing I noticed is that he's not fearing the zappers, but he's finally going to use the magnet there. He gets everything where he wants it, and he starts blasting away. He needs to actually kill everything here. But, did they get knocked too far? I think they are just like an inch out of the triple zone that he set up. Like, the way he set up his triple zone is actually so nice as well, because he has them basically perfectly stacked on top of each other. So there's not, so he has like a big wide area where you get triple points, but he's gonna die again.
Oh no! And just his pinky toe was inside that Goblin Zapper double overlap there, and he just gets electrified. Down goes Spen once more, but Rethelgor here nearly dead. Same with the Watchkeeper. And unfortunately, Captain Garrick refusing to fight those enemies inside the point zone here. But at this point, I mean, the question is, will he be able to get his score up to that 1 million point threshold? I think with all these deaths, I think without getting any of these bonuses from killing the enemies inside that zone, it's going to be very tough here. Our prediction, though, has moved a little bit more in favor of Spen from the start here. Maybe once all those bonuses are applied, he will be able to get some bonus points to catch up here.
It's all the Destro Warlock mains rooting for their champion here. But it looks like Spen has just, honestly, he's just done with this. He's like, get me into the next round, get me into to game number 2, and I'm just gonna
it's not over
kill
yet.
them.
Spen actually has just been killing these bosses so much more slowly than THD that he has still got one more to take care of here, old Rattlegore. Now, I think Rattlegore by itself shouldn't be too dangerous. This is the last of the bosses that he should need to kill, but he is going to continue summoning more and more trash. Maybe, just maybe, he can farm enough points off of this trash, although it kind of looks like he's just given up on fighting the enemies inside that bonus point overlap area.
Yeah, it seems like he's done with trying to get them into the circle. Actually, no, he's going to use the gateway to pick up yet another one of these pilot machines. And he is going to get a nice knock there. And Captain Garrick, oh, watch out! Rattlegore does not take any prisoners. Rattlegore hits extremely hard. Unfortunately for him, Captain Garrick has decided to he has decided to evacuate that triple XP zone. I'm sure
this is one of the most relatable experiences for anybody who's done this mode as well. If you aren't playing a tank, Captain Garrick just does not like to cooperate here. You have to do so much work to manipulate the enemies to get them inside of these zones. You can see Spen here. It looks like he's walking over to the side here to try and force the action a little bit in this direction. If he can maybe trick Captain Garrick into going after these zappers instead, that might help if he focuses on them. But it looks like this extra wave of ads is coming in to give him some more bonus points here. 400,000 now is the point total. Less than 2 minutes on the clock, so Spen does need to stop it eventually here. I think he's collected all the gears that will spawn. We do have some of these lepers actually casting that heal, but it looks like it's not going to go on Rattlegore at least. Rattlegore here nearly dead, 5% health, a couple million health left. And it looks like Spen is just staying inside this, waiting for that magnet to come off cooldown, but it's not going to be enough to drag the boss inside the zone. What's the points? It is 894,000. Surprisingly close.
That was close.
From Spen. I mean, that looked like an absolute disaster from start to finish for Echo, and yet they were only 100,000 points behind there. Super close at the end here.
Super, super close. I mean, honestly, it goes to show, just keep in there, keep at it, and just keep trying. That moment at the end where Tank just wanders off. It's brutal to see, but honestly, Spen gave it his all from beginning to end, and I love to see it. THD will be taking the first game here in our Warlock matchup, but there is still time to make a comeback, and Spen's going to have to really try and catch that up. Now, we're going to take a look at some of the replays here. So, I mean, Dratnos, looking back on this match, what are some of your thoughts?
Oh my god, the full cast summon Fell Hunter. Anytime you see a Warlock casting a full duration summon demon, that's how you know that things have gone bad, because that means you've already died at some point in the past couple of minutes, so your Fell domination is on CD, and you're not able to just get that fast summon. Whereas THD here, yeah, I mean, that triple score zone setup was a lot uglier here for THD than it was for Spen, but it meant that he could worry a little bit less about it because it covered a wider zone. So yeah, the mobs weren't often in that beautiful, triple Venn diagram spot where he's getting absolute full points, but he didn't have to worry about them just being outside the zone entirely, which often did happen for Spen.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like you could almost feel Spen's inner dialogue throughout every point of this one. I mean, honestly, Zika, what are some of your thoughts about how this initial Warlock showdown went down?
Well, my thoughts are it was very relatable. I could kind of see what Spen was going through, and been there, buddy. I've queued up Warsong, I've bought a pre-made, and I've just been getting graveyard camped, and they're just refusing to kind of turn in the flag as well, so you're just forced to sit there for a while. So it looked very relatable, but honestly, it was very close. It was surprisingly close. And now I did think that Spen had a better zone setup, because he did get that triple setup if you're looking at it from like a min-max perspective. But THD was able to manipulate the mobs a little bit better, especially the big difference, other than the specs of course, was the fearing that THD was doing. I really liked that he was trying to fear mobs and try to get them to kind of move into the zone and try to fear out those zappers out of his XP zone as well. So I really like how THD was kind of using some of that lock utility. And for Spen, despite that he got graveyard comp, Graveyard camped pretty hard. I think he got really close. So let's see what round 2 looks like.
Our prediction, by the way, is for the entire match, not just for any individual game. So if you are a Spen believer, it could still come true. And honestly, I feel pretty good about Spen's chances, given how ugly his first round looked. And the fact that he still came within 100,000 points of THD. I think that might be really good news for his strategy between the two teams. It looks like both Warlocks are sticking with their specs. We're not going to see... I was wondering if anybody would swap their specs between games, given it is an exhibition. THD as well is sort of famous in the Race to World First for playing all 3 Warlock specs on progression on these various fights, just testing them all out, seeing how they all look. That would have been a cool thing to see. It's still possible if we go to a Game 3 here, but as it stands right now, it looks like they're both on generally the same idea. Let's hope that it goes a little bit more clean for Spen this time, if he can avoid that first death that sort of cascaded into all the rest of them.
Yeah, I think Spen did, in his credit, he did a really good job just min-maxing the time. Oh, watch out, Spen! It's not looking good here. Already had to pop his health stone right there, dropping quite low, but he's trying to manipulate those cherry bombs into that. Look at that beautiful setup on those 2 cherry bombs. He's going to need to start stacking them up, and if he can get that third one as well into that position, it's going to look good. But meanwhile, THD setting up a bit of a smaller zone with the cherry bombs. If he can move, no, it doesn't look like he. Is he actually going to be? Yeah, he's setting it up quite nicely here as well on the side of THD. I feel like THD has got his setup pretty closely the way he wants it. Bit of a smaller area. Still trying to min-max those cherry bombs a little bit, but he's got a pretty wide zone for the triple points. So for THD, I think if he can keep the mobs there, he can already start blasting away. So let's see how that works out for him. He's already fighting 2 bosses, the Mechgineer and Rattlegore, already both down to about 70% and 50% respectively.
Yeah, now I was looking at the score breakdown last game, because it's still a very new mode, and it's hard to kind of figure out what the optimal way to do this is. I will say it looked like the deaths barely mattered. Like, if you have 5 or 6 deaths more than the other guy, you're going to lose something like 10,000 points or something at the end of this. So, very unimportant. If you die, it is no big deal. Just hit Release Spirit, run back. It's all good. The mobs don't even heal. It's really not the end of the world. The worst thing that happens when you die is just that you might lose a nice grouping of mobs that you had in a score zone. But as long as that doesn't happen, as long as you don't get spawn camped, it seems like the deaths are pretty much pain-free, which it's nice, it's kind of nice that we have a mode where that's true, because you think about the modes like AWC or MDI, and deaths are just absolutely catastrophic, whereas this time around, it's really a lot less punishing, a lot more approachable for players like the rest of us that die all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's also the kind of philosophy behind this game mode, is to try to make it accessible. It is a game mode for alts to catch up as well, and you guys can, of course, queue it up already on the live servers. Just go to Dornogal, Stormwind, or Orgrimmar, and look for the Dastardly Duos icon, those 2 masks that you see in the middle of the screen, at the top middle. And you can queue up, get some nice gear for your alts, get some nice rewards, and see how many points you can actually pull through, compete against your friends. And you can see Spen setting up not as clutch of a triple circle last time. He's going to go ahead and reposition it a little bit there. And he's got a pretty wide zone to work with. And THD already working on the next bosses here. He's already got them in prime position. And they're getting bounced around a little bit, but it's looking pretty good so far for Liquid. Once again here, pulling ahead a little bit.
Now, there's a little bit of danger here for Spen. The timer is largely controllable, but you do have to actually grab those gears. And he is going to be summoning extra bosses with those gears, but he actually doesn't have a lot of time adding. Okay, he finally finds a time adding gear and is going to go back up to 3 minutes there, but there was actually some danger there for a little bit of the clock just stopping. And now Spen's actually getting CC'd here as we have the Cycloning boss in, and he's got threat on a lot of these mobs. He's going to pop wall, he's going to re-health stone. He has a health stone every single minute here, but he's still going to go down, and Spen once again bites off a little bit more than he can chew here and is sent back to the graveyard.
Yeah, Spen and the Graveyard, an iconic duo at this point. But look at THD. THD might be going to the Graveyard as well. He's trying to kite the Hydromancer. THD's doing a great job here. He's fighting 4 bosses, but his captain goes down. Oh no, it's time to abandon the ship. He pops a Soul Stone, actually, onto himself. Wait, actually, he Soul Stoned Captain Garrick as he died there, trying to bring him back to life. But I wonder if that could be some interesting tech. Because I do believe when you do that, the captain will respawn at your location. So maybe if you can do that at the actual circle, like if you can drop maybe a gateway or something to the middle of that circle and then use that res ability, that could be some clutch Warlock tech that he can use. But both Warlocks going down here, and Spen's pile of mobs is getting closer and closer to his spawn location. I think we've seen that movie before.
Yeah, we have. There's definitely been a lot of danger here, and with THD going down as well, you can see he is not invincible either. He's going to hop inside one of those Mimiron's heads, and a beautiful magnet here, gripping almost everything together. Glubtalk going to be joining the party a little bit late here, but yeah, the problem is if you let your tank die and then, try and res, unfortunately, they're not going to have threat on everything, so you get this awkward situation where you now have threat on a bunch of mobs. You have to kite, and I think that was what led to THD's downfall. That first death of the tank was the big problem there. Happening for Spen as well. Captain Garrick, she's so low. She's casting Flash of Light, but is going to go down, and now Spen is going to fall soon after. And releases Spirit here, and Glubtalk is in the spawn once again. It is an absolute disaster here. Spen casting a full channel summon Fellhunter once again as well. It's just like last time. And Glubtalk is firewalling. He is rooted now for the rest of his life. They're just going to be casting that firewall forever. Spen forced to kill this off, far away from those damage amp zones. The good news is THD is also not able to fight inside these score zones if you are a fan of Echo here, because he's going to use that magnet, but it's not going to grip everything inside here. So he's farming some points here, but Spen really still in the fight right now.
Glubtalk, one of the first bosses actually that I ever fought in WoW from the Dead Mines, but don't remember him giving me this much trouble. Seems to be a little bit stronger in the Dastardly Duos game mode. It's been giving Spen a bit of a headache, but it looks like he's going to be able to start blasting them down a little bit. Lord Waldern going down, and Spen is just abandoning these zones at this point. He remembered what happened last time. Look at Glubtalk. He's just in the spawn area, casting his ult there. He's like, if you die, I'm ready for you. So Spen... definitely struggling a little bit here with this tech. I wonder if Spen should just set up his entire XP zone at the beginning of the Graveyard. I wonder if that could actually be some tech where he just sets it up there.
Whoa!
Because then, big brain, right?
That actually sounds super smart. If you can maneuver all your cherry bombs up to the Graveyard, and then drive your spotlight up there, make a nice triple spot up there, and then, it's going to take some time to do that, but you have enough time with all these gears that the animatronics drop, as THD actually is going to go down again. Luckily for THD, Glubtalk is still inside all of those score-enhancing zones as it goes down with that firewall cast going. THD soul burns out a gateway to just flee from one of these mobs, but it is going to stop the clock here for THD. The score total much higher this time. A new high score for us, 1.6 million, which is relevant as well. The high score from both teams at the end of these rounds will become the MVP, and we will see them fighting in our pivotal round 3 at the end of the day. So THD has usurped Impec as the top scorer on Liquid already. We will see if that holds from all the rest of the players here, but a really, really clean run from THD. And the thing that I want to point out is, there are some deaths in these runs. Farming these points, it's not like dying is just not bad for farming points. If you can get a little bit of extra points and the cost is that you might risk dying, these players are choosing to go for it and they are getting rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. If you set up the feed circles near the spawn as well, then you can feed to win, right? Because you're going to get your achievement.
That might be tech.
Yeah, that might be the
some
meta.
Crazy tech.
So You might get the triple death achievement. You're gonna farm that.
Yeah.
You're gonna farm extra points, and when you die, all your mobs are gonna respawn in the room, so you're gonna have much easier time grouping everything up. That could definitely be some hidden tech. So Spen might actually be developing the meta here live on the broadcast for everyone else here to see. It's not the end of the world. Sometimes you have to make a sacrifice in order to gain that knowledge, but. He's got the Mech-Gineer actually in a good spot here. Needs him to take one more step into the middle there, but at least he is within the double point zone, so he's going to be able to get some extra points here. Big AoE
I hope this is the
out.
last boss for Echo as well, because they only have 30 seconds left on the clock here. If this doesn't stop the timer here, we might be in some trouble, but it does. Okay, what's the score going to be for Spen? Is it going to be close? No, it is not this time around. Only 571,000. So even though he got spawn camped less than last time, he was also able to farm points a little bit less efficiently. And THD, with triple his score, is going to take round 2 here for Liquid.
That is going to tip it towards Liquid here in our best of 3. So our Warlock will also be going to them with our clashes that we have going on. But I mean, I have to say, I loved what you two were cooking. I think that Spen's strat, the possible strat that could come out of this, going to that spawn camp, setting your stuff up in that area for the respawn, I think it's valid, and I think it needs to be tried. But even against huge odds, Spen still put up a great show, and honestly, it was a lot of fun watching, so well done on that. And THD getting more points here. I mean, like you said, this puts THD in our current MVP spot. Dratnos, do you think we're going to see the points go further than this? We can also take a look at the replay as we think back on this MVP spot. Dratnos, do you think we're going to see the points go further than this? We can also take a look at the replay as we think back on this match.
Yeah, I'm really excited actually for our next one here. You can see, oh my goodness, we got the quadruple Spen here. POV, what is going on here? The master key inside that Mimiron's head, and there's THD with that Soulburn Gateway away. A famous Soulburn Gateway actually from THD was on the world first kill of Queen Ansarek earlier this expansion, where he saved the raid with one of those. Able to use it in a little bit less high stakes of a situation here, but to similarly great effect to get away from those mobs that were just hunting him down. But yeah, I'm really excited actually for our next series here, because we are going to have our first non-DPS matchup coming up. In fact, we've got 2 non-DPS matches in a row. So if you've been watching and you've been playing, a healer or a tank, I've got good news for you, because right now we are going to be moving to Velo versus Smacked, which is a Mistweaver showdown. This should be a really fun one, because I think playing Mistweaver in particular, you have so many tools for controlling the mobs, like your own taunt, because you are a spec with a taunt, to move the mobs where you want to go, and then do big damage yourself. Mistweavers do huge damage.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm so curious about this as a healer main myself. When we were talking about the fact that healers were going to come in, and you can do it because you can have these NPCs, right, that support you. I was really excited. I mean, Zico, they can put out some good damage. Do you think our monks are going to be in there? They're going to be contenders? They're going to be strategizing or pushing for high scores?
I think, based on what I'm seeing so far, I think if the monks can stack up a lot of these mobs and then just spam damage, but also continue to heal the paladin tank, because that has been the problem. The players, they're using the bullhorn, they're summoning like 3-4 bosses at the time that they're fighting, and then their tank dies, and that's when everything just collapses for them. So I think for the Mistweavers, if they can actually keep their NPC tank alive when they have them in that spot, they can kind of get away with a lot of greed. So I think the healing specialization could actually be very useful. And for monks as well, they can do some of their convert some of their healing to damage as well, or their damage to healing rather. They can definitely be effective here. So it's going to be interesting to see how they utilize that combined with like their utility and their taunts.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think, even if deaths aren't something that necessarily have a huge impact, like we've been saying, still being able to stay alive, being able to put out that damage, being able to keep things maneuvered where you want, I think it's going to be interesting to see what our healers can do. But We are getting a current report, actually. Some of you might be familiar with Vinny Sweets if you've done the event, and it does seem like he has made some changes to our current contest. So, for the remainder of round 1, we are going to be switching things up a little bit. Game 1 will be highest score wins, which is currently what we're doing. Game 2, though, will be first player to finish wins. So we're going to add a bit of a speed element in here, and game 3, if it pushes that far, essentially will take us to highest score wins again. So we're going to have a little bit of speed added into the mix. I mean, Dranos, what implications does this have for the rest of our rounds?
Well, this is something that they won't have practiced for, so we're throwing a wrench in that the players have not actually. I mean, if they've been practicing the last few days, they've been just trying to optimize the score, and often optimizing your score actually means farming those points for as long as you can. But with game 2 in each of these best of 3s now being first player to finish wins, I mean, you're not going to want to summon any extra enemies. You're not going to want to use these foods that make you weaker. You're going to want to use the ones that make you stronger and give you less score. And you're just going to want to blitz down the bosses as fast as humanly possible. It's going to be a completely different texture. You know, destroying those props for the cherry bombs is going to be completely irrelevant. So that's going to be really fun to see. But it's not going to be in play just yet. So the next game we're going to watch is still going to be a game 1. And game 1s are still highest score wins. So this is all purely theoretical for right now. But once we do get to game 2, that is a huge change. And I'm actually really excited for that, because it's going to test how well they can adapt on the fly to optimizing something that they haven't prepped for.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's going to be great, right? This is a competition, like we've been saying, for fun, that has some fun twists and turns with this new content that is live now in the game that you can all try for yourselves as well. And while Vinny Sweets might have thrown a little bit of a wrench in, definitely not us. Vinny Sweets did it 100%. Into this competition today, you all can go and have fun and set your own challenges with it as well. So our teams are going to have to adapt to this change, like you said, Dratnos, and I can't wait to see how they're able to set different priorities, make some of those adaptations, and quickly strategize. But Zico, we're looking ahead. Our Monk matchup is going to see Velo versus Smacked. You were talking a bit about the strengths that Monk brings to the table, but with this new change in mind, what do you think they're going to have to do as far as speed goes? Should we get there?
Well, I was thinking, okay, we're gonna need to stack them up, stack all the bosses together in a triple point zone, and then just maybe heal the main tank and try to add in some damage while keeping him alive. And that's probably gonna be the most efficient way to do it. But now, with speed being a big factor, it's probably just going to be about dealing as much damage as possible as well. So whoever can kind of optimize as much damage as possible. And I wonder, since monks do a lot of AoE damage, if that's also going to be a factor to try to just AoE them down, maybe outside of the zones. It's going to be really interesting to see how they adapt to this, because this is definitely not something that they were expecting.
Yeah, remember, that's going to be active in Game 2 here, but not in Game 1. In Game 1, it's still highest score wins. So the game we're about to watch doesn't have any of the change just yet, but we do have a new rule that will be in play in game number 2 of this series. So yeah, like you said, I think we're going to see 2 completely different strategies between Game 1 and Game 2. As a result, this first one, all about optimizing the score. And like you said, I think manipulating the enemies, using Ring of Peace, Taunt, those sorts of things, just keep the enemies exactly where you want them to be. You know, maybe using Incapacitate, right? Paralyze on those shockers, just keeping them away from all of your enemies so that you can be in melee range, doing your damage, doing those big damage spinning crane kicks. I think that's going to be what it's all about.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's going to be cool to see. I love this variation, right? Sort of controlling the field, making sure you're positioning everything is on point versus what we'll probably see later on with that. Just push the DPS as fast as you can, try to burn them down and get those extra points, although it's all about speed, right? So seeing how this game mode can shine in different ways is very cool. And here in this first matchup between Velo and Smacked on Monks as they fight to see who is not just the best healer, but who also can pump a bit while they do it, is going to be really, really cool. I mean, honestly, you know, we will be getting into the match here in just a second, but I mean, I like seeing the healers brought in. I'm glad they included them, and it goes to show that you can do a lot in this game mode, no matter what class you might main, right, Zico?
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like I don't even know what. I wonder what our MVP is going to be towards the end of it. Is it going to be a tank? Is it going to be a healer for keeping up as much mobs as possible and healing them? Is it going to be a DPS? I'm leaning towards it's probably going to be a DPS. Maybe it's going to be THD. Like 1.6 million is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But
and, okay, think about this as well. THD did that in his game 2. Which was before this change. All of the future DPS aren't going to be able to do that in Game 2 because they're just going to be optimizing for speed now. So THD might have set a high watermark with that 1.6 million. Although, of course, I think there's a chance that it'll be the mages as well. Although, I think our rule is the MVP will be of a different class between the two teams. So I'm not 100% sure on that. We are going to get underway here in just a second. Those gates are coming down and our Mistweavers are out in the battlefield.
That's a really good point, actually, because it was the same in the Shaman matchup. That in game number 1, they had less points than in game number 2.
Right.
So I think when the players get like a little bit of a feel for it, they can kind of power up a little bit more. So that is actually going to be really interesting to see if it's going to affect things later on for these players. But we see Velomonk already setting up one of his bonus point zones here, trying to get that cherry bomb in position, and Smacked also trying to set up some of those cherry bombs here. Already got 2 in position, and I wonder if it's good. Look at Smacked. He's trying to move them towards the graveyard, actually, a little bit, or towards the spawn zone. Maybe not moving them to the middle. I think the middle is probably the most ideal spot, just for getting all the mobs centered as good as possible.
Yeah, Smacked already fighting the enemies inside 2 of these cherry bombs. Velo only has 1 of them out right now. There is still a prop that he's going to need to go and destroy. And looks like he's on that little adventure right now. Rolls over and starts destroying this last prop, which I think should drop. Yep, there it is, that second cherry bomb. Already getting a couple of cheers inside this one. But he's going to look to stack these up very soon. Meanwhile, Smacked over on the side of Liquid already has all of them stacked together. He just needs to activate the final cherry bomb, but he has the bosses spawned already, and unfortunately they aren't fighting where those are. Let's see if he tries to move these away, or if he says, you know what, I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, I think maybe he wants to do some damage to them outside of the triple zone, and then maybe bring them in there in case the zappers start zapping. That could be a strategy, because as long as you don't kill them, they're not going to award those points. So for now, I think he's fine, but he needs to be careful, because obviously he has the DPS NPCs as well, adding in some extra damage. So the Hydromancer is already taking a lot of damage here from the Steam Vaults in the Burning Crusade, down to 10% HP, and looks like it will go down actually outside of the XP zone. So Smacked potentially going to be losing out a little bit on some bonus points there. Meanwhile, Velomonk, look at that. That is a beautiful stack. If he can just keep his tank alive here and just keep cleaving everything, as long as no one dies on Velomonk's side, I think he's going to start pulling ahead on points.
Velo has cast 10 spinning crane kicks in a row. That's pretty much all he's doing there. A new Jadefire Stomp going to come out from him as well, but otherwise he is just healing by spinning. Now the problem for Velo is that he doesn't actually have these cherry bombs activated somehow. Those things still collecting cheers, so he's actually still only on a double score multiplier here, whereas Smacked does have 2 of those score spotlights already, and a third almost charged. Velo finally able to activate his second one, still has a third cherry bomb that does need to get charged up here.
Yeah, let's see. It's charging up nice and slow, but his tank might die. He needs to be careful. He needs to heal him. Oh, does he not see it? His tank goes down. This is real bad for Velo.
This could be dangerous here. Velo is a monk, so he's somewhat tanky inherently, and he is able to kite reasonably well here. Rolls away, but unfortunately all the mobs now are going to have a hard time being gathered, so he's forced to use that magnet bomb from that Mimiron's head. Beautiful move there, but he still has threat on so many of these enemies. He's kiting them away while inside Mimiron's head, but he is still getting beat up inside that pyro machine.
I think he's trying to kill them with the Pyro Machine while he has aggro, but his tank is back and tanking them in a good spot, so nice save there from Velo. Actually, Shaman is tanking it right now, but he manages to kill the Mech Engineer, and unfortunately for Velo, his first death here, as he did get kind of overwhelmed there. So I do think that healing Captain Garrick is going to be of utmost importance. If you can keep Captain Garrick alive when all of this shenanigans is unfolding, that is when you're going to be able to pull ahead. And I think he was focusing maybe a little bit too much on damage there. Meanwhile, Smacked has his zone set up pretty well right now. He's got the Mechgineer dying inside the zone, so that's good for him. And he has a Pyro Machine ready to go as well. So right now it's looking pretty good here on the Liquid side for catching up.
Yeah, the triple zone setup is very good for both players. Right now, the two players are at pretty much the same score as well. Here comes some of those Goblin Zappers for Smacked. Let's see if he can go over and quickly paralyze that one. Yeah, walks over and immediately does. Beautifully controlled, just keeping that away from the action. Those Zappers really eat up a lot of your space if you let them get near you. But unfortunately, Smacked here doesn't have all the enemies inside this big score multiplier zone. He's going to try and taunt one in as it dies, it looks like Lord Walden. But Captain Garrick taunts back, and it dies outside the zone. Oh, no. Tragedy for Liquid. Now 50,000 points behind.
Oh, no. The NPC diff right there. His Captain Garrick is a little bit too strong. Meanwhile, Velo actually using that life cocoon to keep Captain Garrick alive on the Echo side. And Echo is definitely getting a big point lead here. He's got a nice big space with the triple zone set up. The mobs are being tanked inside. He's doing good damage. Glubtalk, though, he's casting his ult outside. Oh, no, he gets taunted. Beautiful. He just needs to keep Captain Garrick alive on the side of Echo, but he's fighting a lot of mobs right now. The Captain is definitely getting tested in terms of survivability, but Velo's doing a good job keeping him alive with the spinning crane kicks and the crackle Jade Lightning, doing some work there. And on the side of Liquid, almost catching up as well in terms of points. Smacked, keeping the mobs tanked exactly where he wants them. And that paralyzed, like you mentioned, on the Goblin Sapper is definitely doing some big work here for Smacked, as it looks like Baron is going to go down here on the side of Liquid, exactly where he wants him. And Glubtalk going down on the side of Echo, exactly where he wants him. He's fighting 4 bosses all at once, sitting in that Pyro Machine during the Fire ult cast there from Glubtalk. So really nice moves here from Velomonk. I gotta say, I'm very impressed with how he's been playing this out.
Yeah, such great control from Echo, whereas Liquid having a little bit more trouble as that Zapper is now inside the huge score area here. Glubtalk is mercifully casting that ult, that firewall inside the zone at least, but another Zapper starting to walk in here. Smack's going to use that Magnet Bomb to grip all the enemies up. Unfortunately, that's also going to grip that Zapper inside as well, so he's not really going to be able to safely get in range for a spinning crane kick here. He's going to largely have to heal from away from where these enemies are. And luckily, it looks like the mobs are still mostly dying inside that zone, and Smack's actually going to stop the clock here. So we'll see what that score ends up being. It is 1.2 million, a huge healer score for Smacked. Will Velo be able to equalize here? There's still a Hydromancer boss for him to kill, but I think that's going to be the last major thing that Velo needs to take care of. Velo, the favorite here. People believing that Echo will get their first point on the board in this matchup. Will that come true? Is there a huge score bonus waiting for Velo once the clock stops here? We will find out once Hydromancer goes down, but Velo actually going to be adding even more reinforcements to the arena right now, although this Zapper is running into his zone. I think once the Hydromancer dies, those reinforcements are going to despawn as well, and we will just stop the clock. Yep. Oh, no, what? Next round. Okay, we've got another boss here still for Velo, so he's going to have a huge opportunity to farm a bunch of points here, and it's Rattlegore that still needs to be killed for Velo. So that is running in now. And they've got a big AoE death zone here, but Captain Garrick gets knocked away. Luckily back in range just before. This would have been a disaster for points.
Yeah, is that Rattlegore knocking him? I think it might have been the Bone Chewer. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Rattlegore, of course, in the older versions of the game, has that big AoE stun. You can see it right there, actually, onto Velo. That is the big dangerous mechanic. When he does that on the tank, you end up getting the threat, and then his ads can also enrage, and that is when things can get very tricky. Meredy Huntswell randomly dying there on the mage. but Velo is going to be able to heal up everybody. And Radogor is still inside the triple zone. And look at those Goblin Zappers. They are just in the perfect spot there. So Velo doesn't really have too much kind of room to work with as Radogor gets taunted outside. Captain Garrick griefing on the side of Echo a little bit here. No. This is disaster. If Radogor dies outside, that is not what Velo wanted. I don't think he has any more of his Mimiron heads.
We got a taunt. Just taunt Radogor and run it away. Oh, but he gets stunned, actually, as those Raveners. Lovely mechanic. They love to just randomly stun people. You're familiar with Burning Crusade dungeons. They just do that all the time. Radogor is going to die outside the zone. What is Velo's points total going to get to here? There's a huge bonus coming, but is it enough? It is 1.4 million for Velo. That is going to be Echo's first point on the board here. Well played by both players, but Velo coming out on top. Nearly the top score that we've seen today, even on one of these healers as well. Very cool.
Wow, that was right. It's so good, right, Zico? No, it was awesome. I'm also like, I'm in awe. I mean, you were right. You were totally right. The healers have a really good shot, particularly at the point score element. And man, yeah, Radogor died there at the end. In there, I wonder how close we would have seen that score get to our top of the day currently. But super impressive play from Velo, bringing it back over here towards Echo. Now, of course, this is a best of 3, and we'll take a look at some of the things that happened. But Velo was just on top of it, Dratnos.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a great showing from Velo. Just such a good job of keeping these enemies all stacked together in that score zone. Again, taking his time, just focusing on getting all the score that he could. Something that notably will not work here in Game 2. Game 2, we are changing the rules on these players. Something that they didn't even know about until 10 minutes ago. Our Game 2s now here in Round 1 are going to be based purely on speed. All of this optimization around score is getting thrown out the window. All of this, it's okay if I die, nonsense is not going to be active here in Game 2. It's going to be all about speed, so they're going to have to employ completely different strategies. And now, that's going to mean that they'll play very differently, but it is worth noting Smacked did finish first here between these two players in Round 1. I wonder if that's a good sign for him when we do move into this speed-based Game 2.
It's very interesting, right? Go ahead, Zico, yeah.
This might be the first round that actually goes all the way to a game number 3.
Maybe.
If you look at it from that perspective, Velo had the most points. Smacked finished first. Will he do that again? And if he does, then we might have a game 3 on our hands. But I'm really surprised and pleasantly surprised to see how effective the healer monk actually is in this game mode, because that's one of the things that I was asking about before we kind of got here was could a healer become the MVP? Like, are healers going to be good in this mode? And it seems like it. I mean, 1.4 million, that is right up there with the Ellie Shaman, very close also to THD on that Warlock. So really cool to see that the healers are also, a good specialization to be playing in the Dastardly Duos.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it kind of tests you on different skills, right? And especially as you're coming in, how can you kind of control the field? How can you use your kit or your utility in really good ways, innovative ways? You know, how do you kind of keep everything managed and grouped up? And I love to see that with the healers in particular, even with some of the sabotage by our captain running in and out. It's still fun to see how the teams adapt to it, which is part of the kind of chaos. And I think just what makes this a lot of fun, especially if you're trying to do it solo or you're trying to do it in 1v1. So seeing our monks match up here has definitely been, I think, a really fun surprise. But this is true. This seems like if Smacked really is able to hold on to that speed lead coming in, then we could be seeing that Game 3. We could see how far those points can go. Because those of you who might have missed it, we have switched now where Game 1 is point-based, Game 2 is speed-based, Game 3 will be point-based, but this is going to be our speed run here, Dratnos, as we come in. Could be match point here for Velo if he's able to land it.
Yeah, this is just all about speed, but you have to be careful. There are these Ravener mobs that just love to randomly stun you. If you pull everything all at once here, you could die, but you can see that is going to be the strat for pretty much everybody. Right off the start here, Smacked is going to use that fire machine and that magnet, and I think this is a great maneuver from Smacked. He just has all the trash grouped up, and he's doing so much damage. Look at that DPS here. He's done 8 times the damage that Velo has, thanks to hopping inside that fire machine right on pull. Absolute genius play from Smacked. We already have have the bosses spawning, whereas Velo still has all this trash to kill. This is a huge advantage for Liquid off the bat here. But on the other hand, Velo will be able to use that fire machine soon if he wants it on boss damage instead. That might save him more time. Score, no longer relevant for this game. This is just a pure speed run between our two teams. So this is going to be all about that damage as well. Grouping up the enemies just so that you can efficiently AoE them rather than grouping them up inside the score bonus zone.
Yeah, we'll see. Velo still not summoning any bosses just yet. It looks like finally he is on the main event. And he finally has 2 bosses here that he's going to be able to fight. But it's going to be interesting to see here. Also, if Velo is not too careful here, Captain Garrick does not have aggro just yet. So Velo could potentially go down there, but it looks like he's going to be fine. And look at that on the side of Liquid. We're already using the second pilot here and doing tons of damage there, taking down Lord Walden and Radagor also at 40%. So I think in terms of pacing, it's looking a lot better right now for Smacked. Velo still has those available. Like you mentioned, he's going to be able to maybe stack multiple bosses and AoE them all at the same time using several of them, of the pyro machines. We'll see what strategy he goes for. He's got 2 right now, and there's the pyro machine coming in, and he's going to use it to AoE, but I feel like he didn't really get a lot of value out of that. Like, it feels like it almost did nothing because as soon as you enter, it seems like it starts firing away. And the mobs are too far away from it. I wonder if that's actually a strategy to try to tank them close to the machine, just to generate more uptime. Meanwhile, again, Smacked doing a great job here with the pyro machine, getting a lot of damage out with it.
Yeah, huge value there. Those magnets also. You really have to watch out for that boss from the Hellfire Ramparts here, the Watchmaster, because it brings 2 adds that heal, and also it does a Mortal Strike on your tank. So Captain Garrick is in a huge amount of danger whenever you are fighting that Watchmaster from the Hellfire Ramparts. You can see Captain Garrick on the side of Smacked here. Nice. Gets that life cocoon to try and keep alive. But just a huge amount of Mortal Strikes means that basically no healing is going to land on Captain Garrick until that boss is dead. Yeah, Hellfire Ramparts actually used to be one of my favorite dungeons in Burning Crusade. I love that it was just really fast, and yeah, you get some good gear in there as well. It was good for those badge runs that we used to do back then. But we are going to see the Watchmaster, unfortunately, complete his watch as the Hydromancer is looking to follow here. More damage coming in once again from Smacked. I think Smacked is definitely severely ahead right now. Yep, touch of death. And that's going to stop the clock here.
That's it.
You only have to kill the 4 bosses. They're not going to summon any extra ones for this. And a score of only 154,000. So it really goes to show how much more score is optimized by doing it the way that they do in the other rounds. But this is so far ahead of where Echo are. And that means that Smacked is going to win here game number 2. And that's going to move us to a decisive Game 3. But the bad news for Smacked is that Game 3 is back to the highest score format. So we are going to be looking for the strategy that worked well in round number 1. So even though Velo didn't have quite as good of a strat here for Game 2, he still has a good shot here once we move to Game 3. But wow, I think that Smacked really showed what the strategy should be in these Game 2s. Which is use that fire machine on the trash on pull. Don't use it on the bosses, or I mean, you can also use it on the bosses, but you can get huge value out of that magnet and out of that AoE flamethrower on just the initial pull of all that trash. I think that's the big insight that Smacked had there.
I mean, I love seeing how this one game mode can have this kind of variation, right? And I've seen chat kind of going, wait, hold on, is it about speed? Or so in the game mode, which is out now, Dastardly Duos, you can play yourselves. Of course, you want to try to get the most points on the board, which you will see in our rounds 1 and 3, those first and last games if they go that far. But in round 2, we've shaken it up a little bit and put in a time factor. So that's something you could even do with your friends if you want to just like shake it up, if people are looking for something to do together. See who can go the fastest, see who can get the highest points, and we're testing our teams on both. And this time around, Smacked on Liquid was able to get that in Game 2. Now we're taking a look here at the replay. Zico, I mean, some interesting strats as we switch to the speedrunning format.
Yeah, I mean, this was for sure the key here. The pyro machine, immediately on pull, doing a lot of work, and just getting as many pyro machines to give you value as possible was definitely the key to victory here for Smacked. So he really did a great job with that. And I think in general, in the start, just grouping up the trash and just full sending it basically seemed like a good strategy. Don't let Captain Garrick fall. And we have our very first round 3. And so far, Liquid are cleaning up here in round number 1. But it's still early in round number 1. So if you're an Echo fan, you definitely want Velo here to finally get Echo on the scoreboard. Let's see if he can do it here. It's, again, going to be about the highest points. So Velo, he was able to win that way, but it was close in that round 1. It was very close. So I think it's going to be great.
Oh, for sure. Very important. Important for Echo to get on here and get into it in our round 1, our class clash, where our classes face off against one another. Now, our round 2, round 3, when we get to them, which is a little ways off, we'll also offer some ways for the teams to get some bonus points that could turn the tides. But here and now, Echo want this win so that they can get in here and get their own points on the board. I mean, Velo versus Smacked. Dranos, this has been interesting seeing either of their approaches, their gameplay. What are you kind of noticing about their monk styles?
Yeah, it's been very fun to watch. I mean, the core strategy has looked pretty similar between the two players, but I will say I think Velo's control looked a lot better than Smacked of just where the enemies were. He was doing a really good job of keeping that paralysis on the zapper so that it didn't interfere with him until the very end in game 1. But we are underway now, and right off the bat, we can see this time around, okay, score matters again. So we are going to focus on destroying these props. Although actually it looks like Smacked for Liquid is going to again hop in the pyro machine right on pull. Still going to be grouping up all the trash this way, but he really wants to make sure that he gets one of these cherry bombs out so that he can start filling it with cheers right away.
Yeah, maybe he's still is thinking like, okay, I still want to go fast. He might still be kind of having his speed reflex going. But on the side of Velo, he's gonna go ahead and target some of those trees, looking for another one of the cherry bombs. Not finding it just yet, but meanwhile Smacked, he's got 2. So it looks like Smacked maybe is just more comfortable here with the pyro machines, getting them to just use the value early on for them. It seems to be working for him right now, at least. He's got 2 bosses that he's fighting in 2 cherry bombs. He's also stacking up the cheers for one of them. But I guess he doesn't want any of these bosses to go down, but still kind of getting them a little bit low could be really good for him. He's already summoning the 3rd XP bonus here, and if that 2nd cherry bomb gets stacked up, he's going to have the triple zone setup. So for Smacked, it's looking like a pretty good opener, but he did have to use that pyro machine. Velo's going to have that in his back pocket, as Velo is still trying to set up that triple zone.
Yeah, big value zone being set up here by both players. We have those cherry bombs all active, but still needing to get activated by Velo. He's going to keep them right on top of each other, whereas Smacked a little bit farther apart, a little bit less of a perfect circle set up, and Velo goes over to that flying spotlight and brings it over to those bombs so that he can just have a perfectly stacked zone to fight these enemies in, ideally. The question is just going to be, will they cooperate? Will they stay inside this zone? He's going to call out another boss here right on pull. We actually do have Watchkeeper Gargle Mauler in here right now, so our tank is in a lot of danger for Velo, as we are going to have that Mortal Strike starting to stack up. An extra boss being added here. 4 bosses now for Velo.
Oh, Velo. Oh, no, Captain gets knocked out. Velo goes down. He bites off a little bit more than he can chew right there, and all the mobs are going to reset outside of his zone, and he's going to have to fight multiple bosses at the same time. And this is the problem I've seen for a lot of these pulls. When you get a little bit too greedy and you try to fight too many mobs all at once, can get overwhelming here. And if the Captain gets knocked like that, that's a big issue. But he does have a pyro machine there in the back line. We could use that to stack them up. But look at the Captain. The Captain is griefing a little bit. There's the Master's Key, and he's going to go ahead and use that knock. But he's not going to be able to position them all the way into that triple zone. So he still has a big issue, and Captain Garrick is still feeling the pain here as he gets knocked further and further against that wall. Captain Garrick not in a great spot. I think Velo wanted to use a Pyro Machine to bounce them closer to the triple zone, and then use a second Pyro Machine to get them closer to the wall. But unfortunately for him, his tank got knocked during that, so not able to do it just yet. But now finally getting all of the mobs into the triple zone, and he can start blasting. But he did use his life cocoon, and Globtrock is casting his ult, so not looking too good here for Velo in terms of survivability.
Yeah, Captain Garrick just refusing to cooperate here. Unfortunately, Velo actually going to die again as Globtrock's firewall passes over him and eliminates him, and all the mobs now spreading apart. That firewall cast still going, and unfortunately not going to be inside that score bonus area. Velo also in a little bit of danger here of running out of time. 87 seconds until he will run out of time. I think he's in some danger of dying right here on pull as well if he's not careful. He's going to try and kite away, but it looks like he's going to get stunned by one of those Raveners, and that firewall approaches, and he's going to drop super low, able to top himself, gets inside that Pyre Machine, and able to group up all the mobs, but it's not inside a bonus score area, except now he fires off that magnet bomb, and even though Globtalk is ulting, he also still manages to get gripped in, so it looks like Velo able to get the mobs together, but yeah, the captain is so low.
Oh, the captain actually uses his Divine Shield, and that means that Velo is going to get blasted. I think Velo right now is trying to fight 5 different bosses at the same time. And, I mean, Captain Garrick, he's pretty strong, but I don't know if he's that strong. He had to use the Divine Shield there, and Velo had to pay the price for that. But still has a lot of time left, 2 minutes and counting, so could also add maybe a little bit more on that clock. So Velo has an opportunity to get back into the game here, but he really needs to start burning down some of these bosses when they're all stacked, because it just gets overwhelming. He gets stunned right now, big damage coming in here, and once again the Ring of Peace there to try to knock them back in, but it's not going to be enough to actually get them into the zone. I think he's just going to have to cover his losses at some point and maybe just try to kill off some of these mobs outside, and it seems to be the plan here. Just some spinning crane kicks, but oh no, look at the captain. He's getting knocked into the zone. Is today just the day where Echo gets graveyard farmed in Dastardly Duos? He's got 80 seconds left on the clock too. He's in the graveyard. It's not looking good at all here for Velo. And meanwhile, Smacked, he's got plenty of time. He's taking his time. And yeah, Velo is back in the... He's... Yeah, Spen is watching right now thinking, yep, been there.
Yeah. So it's always nice when it happens to somebody else as well, and you're like, see, it's not just me. This can happen. And yeah, Velo able to kill off that Mechgineer at least. Still 3 bosses in combat, and I think Velo may have bitten off just a little bit more than he could chew here. It's great to be fighting all these enemies, but the fact that he's not able to get them in that score-enhancing zone, I think is really going to cost him at the end. Compared to what's happening for Smacked right now, Smacked just has all of these mobs beautifully grouped up right now, and is just farming huge amounts of points, fires off another magnet, just keeping them all beautifully stacked while he's in that Pyre Machine. Now, unfortunately, there is a Zapper in here too, so it is going to be painful for Smacked to walk into melee. That lightning circle does a lot of damage to players that get inside that zone, so Smacked is just going to be playing mostly from the outside here, dipping in for a global or 2 every now and then, but mostly staying on the outskirts of the action here as he's calling even more reinforcements in, and Velo is down. He tried to flee. He was at the exit gate, but unfortunately the gates to Undermine are closed. The spectators are outside looking in, and there's no way out. Velo is still in there, but Smacked stops the clock here at 1.47 million points. And Velo, only 2 minutes on the clock here. He's running out of gears to add to that timer as well. He's just going to get slain once again. The maximum amount of gears have been thrown here. There's some danger that Velo won't be able to actually complete this run in time.
Yeah, so to put in perspective how crazy that nearly 1.5 million score is, I think the average player gets like 250,000 when they're doing these. So it really shows, like, even as a healer, how crazy these players are, how good they are at just optimizing everything and figuring out ways to min-max everything. But Velo is getting stunned, and he's got the mobs where he wants them, but only 60 seconds left on the clock. 4 bosses to take down. It is not looking too good right now. We've seen quite a few shocking spectacles in the ring already. Over 25,000 players have been defeated by the Goblin Zappers so far on live. That number is going to go up quite significantly later on when I queue up tonight.
Those Goblin Zappers are nasty. You can see how much bullying they've done to our players so far, and it seems like they should be, fairly harmless. They just stand in a circle, and how hard is it to not stand in that circle? But then you remember you need to get that bonus points, and those bonus points are just so alluring. But Velo is trying to stop the clock here. He's still in combat with so many bosses. I think there's some danger that he's going to run out of time. I don't think he can add any more time with those gears. He might be able to get to one more of those clocks in his inventory, so he might get 30 more seconds here. But look at the boss frames on the right-hand side of his screen right now. There are still 3 bosses here. That's still so much health that he has to chew through, and he only has 28 seconds until that timer's going to run out. He's going to go and try and throw some more gears, but I think he's thrown the maximum already. I don't think he can get any more time from those.
Yeah, 18 seconds left on the clock. He's desperately looking for it. He gets it.
Okay, he's done it.
75 seconds. 75 seconds. And now he can't be greedy. He just needs to full send it here. He has a pyro machine there in the back. I think it's more damage if he just rolls over to that, picks it up, and just starts blasting. And that's exactly what he's going to do here. He's moving over there, and he can use... Oh, no, he's going to add even more time. Velo is chilling on time right now. He's feeling pretty confident with that. Yeah, he's cooking with that now. He's got 2 minutes, but he needs to be careful with those zappers. Too many of those stacking up. That could be troubles here for the captain. And there it is. He's going to go ahead. There's the pyro machine. He was saving it for this moment here when the zappers start zapping. Look at that. His Eli Shaman almost goes down there. Shuya, Grim Axe, almost going down. Captain has to use the bubble. The zappers are doing some work, but... it looks like potentially Velo's going to be able to keep everyone in the circle and start healing up the captain. And hopefully he doesn't go down here. There it is.
What's the score going to be for Velo here with the bonuses? It's still only 700,000 points, which means that Smacked is going to take this best 2 out of 3 in an upset according to our prediction. And that's going to be another W for Liquid on the board. At least Echo got 1 point out of it this time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, chat, we were right there with you, especially seeing Velo's performance at the start. To see everything go awry here in our third match was deeply unfortunate. It was such a mood that, like, dying right outside of the gates and the slow zoom in on his body. But sometimes it just be like that. You got to pick yourself up and keep going, and Velo definitely did that. So while Smacked will be taking this 2-1, we still have a chance here for Echo to rally. Now we're going to take a look at some of the replays. I mean, here in this third match, a lot went wrong, but some things went right as well, right, Zico?
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of things went right for Liquid, and that seems to be the theme of the day so far. But I think that Echo, their players are, they remind me a little bit of myself in this, where they can get a little bit greedy. Now, that's something that I am definitely guilty of in general with video games. I try to push the limit as hard as possible. I always greed a lot. And while I commend Velo for that 5 boss attempt, that was definitely a little bit more than him and the captain could chew. And I think that the more balanced approach that we saw here from Smacked was definitely a lot more effective. Just try to get the bosses in, maybe 1 or 2 at a time, and make sure that you're getting that bonus XP, make sure you're killing off the ads. And here's that moment. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bosses there for Velo. Meanwhile, you can see here on the side of Liquid, Smacked just fighting 2 bosses at once in that zone. So seemed to be a little bit more effective for Smacked.
Yeah, Smacked had a really great series there. The speed as well, the strategy in that game too, of just immediately grouping them all up, that was just so great to see. But it was really cool to see that the score that these players got to, that Smacked in particular, and actually Velo in Game 1 and Smacked in Game 3 was able to get to, those were some of our highest scores of the day already. In fact, I think Velo now has the lead for MVP on the side of Team Echo with the highest score from anybody on that team. So very cool to see that our healers are able to compete with DPS in terms of points. really goes to show that this game mode is for everybody, regardless of your role. We're going to prove that for sure with this upcoming series as well, where we are going to see our first tanks of the day. We have our Blood Death Knight showdown between Miraz and Yips. Two of the most important players on these rosters in the Race to World First are going to be battling it out on those colossuses of indestructible Blood Death Knight gameplay. So this should be really fun to see. We're not going to have to worry about Captain Garrick and where she decides to tank the mobs anymore. It is just going to be about where these players want to control the mobs. I wonder if they'll even dismiss the NPCs. When I've done this on my Blood DK, I dismiss the NPCs. It's like, you know what? We don't need them. We're a one-man army on this spec. I wonder if Yips or Miraz might consider that as well.
And that's an interesting thought. Yeah, maybe just send them away. I feel like we need an additional thing as well beyond just MVP. That's just, can you be a better tank than Captain Garrick? Because that would be a good rating. Or can you be a worse tank as well? That could also be fun. But I mean, I have to agree. Dratnos, you brought up the point that anybody can do this, and I love that this game mode allows you to do that, because a lot of times I'm like, if I want to do something, I don't want to switch off my healer. Maybe I want to play it. Maybe I'm feeling it. So I love that you can do that here. And of course, as tanks, there's going to be a lot more control over the field, and Miraz and Yips are two incredibly legendary tanks that have done so many different types of content, but this is going to put them to the test in a little bit of a different way, right, Zico?
Absolutely. Miraz, rated with him actually in Hardcore WoW, so it's cool to see him actually competing here in kind of his main genre. And I gotta say, his transmog is winning out right now against Yips. Yips going with a bit of a farmer, kind of traditional farmer look there with that shovel. But the Santa hat, I don't know. It's June. It's as a Swede, it's giving me PTSD to the winter. And that's just it's just a no for me, Yips. So Miraz looking a little bit more classy here on his DK. So I'm cheering for Miraz, and also because Echo are, it's looking rough for them right now. So somebody's got to cheer for them. So I'm going to be that guy.
I think Miraz definitely has the advantage here because, like you said, Zico, he's got some experience playing with useless players, so the NPCs should be pretty easy for him to manage.
Get out of here, Dratnos. All right, get into the match. This is going to be our first here with our series round 1 for our tanks, Miraz versus Yips on Death Knight. All you Dratnos.
All right, they aren't going to dismiss the NPCs. We are going to be playing with the NPC teams on both sides. Nobody hopping into any of those pyre machines to start as well. It's just going to be an adventure around to destroy all of these palm trees and summon all the cherry bombs that we can on pull.
Yeah, palm trees going down, and Yips already using the slappy hands right there. Taking some damage, but looks like he's going to be able to get that palm tree down, stacking up the cherry bombs, or finally summoning one. It's already collecting a decent amount of cheers. Miraz, though, already working on that cherry bomb as well. Looking like he might be trying to set up for a second one. They are a little bit spread, and he's going after that palm tree now. Finally going to be taking it down. Yips has 2 set up here already with the cherry bombs. Now he just needs to stack them up and then move that big blue circle in there for the triple spot. Miraz, though, just be careful. Gets a big self-heal out. Actually almost going down there, 20% HP. But it's in situations like this where, Captain Garrick can be nice to have by your side. Yeah. Can pick up some of that extra aggro. Miraz, though, in a stun. It looks like he's going to be fine, though.
Yeah, the Blood DKs aren't going to be in too much danger. They have so many of these tools to stay alive as well. You have Icebound Fortitude that can break you out of the stuns. You have Lichborn to break you out of any fears, any effects like that. You have Purgatory if you would die. You have that cheat death effect on Purgatory. So a lot of different tools that they have. The thing to really look out for is whenever we have Watchmaster Garglemar, which we have right now for Yips over on the right-hand side, that is going to be stacking up a Mortal Strike on him that is going to make all of his self-healing ineffective. So he's going to have to be really careful here as that starts stacking up further and further. And you can see he's actually going to be forced to kite right now to just try and drop the stacks of that Mortal Strike. Miraz, on the other hand, does not have that boss active just yet, so he's able to just tank everything inside this score bonus zone.
Yeah, I think another thing is also going to be about those zappers. Those zappers, they need to be very careful with how they kind of stack up. Because sure, as a DK, you have a lot of ways to kind of avoid that magic damage, but you don't have too much CC to actually keep those zappers out. So they're going to have to try to out-heal them maybe, or just kite them, or balance it around. Mirrors, though, almost going down there as Rattlegore enters the fray of his circles. And I wonder also, with the DKs tanking, are they going to be able to use those pyro machines at all? I don't feel like they're going to be able to use them too much, so they're going to be losing out on that DPS that they bring, and of course the gravity bomb.
Yeah, luckily DKs have other grips of their own to be able to manipulate where the enemies are, so it should be okay, but it actually should be... It's kind of cool as well, because the other tank that we have today is Demon Hunters. We're making the Demon Hunters play Vengeance when we get to them later, so they also have, Sigil of Chains to make up for the fact that they can't get inside those flying machines, so... this should be a very, very fun day, as we are going to see even more bosses summoned by Yips. He is adding even more to his timer also. Both of the players at a very similar score right now, but we know that that can often be deceptive, as there is a huge bonus that comes in at the end based on how much you've been able to fight the enemies in these bonus zones, based on your time, based on the amount of deaths that you've picked up as well, and based on those foods that you're using to further increase your score. Miraz here actually has that full stack of the Mortal Strike on him. He's forced to try and kite right now, but that Watchkeeper is just keeping up with him and keeping that Mortal Strike applied. Looks like he's just barely going to be able to maybe drop his stacks here, or maybe not. Actually, no, you can still see 5 stacks of that Mortal Strike at the bottom of the screen right now. Mira has 7% health. He's in some danger. He has a big blood shield on him at least, but now he's down to just 1% health, but he's finally managed to drop that debuff and able to start healing again. But that is, like I said, the big way to die as a tank is Watchkeeper Garglemar and that Mortal Strike.
What is Yips cooking in the meantime? What is going on there? His entire screen is just full of red mobs. So he's got Glubtalk is casting his ult on the other side. Yips is just trying to kite all of this back into the circle. And look at that tiny little space that he has between that blue circle and his actual triple XP green circles. That is where he has to keep the mobs. And I think when it gets too overwhelming, he's going to need to kite a little bit as well. Meanwhile, Mir's still struggling with the Watchkeeper. I really like what Yips has done here to go for the Watchkeeper early on, to try to take him down as soon as possible, and then just summon everything and start cleaving, because he knows Watchkeeper is the threat here.
I think that's exactly the idea. Yips is like, okay, once that Watchkeeper is dead, I can fight any amount of other enemies. It's fine. I'm a Blood Death Knight. I am immortal as long as I'm playing well. Whereas Miraz, on the other hand, is fighting just one enemy right now, but it is much more scary than what is going on for Yips, because it is that Watchkeeper. Miraz's Purgatory has procced, so if he dies, he will die. Which, it's not the end of the world to die in this game mode, but if you're a Blood DK, it's always embarrassing whenever that does happen. He's got 2 stacks of that Mortal Strike right now. He needs to keep kiting so that he can drop them. He manages to do that, and that should be enough now for Miraz to get the Watchkeeper killed here, and he should be feeling a little bit safer to start summoning some more enemies, because in the meantime, Yips has gained a lot of points.
Yeah, and as soon as that Watchkeeper goes down, you can see Mira starts summoning reinforcements or additional bosses here. And it is going to be the Baron being called in. You can see all the extra trash mobs as well being summoned in. Glubtalk coming in to the triple XP zone as well. And look at Yips, man. Yips is cooking up some serious DPS, but he needs to be careful. Almost goes down there to 20%, but is able to keep himself alive and just maneuvering around. Actually, I really like what Yips is doing here with the strategy here. Just kiting in a circle around this, and then he's actually going to go for that finisher there onto that boss. Almost goes down, though. Yips very low. He gets stunned. He might just die here. Purgatory. There it is. Yips is still in trouble, though. He doesn't have the Purgatory, and there's more additional reinforcements coming, but does manage to survive that. That was a close call, though, for Yips.
Very dangerous. Yeah, those Raveners giving him a stun, and it's very easy to die in a stun here if you don't have Icebound Fortitude available to break yourself out of it, as Yips is still running in that circle, getting in combat with just all of these enemies, trying to make sure that they're on him rather than his group so that they are inside that score bonus area. Meanwhile, Miraz has Glubtalk ulting inside the zone, That is good news for him. He's able to get a lot of points here, and you can see Yips' point total is getting very, very high here. This should be pretty soon, nearing the final bit of the day, as we have the last set of bosses, I think, spawning for Yips, but he should be able to farm a bunch of trash during these last bosses, as Mechgineer and Rattlegore are both being pulled right now.
Yeah, Mechgineer and Rattlegore for Yips, and meanwhile for Mears. Mears actually is keeping up, though, on the total points here. With that Watchkeeper strategy, it was a little bit sus for Mears, but he's able to actually catch up a little bit. And I feel like Yips is probably going to be able to finish this faster because of the fact that he was able to AoE down so many mobs. So he's going to have the time bonus a little bit, but I feel like the time bonus at the end, when it's all said and done, doesn't add that much. Like, it's nice to have it, but and it could be the thing that kind of separates them apart, but I think the main thing is actually going to be who can kill more trash in this zone. So for Mears, being able to kind of stall it out a little bit and kill as much trash as possible in the triple XP zone could be really, really nice. And of course, as you can see on the bottom side of your screen, queue up in Dornogal, Stormwind, or Orgrimmar. Just press M for your map and look for that Dastardly Duos icon, those two masks. Mears actually might go down here. Close call there. Nice usage there of the Pyro Machine. Yeah, if you do end up queuing up for Dastardly Duos, checking it out, it's a pretty quick event. You can finish around pretty fast and get yourself some nice catch-up gear, get yourself some nice transmogs, and work towards that mount as well. So a lot of cool stuff, especially if you're a returning player or gearing an alt. Easy way to get back into the game.
Yeah, very fun little game mode. You can get some great rewards as well. This is only active for the next 6 weeks as well, and there are new rewards every single week. So some cool cosmetics in addition to that catch-up gear that you can pick up by coming in over the next few weeks. Some achievements as well. There's even some high-score challenges in the achievements too. So watching today can really help you figure out what types of things you might want to do if you are also looking to optimize your score, as Yips is now over that 1 million point threshold already. I have a feeling that we are going to see a new high score today once all the bonuses get added for these players, because this is already an extremely high point total.
Yeah, I think you could be right. I think the DK tanks here might be the ones who pull ahead. Mears, though, Mears have had a couple of close calls here with Def, and you can see the DKs. They're taking their time. They want to farm as much trash as possible as well in that triple XP zone. But Mears has a bit of an issue here. As we kind of highlighted a little bit earlier, the DKs are not going to have the most amount of CC to keep those Goblin Zappers out of this triple XP zone. So instead, they're going to have to be creative with kind of how they path around. And so far, I feel like Yips has been doing a pretty solid job with that. But Mears has found like a tiny, tiny little spot where he can actually stay and tank everything without getting zapped. So Mears should have his perk back now as well. Unsure actually on the cooldown of that one, because in PvP we don't see too many of these blood DKs.
I think it's 4 minutes. Yeah.
So he should have that back by now. Yips probably should have his back pretty shortly as well, as Yips adds a little bit more to the time here.
Yeah, Mira's channeling that burner clock as well, but then forced to cancel it so that he can actually keep moving around here. We are going to see the clock stop here for Yips. What's that point total going to end up being? 2.6 million points for Yips. An incredible high score, but will Mirez be able to equalize? He still has a little bit of damage to do to this boss. He's just trying to farm as much points as he can. The clock is going to stop for him as well, but this is a new high score on the live servers compared to what we have there. Mirez, 2.4 mil, almost as much as Yips, but Yips is going to take it by 150,000 points here. Both players beating the point totals that anybody has achieved on the live servers with their runs. Wow, what a showdown. And both players now higher points than anybody else so far today. Tank supremacy.
I'd love to see the tanks just in here absolutely locking it down. And Mirez was so close there, but Yips bringing in this new highest score that we have seen yet today, 2.6 mil. That is so impressive. Now, of course, this is a best of 3, so there's still a chance here, but Mirez will need to take this next one But, you know, this was an amazing showing of the fact that I think tanks in particular really have the lockdown. And even though Captain Garrick, you know, who knows, such an amazing tank, maybe got 3 million points, you know, whenever running this. I think our tanks are doing the best they can in comparison and honestly doing an amazing job. So Zico, as we look back, I mean, what did you see with the tanks and the way that they were able to handle this versus what we've seen with the other classes so far?
Well, I think Yips is probably better at tanking than Captain Garrick. I do love Captain Garrick, but I think Yips is probably a little bit better. I think the way he pulled ahead was, honestly, the time score difference. I didn't see how much it was, but it definitely did a little bit of favors there to Yips. And I think a big reason for that was this right here. Him able to take down the Watchkeeper really quickly to avoid that Mortal Strike effect and just respecting that. And then going for that massive pull that we just saw there on the replay was really, really nice for Yips. Just tanking 5 different bosses all at once, all of the extra trash as well, just keeping it all nice in the circle before those zappers start to overwhelm you. I think that did a lot of work for him here. So you can see it here. Just 1 Goblin Zapper there for Yips. And he still has a decent amount of space here to run around with. And also, I think he stacked his circles a little bit better than Mirrors did. Because he could actually walk in a big circle. So despite the fact that Yips has a worse transmog, he made up for it, I think, with those moves that we saw.
You know, Yips is just trying to dig down and bring Christmas early for Liquid here with a victory. Although I do have to agree with you, I think Mirrors' whole smooth look just feels like perfectly Galaggio, a little mobster. I love it. It's very, very good. But honestly, both of these tanks in here, it was so interesting to see, kind of like you were pointing out, how their prioritization and like the huge amount of bosses that they could handle, as well as looking at what was going to be a problem for them specifically, right? Like Watchkeeper, whether or not you took that out early, whether you kind of let everything pan out, definitely made a big difference. But in this second game that we have between them, it'll be all about speed. So Dratnos, when it comes to tanking and doing this here on our Death Knights, what do you think is going to be important for them in handling the speed element?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to completely change the strategy here with speed. You're not going to be summoning any extra enemies. You're just going to be grouping everything as fast as you can. Mira's heading off around the left here, and he's going to run to where that Pyre machine spawns. Nope, never mind. He's just issuing a challenge right away, dropping that taunting banner, and he's going to group everything all together. Yips runs just straight down the middle and fires off that Abomination Limb, also gripping up all the mobs. And now Mira's fighting near that Pyre machine, is able to use it for some damage, but it has threat, so it's just going to get blown up because the mobs are going to attack it. Meanwhile, Yips able to just do some huge damage there. The Blood is Life proccing and making some huge explosions from those blood beasts, and it looks like Yips already now going to be fighting the first bosses. One of them is Watchkeeper Garglemar, so he has to watch out. Once he can kill Watchkeeper Garglemar, he can maybe summon some more bosses to speed up his killing of them. Although summoning bosses doesn't help because you just need to get through the 4 that are naturally spawned, so that actually wouldn't matter at all because remember, it is game 2. We are not playing for score in this game. We are just playing for speed. The first person to finish will win this game.
Yep, absolutely. So for him, this is where it kind of gets interesting, right? Can you fight multiple of these bosses at the same time while you have the Watchkeeper active? Right now, Yips is fighting the Mechgineer as well as the Watchkeeper, so he's definitely taking some risks here, fighting 2 bosses at once. But at the same time, look at Mirrors. He's doing a great job here with the Pyro Machine, but it does get aggro there as well, unfortunately for him. But he did get some decent value out of it this time around. Was able to blast away a little bit at least. But still, when you look at the total damage done here on details, Yips is almost 3 times ahead. So Yips definitely pulling ahead in terms of speed right now. Mirrors has a little bit of catching up to do as Mechgineer is taking some damage, almost going down 30% HP, as well as the Watchkeeper getting cleaved. So Mirrors is I would say quite significantly behind right now in terms of the speed race.
Yeah, Yips about to kill this boss here, and then that will summon 2 more bosses. And when those 2 bosses go down, the clock will stop, and that will be the end of of game 2 here. Meanwhile, Mira still has Watchkeeper Garglemar to contend with, but once that goes down, he'll summon his next 2 bosses as well. So he's not too far behind. It's going to be the Hydromancer and Rattlegore that Yips will have to contend with here. firing off that A-bomb limb and just going for maximum DPS on these enemies, kind of ignoring those water elementals as well. Same set of enemies for Mirez as he fights them over in the corner. Will there be any usage of any of the pyre machines, anything like that? Or are they just going to focus purely on single target damage on their own kit? It looks like that's the priority for both of these players, which means Yips has quite a sizable advantage. He got here earlier, and you can see he already has these mobs down to about 50% health, still at 75% for Mirez.
Yeah, I think, like you mentioned, I think it's going to be all about getting the single target rotation off. I don't think we're going to see any pyro machines coming out for either side, as Yips gets Hydromancer down to about 5% HP, and he is going to be able to finish it. Rattlegore down to 35% still. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Mir's actually focusing Rattlegore. So Mir's definitely behind here on the race. Rattlegore is going to be on 30% for Mir's, but at the same time for Yips, it's 10% HP, 9%, 8%, and it looks like another Team Liquid win here on the side of Yips. As you can see, Mir's still contending with that Hydromancer, about 40%. So it was a close race, but Yips managing to find a little bit of a better opener, like you mentioned, is, I think, the reason for his victory here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's something where with that speed element, like we've seen, I think the way you come into it and the way that you start that game is so important. It buys you that extra time that really makes the difference. And it did make a big difference here, as that is going to add the second point to the board for Yips, which means that in our tank matchup, we will have another Liquid point going up. Now, don't worry, everybody. Liquid is in the lead right now. However, there's a lot of chances for them to catch up, especially into the second half of this as well. Now we'll look back as we look at Yips here with this amazing performance. I mean, Dratnos, he was blasted.
Yeah, just a huge instant gather on all the enemies, just doing some very efficient damage, not worrying about these pyre machines that Mirez was trying to get some good value out of. The problem for Mirez, I think, was that whenever he hopped in those pyre machines, he just still had threat inside of it, so the mobs would quickly attack and then destroy the pyre machines, whereas Yips just didn't worry about it at all there on that tank spec, just ran right in the middle, dropped that banner, and pulled all the mobs together, those death grips bringing in the casters, and just doing huge AoE damage from the word go, while Mirez ran over to the side and got a little bit more clever with it, but that cost him maybe 5 or 10 seconds, and that was pretty much all that Yips needed to be able to stop the clock ahead of Mirez and take another point for Liquid, which means it is now Liquid 8, Echo 1. What a brutal opener to the day for Echo. They really have to try and catch up here over the next few series. The good news is rounds 2 and 3 do give more points than rounds 1. So even if Echo fall way behind here in round 1, they can still catch up at the end of the day, but it is definitely an advantage that is building for Liquid right now.
Yeah, you don't want to be in this position where you're struggling to get those points on, but we are really only about halfway through even our round 1. There's definitely an opportunity to turn the tide, and just like you said, Dratnos, there's a lot of big points to be won in the later rounds as well. So I think we're going to see a good chance here for Echo to make a comeback, and any of you Echo fans in the chat, send them your energy, because the sooner that turnaround happens, I'm sure the happier they will be if they're able to pull it off. Now, we had Death Knight. We're moving into Evoker here. So we're going to have a bit of an Evoker showdown, Frago versus Sang here. And I mean, this is an interesting one, right? Zico, Evoker is kind of, you know, there's some limited options for play here, but how they're going to use it, I think, is very interesting in this boss rush mode.
I think the cool thing about the Evoker is once you get the actual mobs stacked up, you're going to be able to completely blast. And I think you can use the rescue on the captain to kind of force him to get into the right location. So I think for the Evokers, we're probably going to see double dev. It would be cool to see you know, a tank Evoker come in here, but I doubt it. It's going to be all about the dev, most likely, because they have that the most amount of damage. But I really am interested to see in how they use some of those utility spells, like the rescue. Because if you can rescue the captain when you have the triple zone set up, when you have all of the mobs stacked up as well, and then you can get like a big fire breath, you can get big AoE damage out. That is going to look incredible. And I think in terms of raw speed and just how much DPS you can pull, that's going to be really cool to see.
Yeah, I love the reverse griefing. You know what I mean? In
Yeah.
this case, it leads to victory, right? Captain's gonna grief you and run out. Evokers can just yoink Captain right back. So I think you're right. I think they have some things in their kit that definitely can help your teammates in normal situations or pull off some cool plays, but in this one can maybe make it so that you have a little bit more reliable control over the field. And I mean, Dratnos, Evoker, them coming in on it here, is there anything you're expecting from the players themselves, right? We've got Frago and Sang on them. Anything you know about how they may be using these classes?
Yeah, it should be a pretty exciting series. So we have Frago, who he's the Echo Evoker. He plays a lot of different range DPS over the years as well. So powerful multi-classer. The note that we have for him, I think this is from the team. I don't know for 100% sure if it's from the team or if it's from us, but the note we have for him on our info sheet is he's old. So playing the newest class in the game. Let's see how that works out for Frago. On the other hand, we have Sang, who this is his bread and butter here. He's on Evoker. That's been his main ever since it came out. And he does these kinds of events all the time. He has over 1,000 mounts. He does all of the side content in the game, all of these, extra bonus modes. So this is very much something that he'll be familiar with. As we do get underway, it is unsurprisingly going to be devastation from both of our Evokers. And right off the bat, we're seeing them destroy these props and running around, keeping these cherry bombs so that they can get all the cheers possible inside these cherry bomb zones.
Yeah, and Sang already pulling ahead a little bit in the cheer department as he's looking for a potential second bomb there. Doesn't find it in that palm tree. And Frago still looking for his very first one, but he's got a pretty good stack in the midfield with mobs at least. So he's going to be able to potentially get that cherry bomb over quickly and start stacking it pretty fast. He's got actually two. He had one on the side there. So he's got two of them stacked up. Sang also has two of them stacked up and is looking for that big circle now with the extra blue for the extra points. So we're going to see what they decide to do with the utility. There's the knock as well there from Sang. So using that Drac tier racial to reposition some of the mobs. And we're going to see Frago actually having a really, really good cherry bomb stack here. So Frago, even though it looks like Sang is a little bit faster and is pulling slightly ahead in terms of points, that hasn't been the biggest factor in terms of who's actually going to be winning it. I think Frago taking his time to set up a nice tight circle here and just make sure that he gets everything inside of it, even the tiny trash. That could be what kind of sets him apart from Sang later on when we see the total scoreboard.
Yeah, definitely a big thing to look out for here is going to be crowd control. You mentioned that Evoker racial. You have the two Evoker racials that help you control where the mobs are. You also have Landslide, you have Sleepwalk, you have Rescue on Captain Garrick, which Frago has just done to try and keep Captain Garrick alive. I don't know if it's going to work, though. Captain Garrick has all of these Mortal Strike stacks from Watchkeeper Gargamar here, and I think we are once again going to see a disaster on the side of Echo. Frago calls out another boss, but his tank is dead, and he is going to die as well here and have to figure out how to reset this, get this all started again. I guess that's one way to reset your Mortal Strike stacks.
Yeah, that rescue right there, that looks a little bit like what happens to me sometimes when the Evoker on my team decides to just grip my mage into the blender of melees in Warsong. But it looks like Watchkeeper is going to be a problem here once again, and Captain should get rescued back into the midfield. And again, I feel like this has been the theme of the day for Echo. They summon too many bosses, and look at the Captain. He goes down again. Frago, what are you going to do? He could kite here, nicely kited, and he's looking for the Firestorm. He's looking for ways to kind of keep them pinned in the midfield and try to finish them off quickly. But this is the problem. When you summon too many bosses while the Watchkeeper is active, that is when we're seeing these players fall. And he needs to be careful with these tornadoes as well, because if one of them hits him, he's going to go down even without it. And meanwhile, Sang taking a much more balanced approach like we have seen from Liquid. And look at that rescue again, bringing the Captain with Rattlegore right where he wants him. But Lord Walden is getting blasted outside. Don't want that if you're Sang. And unfortunately, his Hunter DPS there, Austin, is going to be able to kill Walden. Frago has a pretty good stack here. He's going to go ahead and add some time maybe. Looking for the knock potentially. No, not going to have it. and Frago actually going to be able to use the Pyro Machine to... What happened to his Pyro Machine? It just crashed. There's a crash landing there for Frago.
Yeah, it was the... he just hopped in the score bonus, the spotlight, the flying spotlight there. And then he was able to jump back down. I'm not sure what that does. Maybe that does some damage or something when you when you jump out of it. Because it looks like that was the main thing. He didn't really need to reposition it. There is a Pyre Machine in melee, so he could use that if he wants to, but... looks like all the mobs are pretty happily stacked together. Frago able to start farming some of these points. So even though a couple of deaths, maybe biting off more than he could chew, it really feels like with the score working the way that it does, you're kind of incentivized to bite off more than you can chew. Because even though Frago has died again here, he's still been farming a lot of points from this. Sang, though, also farming a tremendous amount of points right now. Frago adding to his time. That 5-minute timer at the top of the screen, really not something that'll get you unless you don't pay attention to it with the way that they're playing right now. Because they're just doing so much damage. They're spawning all these gears that they can use to keep that timer from ever running down.
Yeah, I think that's been the most important thing. Just try to get as much trash mobs as well, because it starts adding up when you have triple zones like this. And I think it outvalues the having a fast run. So for this round one, where it's all about getting as much points as possible, I do think that taking it slow and just making sure that everything that does die dies inside of this triple circle is the strategy. And Sang so far is actually falling behind here. Frago has found his groove here with the Watchkeeper being down, but look at the captain. The captain might go down. He's spamming Flash of Lights. The poor captain on the Echo's side just keeps getting farmed. They just keep summoning a lot of mobs, but nice deep breath coming out there, stunning everything. He even repositions the captain there. Oh no, he popped the rescue on the captain, and then he got knocked right after, and then he got stunned outside of the zone, and then he got aggro. Oh, Frago with just the worst series of events right there happening to him.
Oh no, and Glub Talk now chasing him down outside that zone. And in some danger. I think it's like 40% health when Glub Talk will start that Firewall ult. So does need to be careful, but it looks like Frago able to use that Pyre Machine to get everything grouped together, except for Glub Talk still out there.
Oh, he ports.
Okay, nice. Yeah, teleports over. Powerful wizard, Glub Talk, able to just teleport wherever he wants. And it looks like Frago now mostly has it under control here with just these last 3 bosses left to take care of. Point total is getting very high for both Liquid and Echo. As you can see, these Firestorms just doing huge amounts of damage and farming huge amounts of points from these enemies. Sang, though, a little bit awkward here. Not all the enemies inside that triple point overlap.
Yeah, a little bit weird here for Sang as he issues yet another challenge. Gonna go ahead and hover over to add more time and try to get these mobs into the triple zone, but he doesn't have a lot of room to move around. Meanwhile, Frago is trying to catch back up. It has been really cool to see how closely matched they are in terms of points. Frago was behind in the beginning, but then he pulled ahead, and then until he had that very unfortunate death that we just saw earlier, he stayed ahead. But now, after that death happened, you can see once again Sang pulling ahead on Liquid. So we'll see what ends up happening when everything gets totaled up. But right now, Frago has a nice stack. He's got Captain Garrick still alive in the midfield, and he's blasting away. So things are looking pretty good here. Glub Talk, though, it looks like he has 1 foot in each circle there. So Glub Talk, unfortunately for Frago, might not be giving triple points if he dies in that location. He needs him to take one tiny little spat.
But yeah, he's got to be careful. He's going to spawn even more ads here. In the meantime, though, we can see these point totals are just so equal between the two sides, nearing 700,000 for both Liquid and Echo. So we're not quite seeing Blood DK numbers, but it's going to be close here. I wouldn't be surprised if when the bonuses get added in here, these point totals might approach that 2 million mark here. The deadliest boss, by the way, is Watchkeeper Garglemar with a KDA of 0.32 and over 140,000 players defeated already. I'm not surprised. That Mortal Strike is so nasty. A huge thing that our players have to contend with. Not just the tanks, the DPS players as well. You have to watch out for Captain Garrett going down. Sang does as well. Releases and runs back. Meanwhile, Frago fighting one last boss here. it's going to be Rattlegore, and he's going to mostly use this Rattlegore fight as an opportunity to farm points off of all the trash that he can find. Sang on a similar strat here, but wow, look at our Twitch prediction, 84% believers in Liquid. I guess it makes sense at this point. Liquid have won the last all of them today. We're going to see whether that continues. Right now, Sang is going to add his score together. It's 2.13 million. That is the highest we've seen for a non-tank player today. An incredibly impressive score. The Evoker ability to just keep the mobs exactly where you want them seems to be such a useful way to farm a lot of points. Frago, right now, we can see using that rescue to get Captain Garrick into position. That might be their best one, but our current high score to beat is 2.6 mil. Set by Yips, so I don't know if that's going to be possible to beat for any of our DPS classes. The Blood DKs just seemed like they had such a good time manipulating all the enemies, but maybe. Frago is farming a lot of points here. He might be able to catch up. He's got 1 million points that he'll need to get ahead of Sang, but there is a large bonus coming for him, and he's farming even more trash here at the end.
Yeah, Frago adding even more time as well for that extra time bonus towards the end. Goblin Zapper is going to be outside. Oh, the captain got knocked though. Frago, what are you going to do here? He has aggro actually of Rattlegore. It looks like, no, Rattlegore is going to be able to come back. Is he casting a sleepwalk there? It looks like he was going for it. No, not going to be able to find it there. Looks like he wanted to maybe sleep that Zapper. But Rattlegore is kind of inside the zone. It looks like he has 1 foot in each zone again. So I'm not sure. Oh, Captain gets knocked really far away. This is not good for Frago as he summons some more reinforcements. Brings the Captain right back into the Zappers, though. That could be some trouble for Captain Garrick here. I don't know how much he can deal with the triple Zapper. Or is it a double Zapper? In the middle there.
That's a lot of zappers for sure.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And the Rattlegore is dropping super low. Oh no, is it going to die outside of that point bonus zone? This could be brutal for Frago's chances of catching up to that 2.1 mil. He's going to fire off a Magnet Bomb at the last second, and that brings Rattlegore in, but Captain Garrick pulls it right out again. No, Captain Garrick, what are you doing? The point total at the end is going to be 2.2. Oh. Frago's done it. He's overtaken Sang here at the end with those extra points. And that's going to mean that Echo will advance to 1-0 in this series. Could this be the first series in round 1 that they win? Could they break the curse with this one? It's already looking promising for Frago.
Wow, that was so impressive. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I was making jokes about the back and forth, you know, captain griefing or things like that. But I literally thought, I saw the captain pull him out there at the end, and I was like, excuse me, you get right back there right now. Like, unbelievable with the repositioning, working around that, and still getting those points up on the board. Frago will get that first game, but some impressive gameplay from both of them. We're taking a look at Frago over here now. I mean, Zico, Frago played the long game.
Yeah, I think the long game is the strat in this game mode. It seems like if you can just add extra time anyway, you still get a nice time bonus. And for Frago, despite a couple of more deaths, actually, he was able to just keep a clean circle here and get a lot of work done. So you saw him there. Looked for a second like he might be getting graveyard camped, but he was able to come back from that. And even right at the end, it looked like Frago was killing Rattlegore outside of that zone. I'm not sure actually if he was able to kill it inside with this final play that we saw right here as he bounced him back in. And I think he actually does get the kill right inside, right before he dies with that last Pyro Machine Bolt. So really nicely done there for Frago. I think that final play actually is what won him that first round. So very clutch.
Wow, very impressive, very impressive. And I mean, of course, now things are going to get shaken up a little bit. So we saw Frago had this fantastic longer form play, right? Really trying to maneuver everything. Even when Rattlegore just had this sliver of health that you could see there to draw it out to be able to optimize those points. But going into our second game, it is all going to be about speed. So Frago versus Sang here coming into our deciding second game. If Frago's able to take it, this will be the first major win that Echo will have landed. But Dratnos, it is going to be tough to do, and speed is all you need to focus.
That's right, we are throwing points away for Game 2 here. Game 2, all about just finishing as fast as possible. No more summoning extra enemies, no more extra trash, none of that nonsense. It's just grouping them up and taking them down. Right off the bat, we are seeing a difference in strategy. Frago trying to group up the mobs and then use that massive Flame Shaper Evoker AoE burst to just take care of these enemies. Whereas Liquid are instead using that Pyre Machine, and Sang is instead, he's getting more DPS out of this. Look at those details damage meters. Sang is getting more DPS from this. And he's still going to have his cooldowns now to open on the boss, whereas Frago's Dragon Rage is about to expire here. Sang is going to have this Living Flame into a huge opener if he wants it onto one of these bosses. Maybe he'll save it for Watchkeeper Garglemar. Nope, it looks like, here we go, the full set of cooldowns. Look at this burst that Sang is deploying on these bosses.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Liquid here. The fact that he opened with that Pyro Machine, I wonder if Frago is going to be using the Pyro Machine, because he could easily maneuver over, but it doesn't look like it. I think saving exactly what Liquid did here. Using the Pyro Machine as soon as possible, just like we saw with the Monk matchup, just instantly taking that and getting as much value out as you can on the trash, and then using your actual character cooldowns onto the bosses to kill them down as quickly as possible is the play. But Frago is moving a score point. It looks like he's a... I'm not sure what that was.
He just used it for that jump, yeah. So it looks like that jump does a decent amount of damage, and he's just going in there and then using that dismount jump to get some extra free DPS. Both players now working on their second set of bosses, and they're going to be able to stop the clock in an incredibly fast fashion. I mean, this is like a 90-second Dastardly Duo run from both players. Frago nearly done with these enemies. Is this going to be able to stop the clock here for him? As Sang still in combat here, still a lot of health on that Hydromancer. Frago, okay, still needs to kill more bosses, whereas Sang is fighting the Watchkeeper and the Hydromancer. And yeah, Rattlegore comes in along with Mechgineer for Frago.
Yeah, so let's see here. The Hydromancer is going down kind of slowly here for Sang. I feel like he might have used up all of his damage.
Yeah, the
there.
Evoker DPS. When you're not in those cooldowns, especially when you're playing Flame Shaper and they're low health and you're not getting much mastery value, your DPS can be pretty slow. But once they get back to these Dragon Rages, you can see Frago actually already back into that Dragon Rage right now. Maybe he's going to be able to accelerate here, getting 2 Dragon Rages over the course of this. But Sang already stops the clock here, so it is going to be Sang Helios from Liquid that will equalize here. The game number 2 means we do get a decisive round 3 between these players.
This is going to be good. Yeah, nicely done. I mean, very quick from Sang. Absolutely came in and just went through it as, you know, purposefully as possible. And of course, Frago still wrapping things up here, but there it'll be. And this one is about the speed. With our second games, we have switched things up to where it is speed-based, in case any of you missed it. But the third will be returning back to points. Now, here in this one, speed really did play, obviously, a huge role, and that's going to make this 1-1 on the scoreboard, as we can see it now popping up. So, I mean, Zico, this one, fast. Fast being the name of it. What do you think sort of made the difference between Sang and Frago?
It's got to be the usage of the Pyro Machine. Like, Sang was using the blue extra point circle to get that jump, which seems like it was doing some good damage as well. But I think the Pyro Machine damage seems to be the best. Just popping that immediately in the start when you have the mobs and using it to group the mobs and just using it to AoE down as much as possible seems to be doing crazy damage. I think Frago's strategy would work if he could get to a second Dragon Rage, maybe. But
he did get to a second Dragon Rage right at the end there. But the problem is, like, Sang basically got a free Dragon Rage because the Pyro Machine was a free Dragon Rage for him, whereas the way that Frago was using the vehicles just didn't accomplish all that much value. So I think that that's the big insight from Liquid here, is in these Game 2s. I mean, Liquid have won every single Game 2 so far. They've also won most of the Game 1s and Game 3s, but they've won all the Game 2s by virtue of just instantly running for that Pyro Machine. I think that is definitely the strat for this format.
It seems
100%.
like it. They need to, right? They need to adapt. They need to, if over on Echo side, if they want to really start pushing some of these speeds, I think they need to get into it fast and really just focus on that. But with our game 3, we are going to be back at points, and Frago excelled at playing the long game in game 1. Can he do it again here, or is Sang going to speed his way to another Liquid victory? We will see here, won't we, Zico?
Absolutely. We're already seeing Sang looking for the cherry bombs. Frago's got one already, and he's looking to potentially blast these trees, dragging in even the trash that he's killing into the start. I think getting them into the cherry bomb is definitely going to be key for him. You basically don't want to be fighting outside of those zones, even before they get converted into point zones at any point here. So for Fraggle, he's going to be able to just continue to look for it. He finds another cherry bomb right there, and potentially he's going to be stacking these up. Oh no, the cherry bomb is getting away there. He's going to whack it and potentially be able to reposition it. And also the position here, I really like what Frago's doing there. He goes for the other cherry bomb to have it more centralized. Instead of bouncing them both into that corner there, he swaps cherry bomb and tries to relocate them to a more center field position. And Sang is doing the same thing here, already fighting in both of his cherry bombs, collecting chairs. And so far, pretty equal opener, I would say, for both sides.
Yeah, definitely looking good. I think the big insight that everybody's had here is those cherry bombs really need to be moved into a good spot. You don't want them too close to the wall because you want to be able to dodge around in a full 360-degree circle around those bombs. So that is something that the players are using. Something that Frago's been making a lot of use of as well is once you hop into the floating one, which you can move, that scoreboard spotlight, you can jump out afterwards, and that does some pretty big damage. So cool extra tech coming out from Frago. I think something that we might also start seeing some more of as the game goes on. But we are already into the boss section now of both of these players. Frago having a little bit of difficulty getting all of them grouped up into the score bonus area. And is there a Watchkeeper Garglemar among the things being fought right now? It doesn't look like it, although Sang has just added another boss to our arena. And maybe he's actually fighting the Watchkeeper here. No, okay, doesn't look like it. So, yeah, once that Watchkeeper shows up, that is when your tank is in a huge amount of danger.
Yeah, that Watchkeeper with the, what was it, 0.32 KD. Definitely not somebody that you want to be messing with here. But we can see Fraggle has a pretty solid circle now, starting to rack up the points. Slight lead in terms of the in-game score points. Sang gonna jump into the Pyro Machine, looking like he wants to send a gravity bomb there. Gets it, and where is Captain Garrick? He's gonna move in, get into a good spot right there. No, he gets knocked away. Does Sang have a rescue maybe? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, he does. Nicely done. Another thing that definitely Sang has been utilizing very well is just trying to use that rescue after the knock comes out, because I think it's the Mechgineer who's been doing that, who is responsible for these knocks. So really nicely done there by Sang, but still the bosses are being difficult. They are knocking his tank once again out as Sang calls for another boss. Meanwhile, Fraggle taking his time here on the other side, and never mind summoning what is that, 5 bosses?
I think that's a 6th boss now for Frago, the Watchkeeper coming in. Lord Walden almost dead, but now our tank is going to be in some danger, but Frago is looking like he wants to pop some cooldowns here. Unfortunately, he is getting attacked as well. Needs to try and stay alive and actually get cycloned here, and he's going to get hunted down and eliminated, forced to release here. Now, it's not the end of the world. Again, we've learned if you die a couple of times, it can be worth it if you are farming a lot of points in the meantime, as Sang actually dropping one of these banners of challenge to help gather all the mobs together inside his score bonus area. He has some nearby Pyre Machines as well if he wants it, but Captain Garrick is getting attacked for a lot of damage here, and now Sang has threat instead as Captain Garrick, it looks like Bubbles, and Sang is going to pay the price for Captain Garrick's life. All the mobs resetting, but not full healing. So he's going to be able to just tag them all again and fight them inside this score-enhancing zone, rescuing Captain Garrick so she doesn't grief too much with her positioning, but it's not going to help. She immediately runs out and starts hitting Rattlegore, who's outside of the zones. Absolute brutality here on the side of Liquid. Not going to be getting a lot of these bonus points for the next few minutes.
Yeah, but still, Liquid is ahead right now, but behind a little bit on time, so we'll see how that all ends up affecting the total score. Fraggle gonna go into the Pyro Machine, trying to potentially stack them up. He's got aggro on the Hydromancer, so he's going to use his own personal aggro plus the Gravity Bomb to get a nice stack here and summon more reinforcements, but he needs to be careful. He doesn't bite off more than he can chew. He rescues the captain even further back, and if he can get Glubtruck to cast his ult here in this position, he's going to be trapped essentially in that midfield, so it's going to look really good for him, but he needs to be careful for the Cyclones. Going for some good damage. Meanwhile, Sang gets blasted here on the other side, dying. And Glubtruck is going to cast that ult, so this is good for Fraggle as he goes... oh no, he's tanking the entire Firestorm. It's not good if you're tanking the whole Firestorm, but looks like he's going to be able to come out. Watchkeeper, Gargamel, once again the Firestorm. The Firestorm is doing a lot of damage, actually. You definitely have to respect it. Meanwhile, Sang is... is he getting graveyard camped here? It looked like Glubtruck was maybe teleported to the graveyard there for a second. It's not. It's looking like both Evokers are getting extremely greedy here with how many bosses they're fighting at once.
Yeah, exactly. They've pulled a lot of enemies all at the same time. The idea is just to cast on cooldown everything you can do to summon more mobs so that you can get even more points. Even if it means you die a couple of times, they've decided it is worth it. But yeah, Sang is very much getting graveyard camped here by Glubtruck, just ulting in the graveyard. And now, Glubtruck can actually be moved while casting this ult using the magnets from the Pyre machines. So if he really wanted to, he could try and manipulate it, but it would probably take several minutes to be able to move it into that score-enhancing zone. So it looks like Sang is just going to say, you know what, we'll just fight up here until Glubtruck is dead, and then hopefully we can move back downstairs. Sang is actually in danger of just dying again here. Oh, no.
Sang is going to res into a big AoE fire ult, so that is not looking good. Watchkeeper is going to reset. All the mobs are going to reset. Sang is back here, but look at him. He's already taking damage. That's a pretty brutal spot to be in when you're resing and there's just a big fire chasing you as soon as you come back to life. Fraggle, in the meantime, has a Zapper covering his spawn area as well, so that's the downside, right, when you're fighting a lot of these mobs. But it looks like Fraggle actually jumped over the fire on the ground, so maybe that is some counterplay that you can do to it and actually jump over it. He's going to rescue the captain back to safety. The captain is just going to run through the fire, run through the Zapper, run through everything, and just hard grief here on the side of Echo. Nice deep breath to try to stun all of these mobs and alleviate some of that pressure on the captain. And this is going to give Fraggle a decent opportunity here to get some damage down. Nicely done. He's going to take down the Watchkeeper, Oda the Blind Watcher. He's got aggro on him. Can he take down Oda the Blind Watcher as well? Fraggle gets a huge heal there as he does manage to take down the Blind Watcher as well. Glubtruck now still in that circle in the middle, casting his ult. So this is pretty good for Echo. We'll see what Sang can do here. Rescues the captain right into the zap. Let's see if the captain decides to grief or if he actually stays in the zone. Fraggle goes down.
Yeah, second round beginning here for Fraggo, so some more bosses will be spawning. Both players just farming as many enemies as they possibly can, trying to get that score up. We already know that these Evokers have gotten some incredibly high points. Sang, unfortunately, going to be killing a boss outside of those point-enhancing zones, so that is going to hurt him at the end of this, but it is still certainly anybody's game. Both players at a very similar score total right now, although there are huge bonuses that we'll only find out about at the end of the game here. It is the last boss, I believe, for Fraggo here with Rattlegore in combat. I'm not sure about Sang, as he's going to hop in another one of these Pyre machines and just get that flamethrower going, keep these mobs as much under control as possible.
Yeah, I feel like the trash mobs is actually what matters the most. Just being able to stay in for as long as possible without taking down the bosses and just farming the trash inside the zone. I really think that is 100% the strategy here that is giving them the most amount of points. I think even if a boss dies outside, you can come back from that if you get enough trash inside the zone. So I think just playing it greedy and summoning as much mobs as possible and just trying to burst them down in the zone. That seems to be the winning formula here. See how long they can manage to min-max that clock. Fraggle going after Rattlegore, going after some of the extra kind of ads as well, and it looks pretty good for him.
Glub Talk for Liquid just casting over there as Sang is busy. Actually, you know what? This could be a new meta. Okay, think about it. You just have Glub Talk up here, and you know that your clock is never going to stop until you kill him. And you just keep summoning more ads and just fighting them down in your score zone. And you just leave Glub Talk up its spawn, and you say, you know what? Dastardly Duos is about bosses, but I'm just going to kill... In fact, I'm going to kill these goblin zappers, because I don't care. I've got infinite time. I've got all these gears to add to my clock. I'm chilling down here. I've got like 5 minutes to just farm as much trash as I want.
Oh my god, that is actually genius. That is the Spen strat right there.
Yeah. This
Spen
is the evolution.
He cracked he figured out the strat, and
he changed the way the game was played.
Yeah, all he had to do was just not get spawn camp, just get out of there and just let him cast the ult. Unfortunately for him, it didn't look like Warlocks were maybe the best class for that. Evoker definitely a little bit more mobile, and Sang, he's got infinite time here. Glubtruck is just going to be chilling over there, and he's just going to continue to cast that ult. So for Sang, what is he going to do? It looks like he's actually going after Glubtalk a little bit. I'm not sure if he's actually going to try to kill it here or what. I think he's cleaned up the entire map, and it's just Glubtalk left here. And that's got to be more value than just killing Glubtalk in the zone, right? But still, despite that, it looks like Frago is still inside inside the match here. So he could still technically be ahead on points. It's so interesting to see how this is all going to shape up when the final scoreboard comes through.
Yeah, there is a cap at 10 gears per run, so you can't get infinite time from them, but you can still get a lot of time. Sang, though, is going to decide, okay, that's enough of that. 1.69 million, so not as much score as in Game 1. Let's see how Frago does here. Frago's still farming even more points right now as Rattlegore, nearly knocks away the captain, but we're going to see the time end here for Echo as well. The point total is 2 million. It's actually going to be Echo's first win of the day.
Woo! Well done, Echo. This is exciting to see. It popped up, and I almost did a double take. 2 million right up there with those tanks that were cracking that 2 million threshold. Absolutely impressive play. Well done to Frago, who truly played the long game from beginning to end and brought home Echo's first victory here, perhaps providing us the turning point if they can continue the momentum. Now, next up, we will be looking at our Paladins, which will be an interesting contrast. But, I mean, this was really an impressive set from Frago and Sang, Zico.
Absolutely. I thought that maybe the strategy of Sang was gonna pull out ahead, but it ended up kind of backfiring here with Glubtalk just chilling here in the spawn area. And I think it was, I think ultimately getting spawn camped is probably not that good for the morale and for your points. So it doesn't seem to be a real strategy.
I love getting spawn camped. I always feel really great after the experience. No, I agree. I think it can be something where as they kind of draw out or that situation continues to happen, I think it does definitely affect your mental, right? But I mean, still great plays from both of them, and awesome to see this go to 3. I mean, Dratnos, what stood out to you with our matchup with our augmentation, with our evokers?
Yeah, it was definitely exciting to see. I mean, a very, very close series, but very cool to see Echo get on the board here. Glubtalk just loves doing that spawn camping as well, which is always really, really funny to watch. So, yeah, we have our first half of round 1 finished now. We move on to the second half. We're going to have Narco up against Dazer here for the Ret Paladin Rumble between these two guilds. This should be a very fun one. I think of all of our DPS specs, the Ret Paladins have a lot of tank-like utility. You know, you can bop Captain Garrick if you need the mobs to run away from her for a bit, and maybe you can reposition that way. You've got Bubble yourself if things start to get a little bit sketchy. You have all kinds of crowd control tools. You have a lay on hands to try and save Captain Garrick, although it's not going to work if that Mortal Strike is stacked up from the Watchkeeper. So should be a very fun sort of half DPS, half tank, half healer kind of vibe here from the Ret Pallies.
For sure. I mean, it's honestly been really fun to see how each of the different classes, I mean, it's the same challenge, it's the same idea. You generally know, like, hey, we need to move them into the rings. We need to use these different tools to be able to get points. We can add time to the clock with the gears. But actually seeing how the different classes kind of maneuver that, how they deal with the NPCs in this one-on-one, I think has really made this stand out. And I'm curious to see what all of you at home are also able to do with Dastardly Duos yourself. If you go in, you try out some classes, you see how many points you can get on the board, because even though these players are playing at a really impressive level with it, it just goes to show that there's a lot you can do with this game mode if you really get in there and you kind of strategize and figure some things out. But Paladins, I think for sure, like you were saying, Dratus, they've got a lot that they can use. And I'm just curious myself, if the points are going to go higher than what we've seen. I don't know, Zico, do you think we're going to see our MVPs continue to rise up into those 2 millions?
I'm thinking 3 millions. I'm thinking the mages. Like, I believe in the mages. I believe in the mages. We got a lot of tools, you know. We got a lot of crowd control, a lot of, you know, knocks, things like that. A lot of burst, a lot of damage. So we'll see. Those Blood Deacons, definitely 2.6 million. They set the bar really high. But I'm still holding out for my mage brothers. I hope we see a mage go arcane and just send in some Arcano Spears and the Thanos snap to just keep everything rooted in place and yeah, just blast it away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Zico, I hope that this happens for you too. I'm going to try and manifest it. Any other mages in chat, I'm sure, are also going to be over there like, yeah, we'll just show mage supremacy. It'll be great. But I agree. I think 3 million, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it today, especially having already seen our current highest at that 2.6. But I mean, Dratnos, Paladins, you were talking a little bit about what Paladins bring to the table here. Is there anything that you think with Narco and Dazer, with their gameplay or with the players themselves, that might kind of change their approach, their strategies, or whether they're more aggressive or longer-term player?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Game 2 in this series because that is, of course, our speed round, and it should be really fun to see just how much they can blast in that AoE, whether they... because you might be able to do more damage in AoE than those Pyre machines as a rep pally. It's a possibility, so it should be very fun to see. We're going to start off, though, in game number 1 with a focus on the score instead. So that means it's all about precision. It's all about using your specs toolkit with things like those taunts, like being able to manipulate where the enemies are to just keep everything under control and get everything that possibly can get killed in a bonus score zone inside that zone before it dies.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Already those steeds are coming out here trying to stack up the mobs, and you can see the first cherry bomb being popped here for Narco as he continues to look for more, just cutting down these trees. Dazer finds one as well on the opposite side for Liquid. And you said this was your favorite matchup that you were looking forward to finally get to see Narco in action. So are you rooting for him? It's okay, we can be biased a little bit here.
Yeah, you know, I'm also, I just want this to be a nice, I want both teams to have fun, have a nice close day, and so that means I'm hoping that Echo gets some points on the board right now, because right now they are down, I believe, 9-3 in favor of Liquid, so a big opportunity for Echo to catch up and help equalize the score here, as they are currently in these trash fighting sections. Narco, you can see, sending these cherry bombs into the corner, able to just start stacking up the cheers on the mobs over here. And it looks like he's going to be fighting these enemies away from those cherry bombs. Whereas it looks like Dazer instead fighting inside for the most part, able to spawn these, actually able to spawn both of his score bonus zones before even summoning a boss here, but then not able to actually kill the last enemies inside those zones thanks to the help of Captain Garrick.
Captain Garrick is, I feel like, the star of the show here today.
100%.
But it looks like the captain, he's tanking them right outside. Narco is not happy about that. He's got 2 bosses, and he's got Lord Walden in the back there, and he would love to get them a little bit closer. Narco actually summoning yet another boss, adding more time. I think Narco wants to maybe go for a helicopter play here, get into those pyro machines, and try to stack them up that way. It actually does have a decent stack here, able to kill them off inside of the bonus zone so far, but he does get stunned. has a lot of tools. Actually uses his Divine Shield right away here. Burner Clock being used as well for Narco. So he's going to add even more time. And Narco down some major cooldowns here already. It could come back to haunt him here as he has aggro on Rattlegore. Not looking too good here. Or the side of Echo could go down actually. He's tanking Rattlegore surprisingly well. Those Retribution Paladin kind of off heals definitely doing some work. Pyro Machine is going to be used here for Narco as he sends the Gravity Bomb and big AoE damage. Captain Garrick now as well in the middle of everything, but there is a Zapper in the middle of that, so definitely not ideal. And one thing that I've noticed is that Pyro Machine, trying to keep it alive and trying to keep it outside of the zone is definitely key as well, because then you can get more value out of the flame AoE that it has. Narco almost going down, but the Blessing of Protection will save him from... Oh, never mind. He just goes down through it.
Yeah, it looks like his tank died there, so he was not long for the world afterwards. Able to start gathering the mobs back together. Again, it's not the end of the world if you die, and in fact, it can be worth it as long as you're fighting most of the enemies and getting that score bonus, farming those points. Dazer hasn't died yet, but Dazer is fighting away from these score bonus zones. Looks like he's going to try and use that magnet to help get everything back under control. Yep, you can see just that happening. And Captain Garrick is able to actually get inside this zone, which is kind of more important than getting the enemies inside the zone, is getting Captain Garrick inside the zone, because otherwise, those enemies will just run right back out.
Yeah, it feels like the entire objective is, like you mentioned, oh, Captain Garrick got knocked to a horrible spot here for Narco. Captain Garrick just seems, he's just homesick. He just wants to go back to the starting point, the starting entrance. But Narco actually does manage to maneuver him back in. But I really do feel like the Netherlands had positioning Captain Garrick is probably the hardest part of this event. I remember the first time I queued up, I didn't even know it was an NPC. I was like pinging him to go into the zone. I was like, hello, Captain Garrick, bro, move. Captain Garrick actually forced a bubble. Narco probably going to go down here as he has the Watchkeeper aggroed up. Actually, I mean, either Narco is going down or Captain Garrick is going down, or actually he issues us challenge, so he's going to be able to reposition them maybe and try to burst them down. Narco trying to greed this one out. Captain Garrick actually, I think he used Lay on Hands maybe onto Captain Garrick, which is keeping him alive as soon as those stacks fell off with that Divine Shield. So Narco making some big usage there of the utility and healing of the Paladin's toolkit.
Yeah, we got two Paladins here on the battlefield, so a lot of these utility abilities available, although when Captain Garrick uses them is, of course, a little bit less predictable than the player themselves. So we've got those Divine Hammers floating around Narco right now as well. A lot of damage instances, should be a lot of ways to farm some score, but we are going to have the next set of trash and bosses starting to enter the battlefield here. We've got Rattlegore starting to fight Narco. It looks like Narco just forced to tank for a little while. Captain Garrick eventually back in control. And they're going to be in some, but not all of these zones here, these two enemies. I think there's going to be only quadruple score on a few of those. Should be okay, though. Meanwhile, Dazer is dealing with an ulting Glubtalk beautifully in the middle of the zone, exactly where he wants him. All the other enemies also nicely under control. Dazer avoiding that firewall, runs through it, actually takes a huge amount of damage. That burn, and now those enemies, and it looks like Dazer gonna be going down on the side of Liquid. Luckily, Dazer has farmed a large amount of points here.
Yeah, actually, I think it's an opportunity for Narco maybe to catch up here a little bit. Dazer gonna add a little bit more time and try to get his mob stack, and at least he's got Glubtalk ulting in the midfield there, which is exactly where you want to be proccing that. So Narco, meanwhile, taking some damage. Going to use the Shield of Vengeance to stabilize, but Captain Garrick is definitely feeling some pain here. Oh, could go down, and there it is.
Oh,
Narco, what are you going to do here? He has a lot of aggro out of the Blind Watcher on him as well. Nice stun actually coming out there. What was that? Wake of Ashes? Coming out there a little bit.
Wake of Ashes It stuns undead and demons, and Odo is an undead, I believe, so a nice stun. It's not going to be enough for Narco to stay alive, but that's one of the nice things. Whenever you have these classic mobs, there are often a lot of undead and demons, especially the TBC ones. We've got some demons, so great opportunity for that extra value on Wake of Ashes. Narco now going to hop in one of these pyre machines and throw out another magnet bomb, getting all the enemies grouped up. Unfortunately, at this point, we have a lot of goblin zappers here. Actually, one of those goblin zappers is pretty low. Might be able to just kill the goblin zapper and then start going into melee again. That might be Narco's idea here.
Yeah, Narco has a huge pile of mobs here that he needs to group up. Looks like he is going to be able to. Nah, they're kind of on the edge again. Narco doesn't have a lot of room. Those zappers are absolutely brutal, but that pyre machine is outside, right outside that zapper range. Sadly, it is in range of the Globtruck ult, so I do think it's taking damage from that. Meanwhile, Dazer getting a good amount of value here, but there is a zapper moving in, and no real crowd control onto that one. And I think that is maybe one of the downsides when the circles are too stacked up. I think those zappers also get a lot of value when your triple circles are basically perfect. So that's something that can definitely come back and bite you a little bit. But right now, Dazer still with a big point lead, 100,000 points on the side of Liquid. And Narco also, the timer for him is yellow. So definitely going to need to look to maybe add some time. Globtalk still ulting for Narco outside of the mobs. So not going to be ideal for Narco here, as he's going to be forced to kill Globtalk right outside there.
Yeah, maybe we'll be able to use a Magnet Bomb, and the Magnet Bomb actually manages to pull Globtalk, even though that ult was underway. And it looks like, oh no, Captain Garrett gets knocked away. But it looks like they're going to be able to get most of these mobs still taken care of under the zones. Team Narco looking solid here. Meanwhile, Dazer starting the second round as well. We've got that Hydromancer fairly low on health here. Beautifully grouped together. And the Mechgineer, the last boss for Narco to worry about here. Probably going to be summoning a lot of those extra NPCs during this fight.
Yeah, let's see here. Narco, if he can take down the Mechgineer inside the circle, as it's currently being tanked outside by Captain Garrick. Meanwhile, Hydromancer going down here inside the triple circle for Dazer, and Dazer is done. Let's see how many points Dazer is able to accumulate. 1.8 million points here for Dazer on that Red Paladin. It's going to be a pretty tall order here. What do you think, Dratnos? Is Narco going to be able to beat that?
1.8 million is a lot, but Narco has a long time to farm points here. He can fire off another one of these magnet bombs and get all these enemies beautifully grouped up. Now, unfortunately, there is still a Goblin Zapper here. There's only one Zapper left. Narco is just going to hit Bubble and stand in here to do his AoE damage, summoning even more of those reinforcements. Maybe you could just focus the Zapper here and then be able to stand in for a little while. Narco now forced out as his bubble has expired. Does have that Shield of Vengeance, though. Could let him take another tick or two. It looks like he's not going to worry about the Zapper so much. He's just going to try and fight everything in this little sliver of score-enhancing zone. So that's the question. Will Dazer's 1.8 million hold, or will Narco be able to overtake? I think he should be able to get his base score here up into that 600,000 range, which if you look at Dazer's side, that base score is also 633,000 up in the top left of his scorecard. So this is going to be very close. Even more trash being spawned by Narco. Now, he does want to add some time to his clock as well. I think you want to finish with your time in the green for a bonus. So, if possible, he might have one more of those items. You can see he's already used 10 gears, though, so he's not going to be able to use any more gears to increase his time. And oh no, the mobs are now running away from that bonus area, forced to use another magnet bomb to help try and get them all in there. And he might just decide it's time to throw the last few hammers and stop the clock here. Mechgineer once again runs out of the zone, chasing after Captain Garrick, who's being knocked even further away. Oh no.
Yeah, that's it. Narco, how many points does he get? Can he beat the 1.840? Let's find out.
No!
He does not.
He cannot.
So
and
close.
Dazer takes game one here by 200,000 points. A really high-scoring game, though, already. Not quite Evoker scores, but still looking really solid for the Rep Pallies.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Evoker, Death Knight, we have seen some incredible scores on that, but this is still up there, 100%. Our Paladins showing up and performing well. Dazer here, taking our first game in this particular matchup. Now, this will be, I mean, we're moving on to the speed version, so they're going to have to see who can actually turn the tables there. But in this particular one, I mean, did the Paladins perform the way that you kind of expected, Dratnos?
Yeah, this is largely what I was thinking. I was thinking there'd be a little bit more opportunity to control the mobs, but it turns out that they're just so deadly. You know, if you try and taunt them, you're just going to get killed by the auto attacks. So you can see the bubbles were put to pretty good use, though. Both players getting some very strong divine shields, allowing them to just do some more damage inside those score-enhancing zones. And the opener looked pretty solid from both players, but yeah, the part that I'm really excited for is coming up now, the speedrun edition here. So we saw how high of a score they could get. The question is, how fast of a run can they do? I think we might see, sub 90-second runs here, because you can group up all the mobs, get them killed with those pyre machines, and then just absolutely demolish the bosses with your opening burst potentially from these paladins. So maybe 90 seconds is a bit ambitious. Maybe the evokers have a little bit better on that opening burst, but I think the paladins can do a really fast game too.
I think so too, and I'm curious to see what'll happen, because we have had a little bit of a shift here just in the interest of time on the broadcast, because we want to showcase some other things for you as well today, including our food fight 5v5 and of course our MVP one-on-one. So the remaining matches that we have here in round 1, which has been our class clash, a little bit of like a tongue twister, say it 5 times fast, will actually be condensed a bit. Clash. Okay, I'm not going to do it because I'll make a fool of myself. But we're going to be condensing things down, so it will just be 2 now. So a best of 2, if you will, and should both teams get a point on the board in game 1, game 2, it will be a tie and points will be added accordingly. So we will have this change moving forward. So for our Paladins, let's put some extra pressure on here as they take a look at the second game. I mean, Zico, you think with this it kind of evens things out a little bit, gives you a chance to shine in speed running, but also in just the points element?
I feel like his favors Liquid. They have been better at the speed round, and that one is staying. So it takes away one of those total point rounds, which are the rounds that Echo have been, They are the only rounds they have been winning. Yeah. So I'm not gonna say they've been winning more of them, but they at least are winning those rounds. So I think for Echo, they really need to figure out how to get some points in the speed rounds, because I think that is the way back in terms of points. But with that said, there are more points to earn with the next stages. So the MVP especially, I think that's the coolest thing. That's the thing I'm most excited for, is the MVP round, because just one player potentially being able to kind of carry the entire squad. That's when you see like these legendary moments come out. So I'm excited about that. But we are in the speed round here, and already things are dying, Dratnos.
Yeah, we are right into it. Already all the trash is dead. We are into the first bosses. It's actually Narco from Echo who got here a little bit faster than Dazer. So if he stays on this pace, he could be taking Echo's first speedrun round victory of the series. We have to get through 2 sets of bosses. It's Watchkeeper Garglemar for both players, but then we have the Mechgineer for Narco, whereas we have Lord Walden for Dazer. I think Lord Walden's a little bit easier, as the Mechgineer does have that annoying knockback that can cost you some time here. Lord Walden, I think a little bit less relevant mechanics here for the speedrun, but you can see the Watchkeeper is really a huge problem for both players, as that Mortal Strike is going to be starting to stack up on Captain Garrick. Luckily, I think without all the extra trash here, it shouldn't be too lethal either way. The first boss is going to go down for Narco, but the important timer is when the second boss dies, because that's what starts the second wave.
Yeah, and we can see here Dazer about to kill the Watchkeeper here, and Narco actually finishing off the Watchkeeper. And this is the closest speedrun that we've had. Both of them basically finishing right at the exact same time. Narco is maybe a second ahead here so far. Let's see how the second portion of the speedrun goes. Right now, both players just stacking up the mobs as much as possible. And Narco is already cleaving away a little bit here. Can he do it for Echo and at least put a point on the board in this Ret show match? And Mech Guineer is taking some damage as well, down to 63%. Looks like Liquid are actually slightly pulling ahead right now. Dazer somehow is getting a little bit more damage out in this kind of knockout stage of the second round.
Yeah, Mechgineer is dying very quickly for Dazer. Rattlegore, though, still has a lot of health here. And remember, you have to kill both of these bosses to stop the clock. But yeah, like you said, it looks like Narco's damage has just fallen off a little bit here. Dazer doing almost 4 million DPS. Narco 2.2, although Dazer does have some extra targets. So a lot of that is free AoE Ret Pally pad that we all know and love. And we can see actually Narco now accelerating, but is it going to be enough? Still has 40% on Rattlegore, whereas Dazer just Rattlegore left here, only 20% on it. And despite having a strong opener, it looks like Narco actually getting stunned here. And that might be the problem, just a different set of enemies, a different boss, causing him to get stunned as Dazer stops the clock and actually is going to take another speedrun W for Team Liquid here, despite a strong opener for Narco, only 5 seconds behind. It is not going to be enough, though.
Not enough, unfortunately, to see, but Liquid continuing that path towards victory that they have been finding. 10 points on the board before this one, and they're just going to be adding even more as they come in here, bringing our Paladin round to an 0-2 in their favor. 11 points up and Echo at 3, but like we've been saying, the next 2 rounds after this will also have a lot of opportunities for catch-up, and we have even more series ahead. Now, these have been reduced down to just those 2 games, but let's take a look at the one we were just in and the Paladins as they race to the finish here. I mean, Zico, some fast strats trying to come in here. What do you think kind of made up the difference?
I feel like I actually don't know if Dazer maybe held some more buttons for the second phase. It looks like he had wings here right at the end, but I think that's the thing that set them apart. I feel like Dazer just had way more damage in that second phase, and that could be due to the fact that Narco maybe popped some more, invested some more cooldowns right away in the opener. So once again, Liquid and the speed round, an iconic duo here, as they have picked up every single one of them that we've had so far. And I think this was the closest one, though, for sure. Narco really put up a good fight, so that was cool to see. Both of these Ret Paladins. I also don't know, how does the pad actually affect it? Because some classes benefit from having more mobs to cleave. I don't know about for Ret Paladin if that is a factor as well.
Not as much for the Ret Pad. It's more just like they do free pad when they're doing, especially when they're doing a 2-target rotation, they're just going to be doing a bunch of free damage to all the other enemies that are nearby. When we get to like the mages later, if we have some arcane, for instance, that's going to be the one where extra targets is just going to nuke the bosses.
You know, I'm honestly surprised, Zico. The moment that Dratno said mage, I thought for sure your head would just like whip around like mage. Ready for it.
It's coming.
right. No, I mean, it's true though, right? I think that is a really good point about where they can shine, particularly with the fact that this game mode, so for anybody who doesn't know, it is a boss rush. But the ads and the mobs play a role too. So as those come in, you need to clear them, proc the bosses, get them up, and then work your way through that rush. So of course, our teams here have also been able to add an extra challenge by using the horn, which will be available to everybody else in coming weeks. You've got 6 weeks to participate in this limited time event, and you win new rewards every single week, as well as it being a really good way to get some catch-up gear for alts. But we will be looking ahead to our next series that we're going to have here, which is actually going to be our priests, which are once again bringing some healers back into the spotlight for us. So, I mean, Zico, looking at priest play when it comes to this, you know, we've got our point run, we have our speed run. How do you think the priests are going to perform?
Well, these are going to be healer priests from both sides, so it's going to be interesting to see. We saw the monks do pretty well, but I feel like monks have more damage in general compared to the priests, so it's going to be interesting to see what they can come up with. I guess they can fear the little zappers, which should help. I guess keep the captain alive and smite away, spam damage, atonement healing. I think that's probably going to be the strategy.
Yeah, Drynos, you agree? You think that's going to be the strat as they come in?
Yeah, I think we probably will see Disc. You could play Holy as well. Holy can do some... you got those Chastise stuns. That could be really good for helping keep the mobs under control a little bit here or there. But yeah, I think we'll probably see a lot of Disc. And we will see them just... Actually, the thing that I'm really excited to see is what it looks like when they try and do a speedrun round in Game 2 on these Healer Priests. But because the score farming... I think both should have a pretty easy time at farming score, just keeping their tank alive. Leap of Faith is going to be big. You just life grip your Captain Garrick into the zone where you want her. That, I think, could be really big.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit about some of the bosses, but we haven't really talked about the real boss of this boss rush mode, which is Captain Garrick. A lot of mechanics there that you have to deal with, you have to strategize around, but no, really, our teams are doing fantastic with it. And I agree, Drat, I think there's going to be some interesting ways that they can continue to maneuver this as they angle for both speed, as well as in the first game, which we'll be seeing here in just a moment, trying to get those points on the board. So we'll have Ryson versus Nyx Priest here, our Priest showdown, both of these healers coming in to show that you can run this content no matter what class you're bringing in, and you can still get those top points. So with that, we'll be jumping in and we'll see how they handle it, Zico.
Yeah, let's see what they decide to do here. Both priests are going to be Discipline Priest. Dark Reprimands being casted, some Void Blasts, and they're going to be able to actually do a significant amount of damage here in the opener. Just popping Power Infusions and trying to get those Cherry Bombs. Ryson actually getting one right away, and look at that. In typical Liquid fashion, we're going to see the Pyro Machine coming out here on the side of Nick, and already doing good damage, but that Pyro Machine is alive with 18%. 18% on that Pyro Machine. Actually, I thought it was going to go down, but it does survive, and look at that vote. Was dead even for a second. I guess I jinxed it.
Yeah, Nick getting a surge in support here at the end as players remembering, oh, he's the Liquid player. Never mind, Ryson picking up some of the points once again. Ryson, renowned healer strategist. He was one of the main healers for Echo for many years, and then he moved into a healer strategist role that I think has been very important for Echo over the past few expansions. So extremely solid player, though, mechanically in his own right. Great to see him getting the chance to play here, as we have all the trash grouped up inside one of these score bonuses for Ryson. Unfortunately, he doesn't have his second Cherry Bomb available yet. It's probably inside that last tree that you can see the Entropic Rift is taking down right now. And yeah, there indeed it is. The final Cherry Bomb for Ryson. Nick also has both Cherry Bombs available. Doesn't have either of them converted into a score bonus yet. Leap of Faith to try and move Captain Garrick where he wants. A classic mistake, though. Whenever you're trying to move Captain Garrick, you need to try and move her past where you want her to be, because she will immediately start running back towards the mobs. Although, it looks like Nick thought of that, because then, of course, she got knocked away by the knock from the Mechgineer. So this is actually a really nasty mob for keeping everything grouped up. Mechgineer's Storm is just going to keep throwing away Captain Garrick, and that's going to force the entire group away from where you want them to be.
Yeah, happened again right there, but the Pyro Machine coming in clutch there for Nick, managing to regroup them. Of course, if the Mechgineer gets another knock now on the captain, that is going to be bad news, because I don't think Nick has any more kind of ways to reposition her. But we'll see if they... Oh, no! The Mechgineer dies, but on its last breath knocks away the captain all the way to the middle of the map here. So Nyx Priest not going to be too happy about that. Meanwhile, Ryson has set up his circle as he uses the Master's Key to activate the Pyro Machine as well, and gets a nice Gravity Bomb there to reposition all of those mobs. But once again, the captain gets knocked away even further back there. So it's a little bit tough there to deal with. Nice knock coming in once again here. And it looks like the captain is going to be able to tank them now exactly where Ryson wants them. And Ryson, as a healer, is fighting 4 bosses at once, which is pretty crazy to think about. The life grip coming out there as well to reposition the captain. Now we're going to need to see some big damage here coming out. I think Ryson is going to be able to heal up the captain. As long as the captain stays alive at this point for Ryson, Ryzen's going to be able to do a good job. The knock coming out there once again, pain suppression being used for Ryzen, and Ryzen is doing a good job here, killing off all of these bosses inside the super XP zone.
Yeah, summoning yet another boss, and that pain suppression. Actually, the combination of the priest kit is so nice for this. You have pain suppression for Captain Garrick. If somehow Captain Garrick dies, you can always fade yourself, and then that life grip to be able to reposition Captain Garrick is just so powerful. As Ryzen using that magnet bomb from the Pyro Machine, just grouping all the enemies up inside this bonus zone. Nick also at a very high point total as well, though, using that Ultimate Penitence here for some extra damage. Looks like his zones are not perfectly being used, though, having a very hard time keeping all the enemies inside all 3 of those score bonus zones.
Yeah, but Nick is getting a lot of value right now out of this Pyro Machine, just melting everything down, but at the same time, needs to be careful. The Captain is definitely taking a lot of damage. There's the gravity bomb coming out. Captain is going to walk into that Zapper zone. Powered Radiance being casted. And now Nick is going to be able to spam out the damage and heal with those atonements. Nick Priest issues a challenge to drop that banner. And the Captain is going to be repositioning to the banner. Nick's Priest also going to be adding a little bit of extra time on the clock. And so far, both priests have a similar strategy, but Nick's fighting 5 bosses at once. One of them does go down. Still 4 to go. Needs to keep the Captain alive while simultaneously killing off these bosses. So definitely a lot of things going on there. Meanwhile, on the side of Echo, we got the Glubchok ult being casted in the midfield. Exactly in the middle of that bonus point zone. So it's going pretty well on the side of Echo as well. Really even, but I'm worried about the time. On the side of Echo, Ryzen hasn't been adding in extra time. Still should have some extra clocks to burn, but definitely need that kind of green icon on his time.
Yeah, a couple of gears still available, so shouldn't be in too much danger just yet, but there is definitely a worry when you're playing a low DPS person like a healer that you might end up being in a spot where you just run out of time at the end of this, and you actually see, Ryzen, where is our tank? I think our tank might be dead, as we have the Watchkeeper out, and that is, of course, the mob that does the Mortal Strike. And it looks like Ryzen is going to use Pain Suppression, but it's not going to be enough. Ends up going down, having to release here. It's not the end of the world. A death is not that bad, but it's definitely not great news. Nick in a similar situation here. The Watchkeeper is out and starting to stack up that Mortal Strike effect on Captain Garrick. So watch out for the tanks on both sides over the next few minutes here, because this is going to be scary with that Mortal Strike.
Yeah, Ryzen almost going down there again. And finally the Captain is back, and she's tanking away here in the midfield. And everything is being tanked actually in a really good spot. Glubchok is going to go down here for the side of Echo, as the Pyro Machine is getting some value, but it is in the Zapper, and I do think the Pyro Machine is going to explode. It's going to die. Ryzen also almost going down, but should be able to stabilize with some of those Discipline Priest heals. Now, what is Ryzen going to do here? Although the Blind Watcher and Baron shortly about to fall here on the side of Echo, but the side of Liquid looking a lot more controlled right now. And as I say that, the pain suppression coming out there onto the Captain. The Captain is trying to stay alive. Nick's Priest trying to keep the Captain alive, but it's not going to be enough. That Mortal Strike effect is too deadly. And I think Nick's Priest is potentially going to go down. Meanwhile, the Shaman NPC on the side of Liquid is instantly trying to res the Captain. Oh no, the Watchkeeper dies outside of the zone. Nick's Priest is going to be finishing with a total of 812,000 score points. Let's see if Ryzen can beat that.
I think Ryzen's in a great position to do this. He's still got so much time to farm all the points that he needs. He has used 8 of his gears, so I think he gets 2 more gears before he'll have hit the cap here. So that timer might start to be an issue for him, but he does have a lot of time to just blast as many of these mobs inside that zone as possible, although he does go down as those new enemies do have aggro on him. And so he's going to have to reset this using that inner clock available, the burner clock, to get even more time added. And yeah, with this, he's just got to make sure that he doesn't die on pull, as he does have to get initial threat, and then Captain Garrick able to take over. A life grip once again on Captain Garrick, and she's stunned as well, so that's actually good. Although, unfortunately, it's bad that he dies. And oh no, have we actually set up a little bit of a checkmate position for ourselves here, where every time we release, we're just going to get killed by all these stunning Raveners? Looks like maybe those Raveners are getting killed here, and Ryson throwing down that banner to help group all the mobs back together in the middle. Timer is not looking too bad just yet. We're going to get one more gear to add to our timer, and then we can use one more burner clock as well. So they need to get this done in the next 5 minutes or so, or else it will unfortunately go over the time. But I don't think there's too much worry about that. And yeah, Ryson going to use another Magnet Bomb, still focused on farming points here. I like his chances here of getting ahead of 800,000.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen today, taking your time and just trying to make sure that everything dies inside the circle has been the play. Ryson is going to use another gear and add a little bit more time, and now trying to take it down. Oh, look at that. We got a nice solo POV here now of Ryson, so we can see exactly what is going on. And the Mechgineer is taking some damage. Ash, the little pet, he's healing the pets, actually. That's cool.
Yeah, smart. I mean, you know, they're going to get hit by that Radiance. Oxton's still forced to revive those pets, yeah. Bunch of extra leper gnomes spawning here from the Mechgineer. Ryson just farming that point total already nearly at 500,000, and he is going to be in for a big bonus. I think he's got this locked up. I think his point total is going to be, 1.3 mil or something like that, 1.2.
Yeah, I think it's going to be for sure over 1 million, but we'll see if you can do it. I actually I'm just looking at this Hunter NPC, and it's pretty cool. It's sending in its pet, and when it gets too low, it actually calls it back. But here we go. Let's see how many points did we manage to get. And you said it, 1.3, and that is spot on. 1.3 million points here for Echo. So Ryson taking his time, pulling ahead, and now we're going to see the speed round. And I wonder how Discipline Priest is going to work here in the speed round.
Yeah, curious to see. I mean, love it. Ryson's not just a strategist, not just the brains behind the healing team with Echo, but like you said, Ratno's actually a really, really good, solid player that was on the team for many, many years in an active role. So putting that to the test right here and now getting those points up and really taking his time. But as we look at this speed element, like you were just saying, Zico, it has definitely turned the tables on our team before this. So we're taking a look now. We can see some of Ryson's plays during it. But I mean, Zico, it seems like he just really had everything under control from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of close calls where Ryson went down, like right here. And at one point, it looked a little bit sketchy, like he might get spawn camped. But Ryson kept his cool and just made good usage of the entire toolkit, made good usage of the gravity bombs, made good usage of his own cooldowns. And honestly, very impressed with how he was able to keep the captain positioned. I feel like compared to some of the other rounds that we've seen from the DPS, it was a lot less kind of chaotic and more controlled. So Ryson doing a good job with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even with those little moments, I mean, again, interesting to see how they're just able to rally, come back in, and keep playing. And so while they'll be put to the test in a slightly different way here, having this speed run for our second game, I'm really interested to see how they both kind of measure up, right? I mean, we've seen Liquid take every single one of these as far as the speed element goes. So I mean, Dratnos, do you think that Ryson can push that extra amount? Do you think that speed might also be something that he can match or surpass?
I think that since they're playing these Disc Priests, the speed round is going to be all about using the environmental factors, right? When we've seen the speed rounds on the DPS players, it's been a lot more about getting in there and doing big damage with your cooldowns, that kind of stuff. I think with the Disc Priest, it's going to be all about using the pyro machines, getting that magnet grip, doing all that kind of stuff to keep a really tight control over the mobs, and then letting the damage from the pyro machine, from the NPCs kind of carry you.
Yeah, I can see it, right? Because you need to kind of make up some of that additional difference. As a healer, sure, you can do some DPS. You can do pretty good DPS, honestly. But I think, especially in this, as they're trying to pile on as many bosses, try and get through it quick, burn them down, you're right. I think a lot of those things will make a big difference. And getting a good, strong start seems like it has been of big importance. But, Zico, do you think that means our teams should jump directly? They should try to unleash that fire upon them? Should the healers take some of their strat, or you just think it's literally just get in there, focus, buckle down, and try to just get through it as quick as possible? Push button's good, I guess.
I just love when Dratnos is talking about DPS. He's just like, we gotta see big DPS.
I know.
It's visual. I'm just still thinking about that.
I know.
But yeah, I think Pyro Machine, full send it right away. That's been the winning ticket for Liquid, so that's what we're gonna see probably. I'm hoping that Echo can take some of those strategies from Liquid. I don't know if that's ever happened in the past, but I think now could be a good time to do that. And yeah, just run with that. And then in phase 2, just try to use your own personal cooldowns, power infusion, things like that, and let's see what happens.
Well, we definitely will. This is going to be one of our deciding ones. Will it end in a tie, or will we see a decisive victory? We are about to find out. Ryson and Nick coming in here to show who the ultimate priest is. Dratnos, take us in.
All right, right off the bat, we're going to see those pyro machines for both players, grouping up all of the enemies as close as possible. Ooh, looks like on the side of Nick for Liquid, doesn't actually have all of the enemies in combat just yet. Neither does Ryson. As you can see, there's the one mob up off to the side. Does he have the rest of them is the question. As, yeah, there's still a lot of these enemies for Nick to contend with here, whereas Ryson, I think, has gotten all of them, actually. So this is going to be a huge advantage for Ryson. In fact, I think this might have been game-winning right off the bat for Ryson. He's just got straight into boss combat, whereas Nick still has to kill all of, or most of, the trash that's still in front of him here before he can spawn those bosses. Wasn't quite able to get all of them with that initial magnet combo on his first pyro machine.
Yeah, I think being patient with the magnet combo there in the start is key, because these Discipline Priests, they don't pack the most kind of own damage in their own toolkit, obviously being a healer. So now finally we're going to see some boss action coming out here for Nick as well, but Hydromancer at 88% so far, and look at that. The Pyro Machine, again, is going to be available here on the side of Ryson, and he's going to be able to just start melting down all of these water elementals, AoEing down the Hydromancer down to 60% HP. Lord Walden, meanwhile, at 84%. So now we're going to see Nick as well entering that Pyro Machine, getting some damage done, actually going to exit it. And Lord Walden to 70%. So a sizable lead so far for Ryson, but we have seen it turn in that second stage. So let's see if Ryson can hold on to that lead and grant Echo their first 2 wins in one of these 1v1 matchups.
Yeah, the speedrun going well so far. That Hydromancer almost dead for Ryson. Does still need to get through the Watchkeeper. But once that goes down, he'll be spawning his second wave of bosses, while Nick's still working on Lord Walden and the Watchkeeper. You can see Nick focusing damage into that Watchkeeper, kind of aware that the Watchkeeper is the more dangerous of these. We saw that stat earlier today, that the Watchkeeper was the most lethal of these enemies on the live servers, almost killing somebody 1 out of every 3 times he spawned in the live servers. So a very dangerous enemy, and I think a similar amount of kills today as well. That Mortal Strike just super lethal, as Echo already now fighting the second wave of bosses. Rattlegore and Lord Walden here for them. Once these go down, Ryson should be able to stop the clock. There's a little bit of danger, actually, of still running out of time, even in the speedrun mode for these Disc Priests. You got to make sure to use at least 1 gear, I think, to avoid that possibility. Actually, it looks like Ryson doesn't even need to waste a global on that. He's still going to be able to get Rattlegore done in the next 3 minutes here. Meanwhile, Nick going to be spawning Rattlegore as well, but his other boss is going to be the Mechgineer, which is maybe a little bit more annoying, a little bit more of those knockbacks.
Yeah, Nick's going to probably have to just position a little bit further away so he doesn't get knocked, because can obviously interrupt some of his casts. So that could be annoying. Ryson is going to go ahead and cast the Ulti Penny, doing a good single target damage here onto Rattlegore. And I think Ryson has got this. I mean, this is a very commanding lead here. Rattlegore at 30% HP. Still 2 bosses left here for Nick. And I think Ryson finally going to be putting some well-deserved points here for Echo. At least winning them that Disc Priest matchup, and with 35% prediction as well, kind of proving, that the Echo fans, that they are right to still believe in him. So, Ryson winning that one.
There it is. Ryzen not just playing, a measured game in the first game, but coming in here to just blast it and go fast here in the second one as well. Echo going to be adding that onto their wins. Ryzen and Frago really bringing in some points for Echo, which is great to see. Now, of course, they look a little bit behind, but we have a lot ahead still, including our next matchup with our Druids. But I mean, Ryzen, I think, adapted play very well, and it seemed like really kind of decided that second game by just getting in there and going really, really quick, getting that big head start, right, Dratos?
Yeah, absolutely. A very strong opener and then stayed strong throughout. Really awesome play from Ryzen. You could see as well, just that grouping up did not work properly for Nick at the very start, and that was mostly where it was lost there, was just not all the enemies in the initial combat, in the initial group for Nick, and that was all Ryzen needed to be able to just do all the damage he needed to get the last few bosses killed with, like, I don't know, something like 30 seconds ahead of where Nick was going to be, just on a difficult opener compared to this perfect opener for Ryzen, the full group up of everything, actually, except for that one hound you can see up at the top of the screen there, which did worry me for a second, but it was a lone wolf, luckily.
I mean, there are moments that do just get tense, even in this game mode, right? It's accessible, it's approachable. We encourage everybody to give it a try, but especially when you see these teams trying to push it to its limits, try to get as many points or get through it as fast as possible, spawn in a ton of bosses, which will be something that will be available to everybody else during the upcoming 6 weeks as new bosses are revealed over the course of the event. It's a lot of fun to see this preview even now, the chaos that can kind of happen as our players push it and really try to see what they can optimize in it at this point. But, I mean, a really good matchup there from the Priests. Zico, do you think that they performed the way you kind of expected that they would, or were there any surprises with how the Priests kind of handled things?
Well, I think that Echo finally kind of using that strat to get the Pyro Machine in there and actually getting good usage out of it was definitely huge. And I think that that's probably something that the players are communicating now amongst each other for upcoming speedruns as well, because they are losing some steam in those speedruns. So I think that was very important for them. But in general, I think they both played amazing. I mean, I'm just a classic PvP Andy here, so for me, I'm always impressed. Like, so far, every single round, I'm just like, wow, these guys are doing so much damage. They're positioning everything so well, and yeah, they're playing great. I mean, they are raised to world first raiders, so I guess this is kind of what's expected from them. But still, it's really cool to see.
You know, you say that, but whenever I watch any of the PvP stuff, I'm just like, my mind is blown. So honestly, skill sets across the board, and it's something that's just amazing to see how different types of content, I think, let different things shine in WoW. And this has definitely been one that, has been interesting, right? Deaths don't make or break it. Really has to do with how you're kind of best playing the mode, gaming the mode, if you will. And yeah, I thought for Priests, especially as healers, it's cool to see them come in and be like, yeah, we won the speed version of this, or we had this matchup, or we were able to get huge amounts of points, because you don't always see that in all the other game modes where those classes get to shine in quite the same way. But our Druids are going to be coming up next, and they are going to be the next ones to show their stuff here. We are going to be having Mason versus Goop here, and I mean, looking at, honestly, okay, you know what? I think transmog game on both sides incredibly strong and incredibly well themed here. I mean, I don't know. Zico, do you have a favorite, or do you think both pretty equal?
Yeah, I think that it's got to go to Gooped here. I think Gooped, it's just the way everything is matching. The weapon is just great. I think that on the side of Maysteen, it's very matching as well, and it's a really cool weapon on that side too. It's hard to call this one, honestly. They're both really, really solid transmogs, but I just like the green theme a little bit more. If Maysteen is Feral Druid, I can let it slide. But if he shows up with that transmog and he's like balance, then yeah, we're gonna have an issue.
I see. So Zico, in your book, you need to match for your spec as well. Your transmog has to reflect 100%. A lot of different things. Yeah,
100%.
Fair. No, I agree.
I have a purple transmog. I'm an Arcane mage. Like, that's just how it works. If I'm a frost mage, I use a blue set, and I use like an orange one for fire. I like the lock tier 3 set, for example. So It depends, right? It's like with music. You have to match it to your mood. You know, like if you're at the gym, you're maybe blasting something a little bit more aggressive. If you're just vibing out, maybe you have something a little bit more smooth, like a little more jazzy. You know, it depends.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with transmog. That's a given.
That's fair. I mean, Dratnus, you're an expert in so many things about the classes, about their nuances, about specs. But can you speak a little bit as to the role of the jazziness of your transmogs and how they fit the overall mood?
Yeah, I mean, one of the most underrated things that we haven't talked about so far is the jazziness factor. But unfortunately, we are about to get underway here with what we assume is some Moonkin versus Moonkin gameplay. Right off the bat, we're going to see them tagging everything possible here. Goop issuing a challenge, dropping down that banner. And we can see the prediction here, very close between these two teams. We, of course, have Goop, Race to World First Raider. Maystein, in addition to Race to World First Raider, also renowned in the MDI, so a player you'll recognize if you've been watching WoW Esports for a while. Very, very strong. Right off the bat, we are going to see Goop hopping inside that pyre machine and spawns his first cherry bomb. Maystein also has his, and is just going to kick it over towards where, actually has both of his out already, and is just going to be able to group them up almost immediately.
Yeah, looking really good here for Maystein. Slightly ahead there on the cherry bombing, but we'll see. He's positioning them pretty central, and I think that has been kind of the theme for everybody, as Goop is now trying to cleave down these palm trees, looking for his second cherry bomb. 150 cheers collected on the side of Goop. Maystein, with that transmog disadvantage, does have the actual game advantage, I would say, with both of these bombs right now stacking up. And finally, Goop is going to be moving his cherry bomb. And a different position here for Goop. He's much more kind of on the northern side of the map. And I wonder how that is going to affect things when we see things like the Mechgineer knockback coming into play. We've seen, it's a little bit easier to regroup everything when you're maybe in the center. That's at least been the theme of the day so far. And Goop is going to move those cherry bombs a little bit closer here to the midfield. And he's got the score bonus, the blue one as well, active. So right now, he is looking pretty good here for Goop. And Maystein already stacking up his cherry bombs as well. So far, it's really even here between both of these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see those cherry bombs still not active for either player. Goop, it looks like, is trying to set up in the wall here. So this is going to be our first time seeing this, but this might be a really clever way to manage that knockback from the Mechgineer, because you can just have Captain Garrick get knocked against the wall. If you can manipulate the positions of Captain Garrick and the Mechgineer properly, you can just negate that knockback from mattering. And it looks like Goop is maybe setting up to have that be the case here. This could potentially be a very big power play that lets him get really full uptime on that damage amplification or the score amplification circles that he has right now. Meanwhile, Maystein hops into bear form, I think fires off the taunt on Rattlegore there, and then gets in that pyre machine, throws down a magnet bomb, and grips everything together. But he's in combat with that Mechgineer, so Captain Garrick is pretty soon going to get knocked away once more.
Yeah, let's see it here. Goop trying to get everything grouped back in. Captain Garrick is stunned currently, but I think she's going to be okay. And it looks like we're going to use one of those gravity bombs here in addition to the fire damage. But the captain gets knocked again. Is absolutely brutal here for the side of Goop. Meanwhile, Maystein is trying to reposition the cherry bombs to the captain. So a bit of a different strategy here. I feel like Maystein is going to have a very kind of small area to actually kite around in when those triple bombs or when those triple XP score zones are active. It's looking a little bit rough here. Once again, the Mechgineer is just knocking around the captain. Maystein trying to stack those cherry bombs. Kind of just trying to chase the captain with them. And actually, I think they're in a good location. But now, as I say that, it gets the captain gets knocked once again. Maystein adding a little bit of time here as well as Maystein bursts down the first boss. The Mechgineer is going to go down. Rattlegore, I think, is in that zone as well. So it's looking pretty good here in terms of points for Maystein. Pyro Machine is down, but Maystein not going to opt to use it. Instead, wants to maybe wait until there's more mobs available. And so far, 2 bosses down here for Maystein.
Yeah, Entangling Roots is going to come out from Goop to just keep that Goblin Zapper away from his score zone. He has 3 bosses going right now and has them all beautifully tanked together over here. Going to keep adding to that timer as well. Another Goblin Zapper spawning for him to deal with too. Meanwhile, Maestine kills off Glubtalk with that rotating firewall. And now just has the Baron to take care of. He is going to add some more bosses, though, to the party using that Horn of Calling. And the Magnet is going to group everything together in this small sliver of triple overlap score zones that he's created for himself here. I will say, just off of the opener, I think Goop has a nicer looking section of the arena, but that hasn't been the most important thing on some of our other series, so we can't read too much into it just yet, as the Zapper is now starting to chase Goop down. He used Mass Root to try and keep them under control, but something has broken them out here, and now he's going to be forced to stay away from that nasty zappy zone.
Yeah, something has broken them out. That is usually Captain Garrick. But
yeah,
Maestine...
Captain Garrick. Oh, you mastered a mob? I'm going to Avenger Shield it.
Maestine actually is dead. Captain Garrick dying here for Maestine. Maestine almost dying again here a second time. And in general, it looks like Maestine is having a lot more trouble just keeping the mobs inside of that triple zone, which, like you mentioned, is a little bit smaller than the one that we see on the side of Goop. Goop also ahead in terms of the actual points in-game right now, but that hasn't been the... Ooh, Maestine almost going down, but gets a couple of heals and is going to be able to take down Rethelgor, and now focusing on the Baron as well, down to about 30%. Captain is in position for at least 2 of those double zones, and honestly that might be good enough. I think a lot of it is going to come down to playing the time. Maestine, what are you going to do here? Kiting a lot of mobs right now. Kiting, yeah, that's not going to work. Maestine is going to go down.
All right, Maestine gonna die, go back to that starting zone, and have to regroup all of these mobs inside that score-enhancing area if he can. It's gonna be a little bit tough, though, to gather all of them because there are so many enemies here. Meanwhile, Goop, using that Pyre Machine, beautiful flamethrower here, is just getting some huge damage on all of these enemies. And Captain Garrick is nicely tanking, although actually maybe in some danger here, trying to cast some flashes of light, but I think Captain Garrick, yeah, is going to be forced to bubble here for Goop, which means he's going to now have to kite, and that Saw just takes him out. Goop is down on the side of Liquid as well, so both Moonkins going down here.
It makes me feel so good to see these super good players also die, because I've died quite a bit here, and I thought it was just okay, that's just me. Obviously, these guys are summoning way more mobs, but it's still nice to see. Very relatable, and as I say that, Maestine is going to go down once again, but has the mobs decently positioned, and this is where it comes down. This is where the kind of positioning of those extra XP zones comes down as well, because the mobs, when they're reset here, they're resetting to a kind of a central position for Maestine, so they're kind of close to the circle. You can see it right now. Where if you position it a little bit, in one of the corners, for example, they're going to have to walk much further, and that can be dangerous.
Absolutely, yeah. So this is definitely a disadvantage potentially for Goop's strategy of just having everything over in this corner as it resets whenever he dies much farther away than Maestine. But still looks like the score is looking good for Goop right now. The Mechgineer is the last boss that he's currently in combat with, although he might have some more to contend with once it goes down. Meanwhile, Maestine is fighting the Hydromancer and Odo the Blind Watcher alongside Watchkeeper Garglemar, which I don't think gets a boss frame, so it's always a stealth boss whenever it's in combat here, but it's definitely there as well, beating up Captain Garrick, putting on a nasty Mortal Strike effect there. And Goop's going to stop the clock here. Okay, that was his last boss. 1.4 million, the score to beat here. Will Maestine be able to match or exceed that? He's spawning more trash. Will he have more bosses after Hydromancer Thespia goes down? Oh no, Hydromancer's outside of the arena there when she dies. And it looks like he's still in combat with the Watchkeeper, but the Watchkeeper is going to kill him. Honestly, that's fine. Doesn't really matter if you die here, as long as you can get the reset. And now he can just hopefully farm some of this trash, although there are a lot of Goblin Zappers that are going to be very annoying for the next while here for Maestine.
Yeah, Maystine also not able to. Actually, he is kind of dragging the captain in there, and he's gonna go ahead and use the pyro machine, stacking everything up except the watchkeeper. No, the watchkeeper will get aggroed here as well. I think for now, Maystine, if he can get some big damage out and just try to maybe burst down the watchkeeper. No, unlucky. Captain Garrick gets knocked out of the zone again, and he just used the gravity bomb there. So Maystine is going to be forced to potentially just stall it out. But if he does that, then Captain Garrick might get the Mortal Strike effect. Did it actually look like Maystine maybe ducked into bear form there for a taunt? And did he die in the zone? I think so.
Let's see the score.
Let's see the score. Is it going to be enough?
Score to beat. 1.7.
Oh!
Hey, Maystine has done it. And that's going to be game number 1 of this series, heading over to Echo's Moonkin by 300,000 points. Well played. That does mean we are setting up, though, for an exciting speed round clash between these two Moonkins.
They're going to have to pull out all the stops. Now, of course, Liquid has the chance to try and even the score to bring it to that tie and get points up on either side. But Echo, they want to get as many points as possible, so I'm sure that Maystine is feeling as though if they can just clutch and do this, if he can just pull it off, they'll be helping out the team and setting them up for even more victories, hopefully down the road. But this is a big one here, and we're going to be taking a look back over some of the gameplay. So, how did our Druids measure up in your opinion, Zico?
I mean, this was a great showdown. I actually thought Maystine was not going to be looking too hot here. I thought Goop was going to take it, but Maystine brought it back there. I think it was right at the end, right here. It looked like he went into like bear form for a second to taunt the Watchkeeper. And the Watchkeeper, I think, died right on the edge there of the circle. So I think he might have died right inside of it. I'm not sure how much that affected the points, but it was really close between both of them. So definitely a good showdown. Nice usage of the roots as well on the zappers. And yeah, I'm excited to see how the speedrun is going to go. I feel like the speedrun is becoming my favorite, honestly.
Yeah,
because just going in and blasting it and just like the tiniest little thing can make the difference, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, you want to push to just get all the bosses, get everything down, right? Now, of course, the speedrun element is something that we've kind of thrown in for the competition here today, although you are all very welcome to, in your own runs, just see how fast you can do this as well. I love that at least one of the rewards you can get from this is sort of a scoreboard that'll show off the amount of points that you have as you go around, and will eventually flaunt other things like your gear and stuff like that, right? So you can get a little glory for yourselves. As well as tuning in to the streams of all of our creators here in the coming week. For every round or every match that they win, they will be getting some codes to give out to all of you, so be sure to tune in and keep an eye on their socials. But we're coming in here, this will be our deciding factor. Will they be able to tie it up, or is it going to go to Echo with our Druids here, Maystine versus Goop Dratnos?
Oh, Maystine nearly dies, but he goes as fast as possible into that fire. Oh my goodness, a beautiful magnet already grouping everything up. Goop trying to do something similar here, but he's already using his fire before everything is all stacked together. Now, Maystine's pyre machine here is actually going to get killed. Not all of the trash is taken care of, whereas Goop able to get another flamethrower cast here. This might be able to let him catch up, and both players now just on some oaf lackeys to take care of before they can spawn the first bosses. It is going to be Maystine, though, who gets into boss combat first here. Does have that cooldown as well that he can send. He's got Rattlegore and Lord Walden. This should be a pretty good set of enemies for him to deal with. Gonna start by focusing on Lord Walden. Meanwhile, Goop picks up Rattlegore, and Watchkeeper Garglemar. Maybe a little bit of a scarier combo, although without a lot of extra trash, the Watchkeeper is a lot less lethal than in the other mode we play.
Yeah, we'll see if maybe it's going to be Captain Garrick diff here in this one. But Maystine is slightly ahead. This is so close, but I do think that Maystine right now, with the experience as well of just speed running, maybe translating a little bit into something like this, is able to just find a little bit of an edge with that phase one. But with that said, though, Goop is doing a great job here, already taking down one of the bosses, but Maystine is cleaving both of these bosses down kind of at the same time, and there's about a 20% differential here between these bosses. I think Rattlegore is going to go down first here, down to 5% HP, and that is going to trigger phase 2 of the event here for Maystine. Now, Rattlegore still dying kind of slowly. Goop using that pyro machine to try to burst it down, but Goop is losing a lot of time, actually. I don't know if that pyro machine is worth it for single target. I'm not sure actually if that ended up being more DPS or not, but Maysteen already in phase 2. Both of them in phase 2. Maysteen with about a 10% lead here, Dratnos.
Yeah, they're both going to be fighting the exact same set of bosses here, so nothing is going to save Goop in terms of getting an easier combo of bosses. It's the Mechgineer and the Hydromancer. Goop is just going to need to find some more damage to try and catch up and prevent a 2-0 victory for Maysteen here, as the Hydromancer now nearly at 50% on the left-hand side of the screen, but actually on side of Liquid, damage is looking pretty good on the Hydromancer. Goop is ahead on the Hydromancer, but behind on the Mechgineer. And the Mechgineer is kind of more important because it's the one that is currently at higher health. The clock stops when you kill the second boss here. So it's very important that you're doing nice, even cleave. And you can see Echo are doing a very good job of keeping these bosses at right around the same health mark. Maysteen swapping targets between the two of them, swapping those Star Surges into the higher health one, whereas Goop still has 22% on the Mechgineer as the Hydromancer goes down. And it's actually going to be Maysteen. There we go. The clock is stopped. And that was a very, very fast lightning round, just barely ahead of Goop. Maysteen is going to take this one.
That was so close.
Does take it. Wasn't it good? It was so close. I love seeing Echo just slowly start to, I guess not slowly, quickly, because it's a time trial, start to push the timers, because Liquid they were running away with it. But Echo kind of has put a little bit of a break on that, at least as far as the second match goes, our second game goes, I should say, within our series that we've been having. Now, can they keep it up? That'll still be seen, but this will put the points up for Maysteen to get 2-0 over Liquid, adding a few more to the board for Echo, who are continuing to creep up and looking ahead at future rounds to overtake if they're able. Now, we had a great just rush here at the end. So with Maysteen's gameplay, was there anything that really stood out to you, Dratnos?
Yeah, I mean, I think the opener was just really good. Getting all of the mobs grouped up so quickly looked really strong, and I think that was the main source of his advantage. Goop actually, I think, gained some time. If we had boss splits like we do in MDI, I think Goop probably had slightly faster boss 1 splits than Maysteen, but the trash split was just so good. Getting all of them dead, getting those bosses spawned as fast as he did, that was all he needed to take the win here.
Yeah, I mean, it was super quick, and I mean, just kind of blitzed straight through. But I mean, Zico, did you think it was close, right? Like, do you think there was a moment where it could have flipped the other way, where Goop could have been the one to take it here?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it came down to just the tiniest little bit. It was like, what, 10% damage differential in the end? And that might have honestly been Maysteen there in the opener, just getting a little bit better grouping on those mobs. He did have to sacrifice his pyro machine for it, but it seemed like it worked out. So Maysteen just finding a tiny little advantage there over Goop. So yeah, I mean, this was a really good one. I think this was the best speedrun that we've had, probably the closest one. So super happy to have seen that.
Yeah, you know, and I think it kind of all was sort of foreshadowed by how incredibly close both of their glam game was, the transmogs, if you will, here at the start. Both really on par and looked really good. And of course, they performed amazingly as well. But we will be moving on from our druids and looking ahead to our demon hunters. So now this is going to be our other tank set that we have. We're going to have Nice Memes versus Boomy and Dratnos. Between these two, what do you think we're going to see? I mean, these two both very strong in their playing styles.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting as well because our Blood DK matchup was two players that, Miraz does some stuff other than tanking, but they've both mained a lot of tank. Whereas here, these are largely DPS mains that are going to be doing these Vengeance Demon Hunter tank jobs for today. So it should be pretty fun to see who has that off role better under control between Boomy and Nice Memes. Two extremely good players though, so it should be very fun. I'm curious as well, will the score get up into the 2.5 million range that the Blood DKs were able to reach? My guess would be no. My guess is that Blood DK should be better at this than any other tank, but I don't know for sure. Vengeance Demon Hunter has a lot of really good tools. You have Sigil of Chains to keep all the mobs exactly where you want them. The other interesting question for me is hero talents, actually. There are two really good hero talents for Vengeance Demon Hunter right now. There's the Fellscarred one that gives you big AoE explosions on your cooldowns, so that might be a really good way for the speedrun to just kind of get everything nuked down as fast as possible.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they decide to do on it. I mean, the first match that we're going to have, the first game that we're going to have in this match, I should say, is going to be our points score. So they'll have to compete for that. The second, as we have been letting everybody know, will be our speed run. And both of them test the players in different ways with this limited game mode that we have for the boss rush. But you know, one thing we haven't specifically asked about, Zico, is we talked a lot about the players, we talked a lot about what's been going on, but was there a boss that you were particularly excited to see come back in this way here for our players to face?
So far, I gotta say, going into this event, it had to be Rattlegore. I feel like Rattlegore always, because I've been playing a lot of hardcore WoW, he always gives me a heart attack. It's always like you have to pop those free action potions, you have to do those pulls very precisely, and at any point he can just kill off a member, and then you get very sad about it. But also it's like kind of cool when you get into those close calls and you survive. So for me, that was the boss I was looking forward to the most. However, I have to say Glub Talk has been stealing the show so far with the spawn camping ults. Now that we're actually here.
Yeah, I don't think that's too likely to happen with the Vengeance Demon Hunters. I feel like the tanks should be safe enough to avoid that happening. Just like Blood DK as well, Vengeance Demon Hunter does have a powerful cheat death effect with Last Resort turning you into a demon the first time you would die. So a very, very strong effect that should hopefully prevent any stray deaths. There is certainly a risk, though, especially on that Mortal Strike on the Watchkeeper, of a death happening for these tanks, because just like Blood Decay, Vengeance Demon Hunter is pretty reliant on self-healing for its defenses, so the Mortal Strike effect, a very scary thing. Both players are still fighting the trash right now, and they're just trying to charge up these cherry bombs. We have 2 cherry bombs in play for Nice Beams, already nice and stacked up. Looks like Boomy just has the one right now. Oh no, the other one is just far away. Needs to be able to charge these up, but it looks like on the opener, it's going to be Nice Beams who gets a better stack of cheers onto these cherry bombs.
It's interesting to see because Boomy did way more damage on details compared to Nice Beams, but maybe Nice Beams got a little bit more lucky here with the trees, finding the right bombs right away. Either way, his cherry bomb is getting stacked. Actually, so is Boomy's. Boomy also stacking them up nicely, and I'm excited to see how many bosses are we going to see, because with the Blood DKs, we saw, 5 bosses at the same time being tanked by Yips, and Mirrors as well doing the same thing, so we'll see if they can match that speed, and how they're going to deal with the Watchkeeper, because that is the one boss that you cannot disrespect here. Mechgineer is not going to be as annoying, since it's not going to be about repositioning those NPCs, but still, we're seeing Mechgineer and Rattlegore being fought here by Boomy, and Lord Walder, Rattlegore, and Mechgineer being fought here on the side of Nice Memes. So Nice Memes taking down multiple of these bosses. But if the Watchkeeper shows up, the Watchkeeper did show up for Boomy actually. This could be very, very sketchy.
Yeah, we have Boomy targeted now, so you can see those Mortal Strikes as they will start to stack up. Currently on 0 stacks, though, and the Watchkeeper's already almost half dead here. Boomy making very short work of the deadly, deadly boss here. Looks like doing a little bit of kiting just to avoid some of those stack applications. But yeah, unless the debuffs aren't showing, which I think they are, I think Boomy's just like dodged. He's just been dodging those Mortal Strike effects, looking really, really clean here. And once that Watchkeeper goes down, there's a chance that Boomy could just activate a bunch of extra mobs. He's going to double leap away to be able to get some time to cast one of his burner clocks before running back into this area. And you can just see how different this experience is when you have full control over the mobs. But Boomy is going to get stunned by one of those Raveners. The Watchkeeper is still alive here as well, so Boomy is in some danger of now starting to pick up some of those Mortal Strike stacks, but it looks like he is still continuing to dodge them. This is going so well for, at least for survivability on Liquid's side. I think once this Watchkeeper goes down, he is going to be in great shape. Meanwhile, I believe Echo also have the Watchkeeper, yep, in combat with Nice Memes, so his health is going to be in some danger soon too.
Very nicely done here by Boomy. And as soon as that Watchkeeper is even close to dying, he starts calling in other bosses. So right now he's got 3 bosses on the table on the side of Boomy. And Nice Memes still kind of dealing with that Watchkeeper. Doesn't want to get any of those Mortal Strike stacks. And the Watchkeeper is kind of high HP still, actually. The Mechgineer as well. Don't have a health frame for the Watchkeeper on the right side, but He's definitely in there. You can see him at about 70% right now for Nice Memes, and you can see Nice Memes taking a big chunk of damage. And one thing that I've noticed about the Demon Hunters in this kind of mode is that anytime they get stunned, they get absolutely blasted. And it's kind of the same in PvP. So it's nice to see here for Nice Memes and Boomy just trying to avoid those, because I think if they get caught in too many of those stuns, that could definitely be their passive proccing.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the main way of dying. And there are a lot of stuns in this format as well. When you're summoning all this extra trash too, those Raveners just love randomly stunning you, in addition to some of the boss mechanics that stun. So very much the most danger that you'll be in as a Demon Hunter is if you get stunned. If you get stunned with Fell Spikes down, Immolation Aura down, you are just going to be in so much danger. But it looks like, so far, the players have done a really good job of avoiding that. Last Resort still not procced for either person either. Nice Memes does now have 1 stack of the Mortal Strike. If he can dodge the next application, that would be great. If he does get a second stack, he will start to actually have his health bar move down, and it looks like he's actually just going to kite until that stack falls off of him here, so that even if he doesn't dodge, and yep, you can see he doesn't, he does get another stack of that Mortal Strike, but he managed to drop the first stack, so now he just has the 1 again, and the Watchkeeper is dead. So we are through the most dangerous part of this Dastardly Duo that we are going to watch for the next few minutes here, because the Mortal Strikes are under control. Both of the bosses have been killed on both sides that do that. Now it's just going to be Glob Talk for Nice Memes. Meanwhile, Boomy for Liquid is fighting 4 bosses and spawning even more of the trash here.
Yeah, 4 bosses, but one of them is shortly going to go down here with the Hydromancer. Nice Meme's going to add... Oh, he gets interrupted on his burner clock right there. Very unfortunate. And Glubtalk is here, and we'll see if he can keep him in that circle. Adding another boss there, Baron as well, being called in for Nice Memes. And I feel like players are deliberately trying to take it a little bit more slower. I think Nice Memes knows that he could add more bosses right now and potentially just cleave it down quicker. But I think he wants to try to min-max the amount of adds, because more often than not, I feel like the player who takes it slow, who makes sure that everything dies in the circle, is the player that comes out ahead on the points. Boomy definitely having to deal with a lot of mechanics right now. Look at all that stuff that's going on. There's the fire being there on the ground. There's the lightning all over the place, and there's extra stuns like the cyclones as well. And if he missteps too much, he might just go down here. Boomy's taking a lot of damage. I might have jinxed him right there. Does look like he will survive, and he will be able to take down Rattlegore here in that circle. And he's doing a great job with it. Oh, Rattlegore though gets taunted, I think, by the captain there in the back line. And the Rattlegore, it would be a shame if he got taunted out and then one of the DPS kills it. Almost happened there, but manages to bring it back in.
Yeah, we need to get it inside. Okay, I think it was inside 2, but maybe not the 3rd of those score-enhancing zones. So that's definitely a big deal, is getting all the mobs inside the triple zone. Look at the difference between how these circles look for Nice Memes versus for Boomy. For Boomy, there's only a pretty small, narrow section in the middle, and that's full of Goblin Zappers, so there's very little effective space. Whereas for Nice Memes, the Goblin Zappers are nowhere to be seen, and this middle section is a beautiful, just 3 circles right on top of each other, so has a much easier time farming score here. Already now over 500,000 base score. Now, when we saw the Blood Decays earlier, they got over 1 million on their base score by the end of their games. So if we want to see the Vengeance Demon Hunters reaching that level, reaching the 2.5, post-modification score, that's the kind of thing that we're going to be looking to see here out of Nice Memes and Boomy, is can they get that base score up towards that 1 million threshold? Boomy now already halfway as well, but it is Nice Memes currently in the lead. And I feel like Nice Memes has the advantage just based off of how beautifully stacked these score zones are.
Absolutely. I think when you look at these two, you see you can draw a parallel to real life, right? You see Nice Memes, you can tell, okay, this guy, he makes his bed in the morning, he doesn't leave any dishes in the sink, it's all nice and tidy, his desk is looking clean. And on the side of Boomy DH, you can tell his bed might be a little bit messy, it might be a little bit of sus stuff going on there, it might be a little late on the laundry. But none of that will matter if Boomy can navigate that tiny little square of distance or space. Sorry, where he can actually kill everything and still get those triple points. Boomy is just going to have a lot more challenging of a job as yet another Goblin Zapper moves in to grief him. And I wonder what Nice Memes have actually done with his Goblin Zappers, because I don't see them anywhere. Like, did he see them somewhere? Did he? Does he have his captain somewhere tanking them? I actually don't know what is going on with them. But they're not here.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's
I
fantastic.
don't think you get Captain Garrick if you're playing a tank spec. So I think it's just if you click the cogs, you're going to be summoning extra reinforcements, and some of those are going to be zappers. But I think he's just lucked out into not summoning a lot of zappers because he has still clicked set with the cogs. Oh, Nice Memes is dropping super low here. Somehow doesn't proc Last Resort, though. Dropped to like 2% HP, but still able to preserve that Last Resort here. Really nice, and now he's going to start summoning even more of these reinforcements. Still no bonus zappers, though, so I think Nice Memes has just gotten a really good run. Really nice RNG on what those gears have summoned. Here comes our first zapper, and our second zapper for Nice Memes, and our third zapper. So now the zappers are spawning, but it's going to be the last things to happen. He'll be able to hopefully keep them away here. Oh no, dropping low, and that is Last Resort now for Nice Memes, so he is in some danger.
Yeah, and that is right before the Zapper army arrives here for Nice Meme. So this could spell a little bit of trouble, but no, he's going to go ahead and finish the event. How much points did he get? 2.1 million. You think Boomy will be able to beat that?
I mean, Nice Meme's got a lot of points here. He got 766,000 base score, but Boomy still has a boss and a half to get through. He still has 4 minutes on the clock. He can still click on another gear if he wants to as well. He's got more trash to summon. He has an awkward time getting the mobs inside this bonus zone, so I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a lower bonus than Nice Memes, but I think he can get to a higher base score still.
Okay. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to watch here. As it's 2.1 million is the score to beat. Boomy doing his best here. The Fell Dev coming out. And he still has his Last Resort available as well. He's going to summon even more reinforcements.
Yeah. Boomy so far, he's kind of navigating around that little tight space that he has. Pretty beautifully, though. He has, like, where he's standing right now. He jumped out. Going for the burner
Yeah, he's
clock.
getting extra burner clock. So he doesn't want to get autoed while he's casting that burner clock, so he double jumps far away to be able to avoid getting hit during that cast.
Yeah, so he adds up extra time. He's in the green, and you can see using that Demon Hunter mobility very effectively. I'm excited to see if he can beat the DKs. Oh, I think he actually just procced his passive right there. Needs to be a little bit careful that he doesn't go down in that position. But it looks like he's going to be able to manage. Bosses are looking kind of low. His last boss is going to be Odo, the Blind Watcher, the Hunt coming out. And I think he has killed off basically every ad. I wonder actually if killing the Goblin Zappers would give him any extra points, if it's worth trying to do that. He added even more time, and no, killing the Zappers does not actually give you any points.
Okay, 2.1 million score to beat 2.0. Boomy barely not enough here. It is going to be Nice Memes from Echo that will take another game here, and Echo on a solid win streak right now, but we are going to move to a speed round between these two players. Who will be able to get all the bosses and the trash killed fastest is the question now.
It is a big question indeed, especially since Liquid, at least at the start, seemed to hold the advantage in speed. But Echo is absolutely building momentum as they go along. Now, of course, we're going to see this pop up on the board. Nice Memes takes that first game. There will be one more in which Boomy, in this test of speed, as our game 2 goes ahead and basically forgoes all of the point acquisition and instead focuses just on the speed element. But looking back on this one with the points, I mean, Nice Memes really, I think, had some great plays in this. How did the tank kind of measure up even to our earlier tanks, Zico?
Well, they weren't as good as the Blood DKs. I guess the Blood DKs are just maybe a little bit better at positioning everything, and also just seem to be able to fight maybe more enemies. Not as susceptible to dying in a stun as well as the Demon Hunter. But I think for Nice Memes, I think you can tell like it's just tidiness diff. Like he's making his bed, he's doing his dishes, he's doing his laundry, he's not letting anything sit out, and you could see that on his circles, and he was able to pull ahead because of that.
Interesting. I feel like the players are going to have to do some follow-up on social media to be like, I swear my bedroom is clean. I did my dishes. Zico, please. No, but you're right. I think it was tiny. The area maneuvering, being able to get everything exactly where they needed to go. I mean, that's a huge advantage in tanking, and this is no different. But of course, speed is going to be the big test of our second game here. Nice Memes versus Boomy coming in again here as they try to see who can do this the fastest, Dratnos.
Yeah, here we go. The speed round begins. First person to finish the timer is going to win here. It does look like maybe Nice Memes is he was lining to get these all nice and grouped up. Boomy is also playing Fellscarred here. He's swapped over to that other hero talent, so he's got those big demon explosions around him, those demon surges for some huge damage. Nice Memes now having all the mobs grouped up is going to throw that Magnet Bomb. And it is going to group everything up, and then he's going to be able to kill them with that flamethrower. Meanwhile, Boomy still has one shadowy attendant that... Oh, it doesn't matter. We killed all but one of the trash, so the bosses will still spawn here, which is nice. And one of them is the Watchkeeper. That's a little bit worrying. The other one's the Mechgineer, also kind of worrying here for Boomy. He's also used all of his burst CDs on the trash, whereas Nice Memes should still have a nice opener for the bosses here. He's got Lord Walden and the Hydromancer, which I think is a combo I would prefer. And yeah, we'll see how this works out. I think that Nice Memes got to the bosses after Boomy did, but I think Nice Memes should have more single target here.
Yeah, I think Nice Memes in that last round, he got a little bit lucky with the zappers. In this round, though, he got a little bit unlucky because for the first 15 seconds, his character was just stunned and he couldn't move. So Nice Memes definitely has a little bit of catch up to do. He did get a nice Pyro Machine to try to get some value. Jumps up there as well on the blue zone to try to get that little extra jump pad. And he is catching up a little bit, but still with just the Mechgineer left here for Boomy, it's looking pretty good on the side of Team Liquid for this first phase. Nice Memes, what is he going to do here? I also think Boomy might have some of those cooldowns rotating back up for phase 2, whereas Nice Memes might not. We'll see how it plays out. Still, Mechgineer at 45%, and the highest HP boss for Nice Memes is going to be Lord Waldner at 45%. So actually not that big of a difference here as we see actually a bomb being deployed on the side of Boomy. He's going to use that gravity bomb as well as the extra fire from the Pyro Machine to add a little bit of extra pad, but Nice Memes is catching up here. He might be able to pull this off. He's actually pulling ahead right now, managing to burst down Lord Walden down to 5% HP, and he is going to win that first phase here. Let's see if he can keep it up, though, for the next one.
Yeah, round 2 going to begin here in just a second for Nice Memes with a little bit more single target, but Boomy is going to be getting back to meta kind of soon here, and that is a big opportunity for him to burst. Again, Boomy is playing Fellscarred, whereas Nice Memes is playing Eldrachi Reaver, so Boomy has a huge amount of damage loaded into that Metamorphosis cooldown with those Demon Surges. It is going to be Lord Walden and Rattlegore for Boomy, and the Mechgineer and Rattlegore for Nice Memes here. So pretty similar set of bosses. Right now we can actually see it as Boomy pulling a little bit ahead on Lord Walden, but Rattlegore is still very high HP for him. He's going to hop into one of these Mimiron's heads to just do a little bit of extra fire damage, and he should be back able to press meta very soon here. Will that be enough to pull ahead of Nice Memes? Ooh, Nice Memes is getting stunned here, unfortunately. And that's going to hurt his DPS. But he's already got both bosses under 50%, whereas Boomy still has 62% to get through on Rattlegore.
Yeah, I think Nice Memes might be able to do it here. Lord Walden is going to go down. Boomy now in meta. Actually, no, just for a second there, but the Rattlegore still at 40% HP. Rattlegore on the side of Nice Memes is at 28% HP. Unless Nice Memes gets stunned a bunch here, I feel like he's going to be able to pull ahead. Electrified Net coming out there from the Mechgineer. Nice Memes going for the Fell Devastation, doing a lot of damage here in meta form as well. Rattlegore to 14%, but at the same time, look at that. Boomy able to pull ahead, 2%, 1%. Oh, that was so close. Boomy manages to win the round there. Big swing of momentum, and Nice Memes had about 5% left, I think, on Rattlegore when Boomy was able to kill his.
Wow. That was very close. Incredible. I mean, Boomy managing to get in there, not letting Echo just start to run off with things. And they're going to go ahead and even out that score that will go down as a tie, and points will be given to the teams accordingly. Now, we are heading towards the last attraction. Oh, you know what? I've just been told that mages were canceled, Zico. No mages, I guess. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We will be looking ahead to our mages who will be shown doing a showdown here at the very end. I know Zico's been looking forward to it, and hopefully all of you will be as well. We do still have 2 more rounds after this of slightly different competition, but at least for our class Clash, that will be rounding it out. But we will take a look here at this final showdown that we had with our demon hunters here. Boomy, of course, just managing to pull this off. Dratnos, what do you think made the difference for him?
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised that this worked out because I felt like Nice Beams' opener of just getting everything grouped up and killing it with those pyro machines would be a really efficient way to handle this, but it looked like Boomy was just able to figure out, you know what? That time wasted of line of sighting, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to grab everything, run in there, literally first global the hunt to just get forward as much as possible. And I think another important thing is that it looks like the trash section ends, even if there's still 1 trash mob alive. So you can leave 1 out and just focus on getting everything else grouped together and just ignore one of the casters out to the side. And that looked like it was what Boomy was up to there. So really nice strategy, well-deserved win. But yeah, I can't wait to see the mages showdown here. There's a reason we've saved the best for last year. Mages are just going to be so fun to watch, battling it out with the absolute, battle cruisers of the mage class.
I know, I'm so hyped, and I know, Zico, this is something you've been waiting for now. I know you've been pushing for some Arcane play. What do you think Arcane offers when they go up against this boss rush here with the Dastardly Duos?
Well, I think if you go, I think if you go Sun Fury, you will have the Thanos Snap, which will lock mobs in place, kind of in the air. So you have that to keep mobs in place, and then you can go Arcano Spear and knock mobs into the circle as well. You obviously have good cleave damage, good single target, like really high single target damage to kind of burst bosses down. Blast Wave as well to knock some mobs around. But I think it's gonna come down to just being able to burst down the bosses really quickly when they are in the position where you want them to be. So once you get the captain in the right spot, just being able to kind of AoE down everything. I'm not sure actually what spec is going to be able to do that the best. Probably Fire, if I had to take a guess at what these guys are going to be playing. But I think it's going to come down to more about maneuvering the captain.
If you want to keep mobs under control, I mean, Frost Mage has a lot of tools for that, right? Keeping them all just stacked up in a blizzard, frozen, slowed, snared, Kona cold when they start chasing after you. So that might be something to think about as well. But I'm also curious if we'll see something different between the points game and the speed game between these players, because they've had a couple hours now to know that there's a speed game coming. We dropped that rule change on everybody a couple hours ago, but they might have been able to prep something for that.
It's true. And I mean, of course, they have the ability to switch specs between the different, games that they're playing. So I don't know, Zico, do you think, I mean, you have so many insights into Mage and all the different sort of facets of it. Do you think there's a possible world in which they swap specs between and try to bring something else in for speed?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I'm not sure. Depends on what they want to do, right? Because like Dratnos said, for example, you could go Frost as well for the first zone, and you can Frozen Orb, and then your Blizzard is going to reset your Frozen Orb cooldown as well, and you can just have, at some points, a lot of orbs out and just cleave everything down, but you could also go for something that's a bit more single target oriented. If you go Fire, you can go for the kind of AoE flame strike spam. So it really depends, but I think for the boss rush, you just want as much single target DPS as possible. So I'm praying for an Arcane, but we'll see.
I think Arcane would be good. I think for the speed as well, a lot of these bosses summon adds alongside them, and Arcane does huge single target in those circumstances. You've got burst every 45 seconds as well, so you could try and end the game on your second Arcane Surge potentially. But we are going to be underway with our points game first, and right off the bat we can see Arxis evocating. Fired up, not going to be evocating, just getting right in there, pulling everything all together. Oh my goodness, firing off the evocation now, and this is going to be just huge damage potentially. It's fired up, lagging around a little bit. Hard to tell which of that is him lagging and which of that is him taking blinks and alter times back together. But yeah, both players on a pretty similar idea here. Spellslinger Arcane. Kind of not surprised to see this because this is the main Mythic Plus spec. So, if you think about this as being pretty similar to M+, it makes sense you'd see that spec here.
Oh, I'm so excited to see this. Two of the best mages in the game, both of them playing Arcane. I'm so excited to see how much DPS they're going to do and kind of what talents they're going to be running here as well. And so far, we can see the Cherry Bomb being active here for both of them. I think they're both still looking for their second one. And obviously, they're both going to be playing with that Shimmer talent as well, so they can blink while casting. And just going for a lot of Arcane Blasts onto those trees, trying to find that second bomb. Arxis has found his, and I'm Fired Up has found his as well. And this is where we're going to see everything just kind of get stacked up. Probably the Arcane Surge, or at least the Touch of the Magi, get popped, and these mobs kind of get cleaved down. So actually, Arxis is struggling with his, yeah, there we go, Cherry Bomb not playing nice for him. And we can see the captain as well trying to get back into position. So I think that's the... Oh, Arxis trying to blast wave the mobs there, but looked like they were immune to that knock. And I'm Fired Up has set up his triple zone, and it looks pretty clean as well. So it should be a decent amount of space in the midfield section of that. And now I'm Fired Up can start blasting away, and you can see these bosses are probably going to start melting here with that Arcane Surge active for him.
Yeah, we do have Rattlegore here, which I believe is one of the bosses that does knock back Captain Garrick, so that's going to be a priority target for Fired Up. Meanwhile, we have the Mechgineer and Rattlegore for Arxes. Wow, look at the Twitch prediction as well. Huge in favor of Fired Up. Well-known name here, but Arxes looking really solid as well. Not as many points just yet, but he has a really strong setup going. Pretty soon he's going to have a nice triple score zone here, so definitely wouldn't count him out just yet. All three of the bosses are beautifully positioned right now, whereas for Fired Up, they are outside of that score zone. This is a little bit less good.
Yeah, definitely how I would put it as well. So definitely a little bit less good right now, but I do think that the tank lost aggro there. The captain lost aggro on Rattlegore, but looks like Rattlegore is back on his target. Arxis actually alter timing a big chunk of damage there as well. And should be able to finish off these Rattlegore. Actually, Captain, once again, nicely done there. Repositioned perfectly in the middle. Now he just needs to burst down Rattlegore before he gets out of... Nope, he gets knocked. Calls down the banner. Arxis almost going down there as well for a second. Huge swing of damage, and he is going to go ahead and activate the Gravity Bomb, reposition everything, but he still has a boss that can knock his Captain in the Mechgineer. And you can see the Captain getting knocked out once again there as he uses yet another Gravity Bomb to reposition the stack of mobs.
Yeah, this is looking really, really exciting. But I do have some interesting news about the gears. So you remember how you were wondering about how the shockers, the Goblin Shockers were coming in? It turns out that you can actually tell which gears are going to summon those Goblin Zappers. So if you look on our left-hand side of the screen right now for Arxes, right at the very left edge of the screen, now it's just out of frame, but you can see just there, right near Arxes' like boss frame over on the left side, that gear has like sparks floating off of it. Compare that to the gear in the bottom right of Arxes' screen. That one doesn't have sparks coming out of it. So it's the ones with sparks that will summon the Zappers. And if you don't click on any of those, which is what Nice Memes did last round, you can avoid spawning any of these annoying Goblin Zappers that just cannibalize your remaining space. I don't think anybody knew about this necessarily coming into the day because I've seen a lot of them spawning and really griefing everybody, but it looks like that is a huge piece of tech that is now available. And hey, that's one of the benefits as well of watching this broadcast. You'll learn tech like that as we learn it that you can use in your own Dastardly Duo runs.
Yeah, I feel like we've uncovered a lot of tech, the spawn camping tech, which didn't end up being that good, the zapper tech as well, and just in general, like repositioning the boss and also keeping kind of your circle as tidy as possible. I'm Fired Up, doing some work here. It has everything stacked up nice and in the middle. And look at the points as well between these two mages. Like, I know the in-game points don't tell the full picture, but they are like 10,000, less than 10,000 points apart, and the DPS is looking very similar. It's really remarkable to see just how closely matched these guys are.
Yeah, exactly. This is a very, very fun series to watch. You can see at the very top of our screens, right? Those scores extremely close between the two sides right now. Fired Up kiting away the Watchkeeper, and this is something that Fired Up is just one of the most greatest players in the world to watch doing this. Anytime he's forced to kite, he's just got such good control over these mobs, but I think it's going to start running out. He's out of blinks now. I think Fired Up might be going down here in a second. He alters, but he alters kind of low over there. It looks like he's going to be able to get the boss off of him here, using another burner clock right now. But where is our captain? I don't see it for Fired Up. I think we might be down a tank for a little while here. And I think that's going to mean that Fired Up just has to die to be able to reset this. Looks like he's going to try and keep a kite going here. But honestly, I think dying is the right move here, just to res your captain.
Yeah, definitely. I think just wasting too much time like that is probably not going to work out for him. So he's just going to take the L on that one. Arxes trying to stack up everything here in the midfield. And I'm Fired Up looking to do a big pull here potentially. Might just actually go for, he's going to just issue a challenge and bring his tank into the midfield and just pull everything with that. Oh no, he dies! That is brutal for I'm Fired Up. He just issued a challenge. He just got everything stacked up nicely in the middle, and then his tank didn't have aggro on a couple of mobs and he just got sent, so he's not going to get a lot of value out of that, unfortunately, as his tank goes down as well.
Yeah, you can see those two gears that are near him as well are those electrified ones that will summon more Goblin Zappers. Odo is super low here. He needs to make sure that Odo does not die outside of this zone here. So he's going to use that grip effect from the Magnet Bomb to just make sure that all of these enemies are inside the zone as they are taking damage and dying.
Yeah, let's see here. I wonder how much points these mages are going to be, because so far no one has been able to beat the Blood DKs. I was hoping that maybe we could see one of these mages get up to 3. Oh my god, I'm Fired Up with 2% HP. Doesn't have a lot of ways to actually regain HP right now. He's going to have to rely on his homies here. He gets a couple of regrowths, but is he down a tank there, or what's going on here? Looks like he might be down a tank, actually, so everything is loose.
Yeah, this is looking pretty ugly here, and Fired Up is going to go down, and Arxes catching up on score right now. Really nice setup here of all the mobs just beautifully inside that score bonus zone. Captain Garrick cooperating and actually taking them in a good spot. Ooh, and Arxes, look at that. Nudges that score bonus spotlight forward just a little bit to get even more points. Really heads up play. Something that not a lot of players have been doing is just slightly manipulating that score circle into a better position as needed. Arxes issuing another challenge here with that banner, just getting all the mobs into a good position. And Rethogor is probably the next target of this Arcane Surge for Arxes. Or maybe that Ravener just to avoid getting stunned. Those Ravener mobs really obnoxious.
Yeah, definitely. And we're seeing a nice gravity bomb setup coming out here on the side of Fired Up. But he needs to be careful. Doesn't have a lot of ways to recover his own HP. So he's going to have to rely on those NPCs to actually heal him up. And if he gets bursted too hard, they might not have time to react. Arxes, honestly, doing a really good job so far. I feel like he's going to have a decent amount of points here. Let's see how many points he gets as he takes down the last boss. 1.9 million. Wow. What are you thinking about Fired Up's chances here? Can he beat the 1.9 million?
I mean, Fired Up is going to get to a similar base score here, but a lot of the enemies he killed were outside of this score-enhancing zone. On the other hand, Fired Up has manipulated it now to just be a boss and some trash, and he can just keep spawning trash forever now and just cleave it all down and get a bunch of free points. So I think I like Fired Up's chances here. I think that usually the early bird might get the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese in the score game mode. Whoever's just alive for longer at the end and is just, farming points, I like their chances.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Fired Up. Let's see what he's going to do here. If he can pull some of those mobs on the outside as well. He's thinking about, there's a Goblin Zapper now coming in as well as he is cleaving down the Mechgineer. And you can see the Zapper there in the back line. Not going to get crowd controlled. And he's summoning up more reinforcements too. So I'm Fired Up. He's got a lot of time to work with. I think he's got a lot of extra time gears as well. So he can take his time here and just make sure he's farming as many mobs as humanly possible. The big story is, of course, his tank. If his tank gets knocked by that Mechgineer, it could be a little bit sus, but he has those gravity bombs as well. 1.9 million score to beat here on the side of Arxes. Fired up, uses the gravity bomb here. But he might finish with the... Oh, no, I was just about to say, he might finish with a yellow time. And no, he's not going to do that. He is going to be able to add extra time as he looks to close it out here on the side of Liquid.
And let's see whether he gets above 1.9 million. He had a higher base score. He's going to have a higher total score as well. Fired up, putting point number 1 on the board for Team Liquid in this series.
Impressive scores, and I mean, you were hoping that they would climb high, and they definitely are getting up there towards those points that we've seen cracking that 2 million that our MVPs, our top players, have been managing to pull off. But this was incredible, a great showing. Arcane on both sides there. Zico, a little treat for you at the start, but really good play from both of them, honestly. Now, while I'm Fired Up has taken this first point, Dratnos, what did you think about this matchup between the two of them?
Yeah, this was a very, very fun Game 1 to watch, but I am so hyped for Game 2, our speedrun game between these two players. I'm a fan of speedruns at heart, and I gotta say, I just love seeing them blast as much as they can to try and finish that out as fast as possible, and I think Mage is gonna have a really interesting toolkit for it. The question is, do you still stick with Arcane? I think you probably do, and you just try and kill the second boss on your second Arcane Surge at the very end of that kind of 80-second, boss rush window. You hop into the Pyro Machine at first, and then you Arcane Surge one of the bosses, and then when your Arcane Surge comes back up, you're hopefully ending the timer. That's going to be the question for me, is whether they agree on that. Maybe you play Fire instead, though. Fire could be really good for the speedrunning round, too.
Could be really good. I mean, again, right, we were talking at the start. Do they swap it up because they're going to be trying to push that speed element? Do you want to focus those bosses and just kind of burn them down as fast as possible? It seems likely, especially when we have players that I think are very capable of it. But we'll take a look back at the match itself. This has been a great one, but Zico, what did you see from your Mage perspective between the two players that we had?
I mean, these guys are incredible. They were so fast, especially here in the beginning. You see like how good they are at actually controlling the mobs, pulling the mobs, and getting them into the right spots. And for I'm Fired Up, he had a couple of maybe blunders where he things didn't go the way he wanted it to, but I think in general they did a really good job with the positioning of the boss and keeping their Captain Garrick in the location that they wanted to, and just being patient as well with their damage and just not overcommitting. So I'm Fired Up. Definitely impressive on that Mage. Now he's gonna issue a challenge and immediately pull everything here for round 2 into the Pyro Machine. Classic Liquid opener.
Yeah, both players are just using as much of the Pyro Machine flamethrower damage as possible. Ooh, Fired Up, though, his Pyro Machine is going to get taken out here. That is unfortunate. He's going to just have to get through the rest of this by himself. Meanwhile, Arxes just that one oaf lackey to take care of before he will start spawning the bosses here. The main event coming out. And Arxes in the lead here for Echo after Fired Up has lost his machine. The question is, will Fired Up be able to do more damage to make this work out? Because Arxes is already in combat. He's got the Watchkeeper and he's got the Stormbreaker. Ooh, this is really good, Zico, because these bosses both bring extra mobs with them, which is exactly what Arxes wants for that Arcane Mage funnel that they are so famous for. Meanwhile, Fired Up has a couple of extra adds as well. He's also got the Watchkeeper, but he has Lord Walden instead, so he's not going to have as much extra trash as Arxes did. And you can see Arxes already just doing so much damage to these targets.
Yeah, he's already killed the Watchkeeper here, and he's going after the Mechgineer now. And he did also reset his cooldowns there with Shifting Power, so he has another touch of the Magi that he could send here on the Mechgineer. He is doing so much damage, and he did activate, I think, the touch of the Magi there as well. And Arxes is already done with that round. So much damage coming out. I'm Fired Up still, definitely looking like he needs to take down Lord Walden.
Look at the NPCs. Look at the NPCs on Fired Up side. They were just destroying the props instead of hitting Lord Walden. That cannot be a good feeling for Fired Up. Oh no. It's okay though. The next round is going to be starting soon. So Echo in the lead here by about 20 seconds. Fired Up is going to need to do something absolutely crazy with his DPS right now. Both players are getting the Hydromancer. That's good. They really like seeing the Hydromancer spawn because we get these Coil Fang water elementals, and that's extra damage on the main targets for these Arcane Mages. Rattlegore, the other boss for Fired Up, whereas it's Lord Walden for Arxes, and I think Arxes should have the advantage here if he can keep himself healthy, which he does. Gets topped up there after taking some damage, and already the water elementals are dead. Another touch of the Magi coming out of Lord Walden, and bang! That explodes and takes out the Hydromancer. The boss nearly dead already here. Fired Up doing his best here, but he's not even going to get to that Arcane Surge. It is all over here. Arxes stops the clock in extremely fast fashion.
Yeah, Arxes had a perfect run here. That was absolutely incredible to see.
Well done, Arxes. I mean, look, both of these mages are incredibly prolific players, but that was so fast over there from Arxes as I'm Fired Up finishes up there. That will bring the two of them tied here in this final series of round 1. And, I mean, amazing gameplay overall, but of course, Liquid came out of this with 13 points. So Liquid will be our winners of round 1, and incredible gameplay from all of their players with the classes that they had clash against the competition. Now, because they won, Liquid will be getting some giveaway codes for winning that round, so follow their channels during the week, check out social media, check out their streams, and you have a chance to win some codes for a variety of different things, from toys to game time. Here in the game, so definitely keep an eye out and get a little something for yourself for hanging out with us today as well. Now, we've got more than just round 1 ahead of us, but this has been amazing already. I mean, Dratnos, coming out of round 1, the class clash, how are you feeling? What did you think about the matchups?
Yeah, I loved seeing the speed run between these two players, but it's just been a really fun to see all the one-on-ones between the classes. I actually was surprised by how fun it was to watch the healers play as well, especially the Mistweavers. I think that was a really fun head-to-head that we got to see fairly early in the day. Of course, though, kind of no surprise to me that Blood DK stole the show with the total points that they could get. Blood DK is just so well-suited to this kind of content, so that was also really exciting to watch just that point total get above 2.5 million.
That was so cool. And I mean, look, everybody, you can keep trying to push your points higher too. Of course, a lot of the things that you'll see here are a little bit of a preview of what's to come over the 6 weeks of the Dastardly Duos event. So get out there, try yourself, implement some of this, and as more bosses are added in, definitely give it a shot. But Zico, what did you think about the Ultimate Showdown? I mean, did the mages do you proud?
Absolutely. I think that the speed run between the mages was awesome to watch. I was just sitting back in my chair watching the rotation, watching how they were grouping the mobs, and just seeing exactly how they min-maxed everything. And Arx's very, very impressive performance, the way he stacked everything up, the way he got his damage out, the way he cleaved everything. And I'm Fired Up, very impressive in round 1. So cool to see them end up 1-1 in the end of it all.
Yeah, 100%. I love seeing the healers myself personally because I always love getting to see them just do something a little bit different. It was cool to see, but everybody just played so well. And speaking of which, we have actually our winners for round 1 here with us. We've got our captain of the team, Scott, over on Team Liquid. Scott, can you hear us? Are we coming through?
Yeah, we're good.
Awesome. Hello, hello. Congrats. Winning round 1 and all of those different clashes. What did you think about how it shook out overall? You feeling good?
Yeah, I mean, we're clearly in the lead, pretty dominant first half, so expected to take that into the second half.
Yeah.
Gonna hold it, I see. Very confident.
Any players on your team that did particularly poorly that you want to call out for the errors in their ways?
I mean, this content is Sang's bread and butter, so him losing was unexpected, I would say. I think Daza was the surprising one. 2-0 from Daza. He's the GOAT.
Yeah, it was cool to see. Definitely. I'm sorry, though, about the disappointment with Sang. Hopefully there can be some redemption. A redemption arc. But, I mean, Zico, did you have anything you wanted to toss into the mix here?
Yeah, Scott, did you hear what Scripe said? He said that they were actually playing with one hand to give you guys a chance in that first round, and they were completely going to mop the floor with you in second round. Do you think there's any truth to that?
Well, we were playing on steering wheels for the first half, so I actually think that's even more impressive than one hand.
Okay,
That
great.
is impressive.
Well, yeah, I mean, steering wheels, one-handed. I mean, whatever you're going to do in round 2, we can't wait to see it, and we're looking forward to what your 5v5s will bring. But thanks so much for jumping in to chat with us, Scott.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, we are going to toss over now to Scripe on Echo. Scripe, hey, good to see you. How's it going?
Hello. Going good.
Hello.
We had a rough start. However, as you know, this is how we do things. We give the lead to Liquid, and then we catch up. It's all part of the plan, and looking forward to round 2.
Yeah, listen, I didn't want to like reveal all your strats, but I knew. I was like, yep, they're just building up, you know? They're just waiting. So we can't wait to see it. Dranos, did you have any questions you want to toss to Scribe?
What was it like when we switched up the format on you and introduced an entirely new way of winning the game 2s? Was that any fun to kind of strategize around?
Oh, it was very much in our favor because we didn't have enough of the materials. So if otherwise we would have struggled. So this was really, really good. And it was fun, definitely. Like you have to switch completely how you think about it, right? Like doing it fast. Although I guess it's not part of the normal game on retail, but I think that would be a cool mode as well if they put that in.
Totally agree. The speed element of it was really fun to watch, especially as things got like closer and closer. So it was a ton of fun. Now, Zico's been really kind of playing telephone here and passing along totally true messages between both of you. But Zico, was there anything you wanted to pass on that Scott said?
Yeah, Scripe, you're my boy. I didn't really want to be the guy who has to tell you this, but I don't know if you heard what Scott said, but he said that they beat you guys on a steering wheel. They were just actually driving with one hand as well, and that in the next stage they're gonna beat you guys with dance pads. Do you have any comment about that?
I did actually hear all of it, and he was pretty savage, I must say. He sounded very savage, but I mean, you know how it is. Like I said, we like to start late and look up the strats from Liquid. That is actually what we kind of did, and it helped. So we're looking forward to doing that again in round 2.
It was all going according to plan.
Yeah.
Everything, of course.
Great.
Perfect.
You can take it. You can make it your own. No doubt. There's a huge opportunity to catch up in round 2, and we'll be looking forward to seeing what you do. So thanks so much, Scribe.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, with that, we have finished up round 1. You heard it from both of the teams. This time, maybe they'll be playing on their keyboards, but round 2 is actually going to showcase a different way to play this mode, which is actually the sort of typical way, 5v5, right? If you don't want a 1v1, you can bring some friends in as well. But our team clash is going to feature a little bit of a fun food element here as they take on some challenging concessions and either get some buffs or, some point-winning debuffs as well. I'm curious, Ratnos, can you give us a little bit of information about how food will play a role in our round 2?
So we have updated our round 2 format to mirror the updates that we did in round 1 as well. Game 1 is still going to be points-based, just like the game 1s in round 1. And all the players have to use the challenging hot dog food, which is the one that leaves behind that indigestion around you. We saw a little bit of that near the start of round 1, but players swapped off of using that towards the end of round 1, so definitely a little bit of a disadvantage. Then in game 2, it's going to be speed-based, just like game 2 was in round 1. And for that one, all the players will be using the beefy burger instead, which is the one that buffs you and increases your damage and reduces your damage taken. So the speedrun will be very high powered. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those speedrun games are over in like a minute flat with all 5 players being able to coordinate everything.
Right, we saw how fast they can get through even just on a single character with NPCs and, Captain dragging mobs off halfway across the arena. But with 5 of them all together, I think this is going to be incredibly fast. But Zico, do you think that having this team element, even with these food fight, buffs, debuffs, is something that's going to just totally change how this goes?
I think so. I think it's going to be maybe a bit more about coordinating your damage, coordinating, how you kind of play the round. and less about coordinating, how to position all the mobs in the fight. But we'll see. We are in game now. Let's see what they actually do here.
Oh, a Twilight Devastation for Liquid as well. Not a corruption that we saw a lot in the MDI. We usually saw the Echoing Void, but very cool to see some of that in play for Team Liquid, as both teams just have everything grouped up and killed almost immediately here. We have these cherry bombs as well that do need to get charged up. Now, something that I'm really going to be looking for here is how well they can stack up these cherry bombs and make sure that they are really close together, get a nice circle. They also have to play around those indigestion circles around the players, as those hot dogs really are paying the price. Much like in real life, a couple of hours later after that hot dog, things can start to get a little bit dangerous. You can see that happening, those green circles, and then after a couple of seconds, you will explode and knock up yourself and anybody else, including enemies, but also allies that are within that green circle. So that's going to be something big to look out for on both teams. The main event is now underway for Echo, as we have our first bosses spawning. It's going to include the Watchkeeper and also the Hydromancer, and Miraz is immediately going to be summoning another boss as well. Liquid also in combat here with the Mechgineer and Lord Walden. We'll see when they decide to add some more enemies to this as well. Something we want to see soon is, as soon as we can get some more bosses in play and some more trash spawned, we can really start seeing that point total get to an absolutely crazy amount. And just like in game ones, in round one, those 3 circles are really beautifully stacked up for Echo, a little bit more spread out for Liquid.
Yeah, we can see here if that is going to matter too much, but Echo definitely leading a lot right now in the points. They're just blasting away, doing tons and tons of damage, summoning more reinforcements, fighting 5 bosses here compared to Liquid fighting 4 bosses. So Liquid definitely taking it a little bit slower. They need to also add time here, and you can see Miraz getting bounced around. I feel like if the tank goes down on either side, that could potentially just kind of seal the deal here, because you're going to lose so much time in terms of momentum here for these teams.
Okay, hear me out. You kill 6 of the 7 bosses, and then you just taunt the other boss far away, and the other 4 people in your group just farm trash under these AoE circles for the rest of the match. That could be the meta for this. That could be a strat, as Glubtalk actually is ulting right now, but unfortunately is ulting inside the circle, so they couldn't do that if they wanted to Echo with, at least with Glubtalk. It'd have to be one of the other bosses. We already have it over, actually, for Liquid, as they're just gonna, they've already got all the points they wanted. Whoa, the team score, it's going absolutely crazy mode, as our UI struggles to handle this many players in here, but it looks like the total team score is gonna be 5.9 million for Liquid. We'll see what Echo get to. Are they gonna stop the clock, or are they gonna farm some more points here? I think Echo have a much better strategy if they're gonna farm for longer.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like I used to farm molten core trash with Miraz. Now I'm watching him farm trash here.
And he's doing it. Look, he's just kiting these bosses away from everybody else, and everybody else is just farming score under the void, or under the score zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect. It's working out super nice for them. And then as long as they don't accidentally kill any of these bosses with like dot damage or something outside, I really like Echo's strategy here. So just taking their time. They need to be careful though. One of those OF lackeys is dying outside. No, is it going to go down? It does. They lose 1 mob at least outside, but they're bringing them back in. They're adding more as well onto the time here. So Mir's going to bring out Oda the Blind Watcher all the way out, trying to keep him away from the cleave, but they need to be careful. That could backfire as well. If these mobs die to things like the Starfall, that could definitely be very, very dangerous for them. And I actually don't think they're inside that 3rd circle here for these bosses, but we'll see. Do you think they beat it? 5.9 million. Oh, they still have the mech.
Another round of bosses.
What?
Still. They've still got the Mechgineer to kill. They've been doing such a great job of just farming here. Zico, I don't think this is going to be particularly close. I think Echo are going to get to like 10 million, and I think Liquid here is stuck at 5.9 as we're adding together all the players' scores here. So it's we want to make sure that if somebody dies, right, that counts against them, and that's the best way that we've found to do this. So the score total is going to be very high here. You can see at the top of the screen right now, one player's score is over 1 million base here. So that's going to get multiplied by 5 players. And then it's going to get bonuses on top of it as well. And those bonuses are going to be pretty huge. I think they're going to get into the 10 million, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think Echoes, they've got it here, and they're definitely cementing their win right now, just dragging the Mechgineer away, making sure that the mechanics are being blasted here in the zone. And so this 1 million score is going to be multiplied by 5, and then there's going to be bonus points on top of it as well. So that is crazy to think about. I think Echo, they definitely came prepared for the strategy, but at the same time, Liquid looked really good for a speed round, so anything can still happen.
I'm excited to see Liquid in the speed round. I think that's going to be really fun, but I do think that I think this strategy from Echo just looks so good of just kiting around. I think they're done spawning extra ads, except the boss itself here. Mechgineer Searigger casts extra ads every 30 seconds or something. I think you get 3 leper gnomes spawned from the Mechgineer, which can be worth extra points. So I think that's just what they're doing here. Maybe they're just going to end the timer right now, but they're really trying to squeeze every single point from this one.
You're down bad if you're farming Mechgineer ads, but we'll see here how many points they get.
So the team score is going up to 11,200,000, something like that. I have some news for you though. Unfortunately, on Liquid's side, it ended early. It was supposed to spawn extra bosses, but it didn't. So they are going to get to replay their side. So that's why it ended early over on Liquid's side. But we do have a point total from Echo here of 10.7 million points combined among their team.
Oh, no.
Huge number. I know, but no worries, everybody. They're getting back in. They're going to run. We'll see what they come to there. But I mean, Echo, Scripe seemed at least to be, he was speaking the truth, that they're just warming up and they're coming together. This seemed like a really impressive team coordination. I loved watching Miraz just run around the outside, dragging that boss around. Very good play from them, Zico.
Yeah, no, that was really nice, but I'm thinking Liquid might do the same thing here. They might steal Echo strat, or maybe they had the same strategy.
Maybe they were planning to do it, right? And then the bosses didn't spawn when they expected to, because it did seem like it ended awfully early for Liquid. But yeah, it wouldn't be esports without a restart once or twice in the day. So
yeah, that's true. That's just authenticity. That's just what was needed to add some extra flavor to the competition today. So they are getting set up to rerun that, but we of course here have at least our score on Echo's side. I mean, here we go. Here we coming into a replay, so we can take a look at this Dratnos as we review a little bit of what Echo did as they strategized to get as many points as possible in this 5v5.
Yeah, exactly. Just getting all the trash into this area. Miraz going on an adventure, kiting the bosses, and yeah, this just seemed perfect to me. You just have somebody else taunt. You can use Ursul's Vortex, keep the mobs under control, and then when you're ready to kill the bosses, you just bring them back in.
So good. I can't help, Zico, I'm just hearing it now. Whenever I look at it and I see a tidy arena, I'm like, their room is clean. The dishes are washed. They've done all their laundry. Everything here is tidy. But Echo definitely played this very tidily. And I think that coordination across the board, I mean, it's something that inspires me. I don't know about all of you in chat, but to get in and try to run it with friends, you can spawn these extra waves, you can do these bosses, and when the horn is released, you can do extra bosses as well. But we actually will be taking a look now. I believe we're over into the redo here that Liquid is on, Zico.
Yeah, remake in the chat. And we got Dazer here on the red paladin already positioning the cherry bomb. And we're going to see the pyro machine being utilized there as well. And now we're stacking up the cherry bombs. Let's see here. How clean is it going to be here? Are we making sure that we are tucking the bed like we are in a 5-star hotel? It looks like we are actually. Well, what do you think about these, sir? Oh, no, never mind. They're moving it. Wait, it's too early for the verdict here on the circles.
Yeah, they're still mobile until they actually get filled up. They can be moved, and once they are filled up, they can no longer be moved. It looks like Liquid are choosing this as their location to stop these score bonus zones and set up their area. And again, their score to beat is 10.7 million total score, which means we want that base score at the top of the screen to be over 1 million at least for them to have a chance here. So that's going to be the question. We have bosses 1 and 2 spawning here, the Mechgineer and the Watchkeeper. Immediately, Boomy is going to call out another boss as well. It's going to be Lord Walden joining the party. And they have huge damage available for most of these. As you can see, that indigestion starting to help them knock everything together and trying to get everything into the triple score zone. This is looking pretty nice here. Oh my goodness. Those knocks also move the score bonuses.
Oh.
But then the cherry bombs run back to where they were, but the spotlight does not. So Boomy is going to hop in that to relocate it. And those hot dogs causing a little bit of pain for Team Liquid. I think they're still going to be able to get most of their bonus points here, though.
Yeah, I think so. And they have Lord Walden left, as well as his mechanics here in that phase 1, up to 200,000 points right now. See how much that moves when Lord Walden goes down as well. To 223,000 for that initial first round. And now we're going to see the big round where they're potentially going to be spawning a lot of extra ads as well. And you can see them already summoning 2 bosses, or well, the first 2 bosses. There's the third one, Glubtalk, being pulled in as well. And we'll see if they save one boss summon for the end, and they just try to farm as much trash as possible, or what the game plan is going to be here. But they're dragging them away from their point circle, which is very interesting here. Let's see what they decide to do with this.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be a fun thing to see, as it looks like they are also on the kite strategy here. But what are we... Oh, yeah. I see what we're accomplishing here. Look in the corner. It's Glubtalk.
Oh, yeah.
So our plan was to move over there and then push Glubtalk into low health. Once Glubtalk gets below 40% health, he starts channeling that firewall, and it doesn't go infinite range, so you can just ignore it if it's over there, and then you can fight everything else inside this score bonus area without any fear that you are going to stop your clock because you'll have killed all the bosses. So they can just kill every single mob now for the rest of their timer, and until they run out of extra reinforcements to summon, they can just set up a meat grinder right here by the entrance.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. This is kind of what we saw earlier in one of the rounds with the Glubtalk being kind of stuck in the spawn area. But it looked like that happened kind of on accident. But now they kind of realized that, wait, that could actually be really good. So they're going to go ahead and use that strategy here. And already up to 700,000 points. And they're adding up extra time. They're just sending this meat grinder. And look also where they position their circles. Really close to the spawn entrance where the mobs are kind of pouring in from. And now Sang is going to do something here to Glubtalk. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, just get some free damage on it, I guess. It does need to die eventually.
Yeah.
Looks like now we have another nice grouping up of these mobs. One hatchling going kind of far there. It looks like maybe they're just trying to stay in combat with it or something. Maybe they're worried it'll teleport if they're not keeping it, tagged every so often. Next set of reinforcements are now spawning. That's a lot of enemies very quickly taken into this score bonus zone. Even more time getting added thanks to Fired Up here. And their score is getting very high, but is it going to get high enough? I'm a little bit worried here because I think they might be out of reinforcements here in a moment.
Yeah,
they're only at 865,000 base, only at 865,000, but I think they need to get over a mil to be able to catch up here.
Yeah, I feel like the last time we saw the Glubtalk strat employed, it didn't work. But Sang is going to knock Glubtalk, and Sang is adding time, summoning another sapper. Are they going to be forced to kill it, though, outside? That is the question, or if they can maybe bring it with some gravity bombs. They still have all of their gravity bombs, so maybe they can gravity bomb it back. Echo's base value was 1,078,000, and yeah, it looks like they're trying to gravity bomb Glubtalk back into the circle. You're going to see the Pyro Machine coming out here as they look to reposition it. Are they actually just repositioning their own XP circle? No, they're gonna,
They're using the magnets to get Glubtalk over here to their circles. The question is, will this be enough points for them to catch up? Because the thing that Echo did when they kited Mechgineer instead, that spawned them extra ads. Whereas keeping Glubtalk off to the side gave them infinite time to just clean up all the ads they could, but now they're out of reinforcements to spawn, and they're just going to have to kill off Glubtalk here, and I think they're going to have killed fewer total enemies than Echo. The question is, what's that final score going to be here? Let's see it. 1.7 million, the score to beat, and it looks like Liquid are going to come up just short here at 8.8 million when it's all added together.
So close, but just a little short here. I have to say, though, very entertaining to watch. I very much loved that little, like, hopscotch as they brought him back across the arena. Very good. And, I mean, some fun strats, but obviously a little bit missed there as far as the points went. With that, I mean, we saw a lot of interesting kind of maneuvering. I think great usage of the arena as well as mobilities. But, Zico, what do you think sort of maybe held back some of the points that they were looking for?
I think the Glub Talk strat, it didn't work the first time we saw it, and it didn't work now. So I think it might be the Mechgineer ads, or it might just be kind of being able to have a little bit extra on your time score at the end. I think Echo was able to, I think essentially it comes down to being able to clean up the entire map, use all of the extra time that you have, summon all of the extra reinforcement, just cleave everything down as hard as possible. And then just finish it when there's no more mobs. So the faster you can do that, the faster you can vacuum the entire map, all of the bosses, all of the extra resources, and use all of the extra time, and then actually end it, that seems to be what gives you the most amount of points. And obviously doing that within the extra XP circles. So I think for Liquid, the strategy actually backfired a little bit because you had to use some time to get over to Glub Talk. And maybe also the Mechgineer thing, they weren't able to get some extra ads out of the Mechgineer.
Yeah, it seemed like a little bit of the optimization was missed, like you were saying. And Dranos, obviously, in this first game, the hot dog was the big challenge. And if you all do Dastardly Duos live, you also can get some concessions to either buff yourself or add some additional points. So with this, the hot dog was in play. How did you see the teams using this to their advantage or disadvantage?
Yeah, those knocks were something that they had to worry about, but it is useful because it knocks even the bosses, which are CC immune. So definitely something that we'll see them try again, as we have the other set of 5 players from both teams that will also play a score game against each other. But first, we're going to get a speed game between these two teams. So that should be extremely fun to watch. A completely different priority of what to do than they have been practicing and then what they did just there. So going to be very fun to see the different texture of that game.
It will be, right? And with that speed run, they have something really working in their advantage as well, which is that because this is our food fight round, they'll be doing the beefy burger from the craft service table, which will increase damage done by 15% and decrease damage taken by 15%. So that gives them, I think, that extra burst as well to really make this a fast sweep. But I mean, Zico, if they try to optimize speed on this, right? Because that's the name of the game for this next one. Do you think that Echo still holds the advantage? Do you think Liquid is going to take over? We have seen Liquid perform better in the individuals as far as speed.
It's hard to call, honestly. I think it's just going to come down to the coordination and just like little min-maxy things that are specific to the Dastardly Duos, right? I think from what I'm telling, I think everyone in the beginning needs to pull. Like, everyone should just go and group as many mobs as possible and try to drag them into the middle. And then once that's done, maybe have the healer jump into one of those pyro machines. And then everyone else maybe blast with their regular damage. I don't know how that would look, but something like that maybe. And then, yeah, just try to keep that momentum going for the rest of the event or the rest of the round.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, Dratnos, if you had to write the Dratnos speedrunning guide, Dastardly Duos hamburger style. Do you think same thing? Just try and tackle it, get people in there, and all try to just converge as fast as possible? Or was there anything that you were kind of thinking might provide an advantage in the speedrunning?
Yeah, I think you're going to run in. You're going to have your tank trying to grab everything as fast as possible. And you're probably going to send your most useless person, probably your healer, to go hop into one of the pyro machines right off the bat, just so that you can get a magnet right on pull. And then the other thing to look out for is cooldown usage, because you don't want to overcommit cooldowns and then be stuck with them still rolling when everything is dead. Because let me tell you, I think this could be over in like 30 seconds. I think they could kill all of the mobs that they need to stop the clock in an extremely short amount of time here. So I think look for those effects. Look for how they space out their cooldowns to make sure that they're going to be getting full value out of every single one of them. I think something like a big Dragon Rage AoE burst from Sang and from Frago on the trash, and then something like an Arcane Surge on the first bosses, and then everything else on the second bosses might be the way to do this.
Might be indeed. I think it could be. And you'll all notice here with round 2 that the points values have gone up. So if you're able to win one of these games, you get 5 points up there instead of just the 1 that we saw added into round 1. So as we amp up the competition, the point values also do, making this anybody's game from here on out. But they're going to have to bring it all here as they try to speed run the Dastardly Duos, take down the bosses as fast as possible, and don't have to worry about these points. We're coming in here, Echo versus Liquid, Zico, to see who can do it fastest.
Echo currently leading by 1 point here, despite getting a little bit farmed in the first stage of the event. But, of course, if Liquid wins this one, then they will be ahead by 4 points. So we'll see how that plays out. Team Liquid and Echo about to get in there. And let's see. How do they do it? Sang is... immediately
he's
going
for that pyro machine as soon as it spawns. Yeah, he's just going to catch it out of the air, and we're going to see the 2 pyro machines from both teams just converging in the middle, and they're just blowing everything up, but everything is already dead pretty much. Let's see when these bosses spawn for both teams. It's going to be Liquid spawning their bosses a couple seconds ahead of Echo, about 4 seconds of an advantage for Liquid, as we have the bosses spawning right near each other. It's going to be an Arcane Surge coming out from Fired Up on the Hydromancer. Meanwhile, Echo have Rattlegore, and they have Garglemar, the boss without a boss frame here, as they are just going to try and nuke these down as fast as possible. I think Liquid have a better comp for this. I think they are burstier. They're going to get their bosses done first. Next round coming out for them. Meanwhile, Echo have Rattlegore dying. And now their next round is spawning as well, so the 2 teams very similar here on pace. Frago's still Dragon Raging as well. Doesn't have a target for a second here. Is able to get another Pyre here. Will he be able to extend this Dragon Rage is the question. Yes, he is. He's able to get to that Fire Breath in time here. And now a huge damage Firestorm coming out. You can see these Evokers just doing so much damage, but it doesn't matter. Liquid are going to just stop the clock immediately here. 20-second adventure, in and out. Liquid get this W on the board in the speed run.
That was so quick, but Liquid has been absolutely blazing through these speed aspects with our different games, so incredible to see there. I mean, Zico, they went fast. I think Dratnos didn't take a single breath from the moment he started talking to when it ended. How did you feel? I mean, that was a whirlwind.
Yeah, no, I mean, the initial first stage was really, really fast. You know, they went for the pyro machines to stack them up, cleave them down. But I think on the side of Liquid, they just had more boss damage. They just were able to kind of blast off and continue that momentum rolling. So they pick up the speed round. They looked a little bit better in the speed round in general. And now they still maintain their point lead by 4 points. So Liquid looking pretty good in that one. But it was close. Like, it's crazy to see how fast they're able to just blast everything down. That was like, it felt like a 30 seconds round or like 40 seconds round. Actually, so crazy how fast they were able to do that. But I do think, if I had to guess also, I think Arcane Mage may have carried that a little bit. Not sure, but if I had to take an educated guess, probably.
Sure. So interesting. This desk has such unique biases, you know? Arcane Mage is carrying, healers don't do anything. Interesting spread here in opinions. Healers, I'm there, I see you. We do things sometimes. So, no, I think there was a lot that contributed for sure with the Arcane Mage, but also just seeing this team coordination to burn these bosses as fast as possible. Absolutely incredible. And now we will have another series that we'll be doing here. Same deal that we just had, but with the other 5 players from either team. So Dratnus, we have seen it evened out here. But do you think that Liquid's going to learn anything from that opening, those sort of non-optimizations that we saw a bit in the points element? Or do you think, you know, vice versa, maybe Echo really steps up that speed and puts the pedal to the metal?
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this because we've also got some comp swaps coming between them, right? The Blood DK Mistweaver that Echo had the first round, now Liquid have that. Whereas Liquid, of course, played the DH and the Priest, and now Echo have that. I think that I like Echo's side of it for the speed here, because they're just going to have such great burst with a power infusion on an Arcane Mage. We saw how strong that was for Liquid. So I think I like Echo on the speed run side this time around, but I am very curious what it looks like when we have the point farming round here, because maybe the DK is particularly good at that one. I'm curious to see.
Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, Zico, we've seen a lot of the classes, we've seen the players, you know, even showcase them in round 1. So are there any that are kind of standing out to you that you think might make a difference from one team to the other?
I'm looking at the Liquid side. Yips won his 1v1. Smacked won. THD won. Goop lost. And Impact won. So we got 4 winners. And on the side of Echo, maybe not as good of a performance. So this is where it comes down, right? Do we have the team synergy advantage on Echo? And also, I think in terms of comp, I wonder if THD is gonna keep the Affliction Warlock, because I mean, I'm not a PvE expert, but I feel like an Affliction Warlock has like kind of slow rot damage, which honestly wouldn't be that ideal with how fast these bosses are dying. And I think something like Spen's Destro Warlock is just probably going to be able to burst down the bosses a little bit more quickly, in addition to having Arxis on that Arcane Mage, being able to potentially also burst down these bosses really fast.
It's definitely possible. I mean, again, we've seen them kind of, you know, shift things around. Adding in this speedrunning element does really change it, and I totally agree. Like in the interviews, I think it'd be fun if in the future, maybe we got a speedrunning element added into events like this too, because it definitely has amped up the excitement for us here, even on the desk. It's been cool to see. But, you know, if you're just jumping in now, we are in our food fight, so this is round 2. So we'll have 2 more games coming up in our next series. The first one, of course, will feature the hot dogs, which, you know, can give you a little bit of a bonus. You get that kill and survival bonus, but you also get blasted into the air and you leave behind some unfortunate something. and then of course as well, we will have the beefy burger in the speedrun game that will come up after. So one is for points, one is for speed. They both feature foods, and that beefy burger in the speed round will give some additional bonuses to make it even faster. Now, we've seen the teams play. It was pretty even with the first ones, but will it be even this time around? They are hoping not. One of these teams would love to take or hold the lead. So let's go ahead and pass it over to Zico.
Yeah, let's see it here. Liquid versus Echo, the second portion of their players. Let's see if Span and Arxis and the rest of the squad here can maybe equalize the point, or actually put their team ahead. They would be 1 point ahead again if they win this round. And if they win the next one, then they would also be ahead. So let's see how they can do in this next matchup here. It's going to be all about farming points. In that first round, it's all about getting as many points as possible. And in that second round, it's going to be all about speed.
Wow, the predictions here absolutely crazy in favor of Liquid with this lineup as well. Huge believers here for the North American Guild, perhaps getting late over there in EU, so maybe that's part of the reason, although it is entering prime gamer hours over there, so maybe not the reason. Maybe some extra belief in this particular lineup. I think your analysis of looking at the 1v1s that these players did on Liquid side, how many of them won those 1v1s, definitely is compelling evidence in their favor. But I will say Echo definitely had a better strategy in round 2, game 1, the one that we just saw, right? The points farming that they did there. So they could potentially just have a better idea of how to get as many points as possible in this format.
Yeah, let's see it here as we are about to get into a game. And few more votes going in Echo's favor here. Maybe some pity votes. I'm not sure. Maybe some EU gamers heard you. There we go. Okay, a little bit better. 24% for Echo, but the gates are open, and we're gonna see immediately here everyone on Echo trying to kind of gather up the mobs, and potentially gonna see these healer priests look to control the flying machines and start getting out big damage here. As everything has been stacked up, they have already found the cherry bombs, and they're looking to actually fear all of the mobs in one place, and then they're going to stack the cherry bombs. Really nicely done here by Echo.
Echo are just going for full point optimization. They're saying, you know what? We don't want to kill these enemies. We just want to gather them up, and we want to break all the props. We want to get our cherry bombs out, and then we want to kill all these enemies inside these cherry bombs so that we can maximize our points. This time around, they're going to create their point circles right in front of the entrance here. It's not offset this time to the side. It's just right in the middle, so they will be able to get full point value out of all those reinforcements. Spen going to drive that helicopter over and bring the point circles all beautifully on top of each other, and we are now going to see that combat starting. Stove has swapped over to Elemental as well from Enhancement, which he played in the single player version of round 1, and THD has swapped from Affliction to Demonology as well. So very cool thing here. It actually makes sense. I think you don't want dots rolling on enemies because you want to be able to control when they die. You don't want random dots ticking and killing something in the second that it accidentally randomly gets outside the score circle.
Yeah, that makes sense. And we're going to see Spen sticking with that Destro Warlock. Actually, no spec swaps except for that one on Stove on the side of Echo. And we can see the triple point zone has been set up. The mobs are coming in, and Frost Nova's coming out. Ring of Frost also from Arxis, so they're really focusing on control of the side of Echo, just trying to CC the mobs inside the point zone, and they're just focusing on farming these mobs. They spawned all of the bosses, and they want... Oh, Spen dies! Spen in the graveyard once again here. I don't know if that's going to end up mattering too much, but he's going to use that Demonic Gateway, the Fell Domination coming out as well for Spen as he gets back to his team. But that was a little bit of a blunder, I would say, on side of Echo. Nice memes. Also taking quite a lot of damage here, just focusing on kiting all of the bosses for as long as possible. And they're just focusing on controlling the ads in one place and killing them. But I feel like with this current strategy from Echo, a Frost Mage probably would have been better than the Arcane Mage, as they would just have like more slows and more freezes for the ads here. Because now some of them are dying again. Span is gonna die outside of the zone
at the graveyard. It's just like it was earlier. Oh yeah, tough there. Oh, and Glubthok gonna teleport to him. But yeah, the Echo strategy here, I think they're saying, you know what? A couple of deaths on our DPS players is fine. The one thing that we really want to do, is make sure we kill everything inside the score zones. Unfortunately, they are gonna knock away their score zones for a second there. But Nice Beams is kiting the bosses. And the thing about kiting the bosses is that some of these bosses spawn extra ads. So if you can keep kiting them, you can kind of generate infinite value, right? You can make enemies that otherwise wouldn't spawn. Of course you can get the reinforcements, but there's a limit to how many reinforcements you can spawn. There isn't a limit except for the timer in terms of how many ads the bosses can spawn if you keep kiting them. Although right now Nice Memes is getting beat up here. He's in some danger of just dying. Looks like he's barely going to be able to stay alive, as that hot dog explosion is going to keep the mobs off of him for just a second there.
Yeah, that was a pretty good timing on that hot dog, and we'll see here. I mean, there's been some deaths as well, like dying, obviously not the biggest deal, but you do lose some points, and could be a factor later, as Spen once again is potentially in some dangerous waters. Glubthok casting the firewall, and they are bouncing him right back into the midfield. And oh my god, Arxis almost died there. It was a great blink to stay alive for him. But on the side of Liquid, already amassing 927,000 points. And we saw the highest number from Echo's squad in this kind of point gathering version or round was close to 1.1 million. But now Echo is really ramping up here, just stacking up the mobs. But Rattlegore might die outside. They might have mobs. They might have bosses actually dying outside a triple circle on the side of Echo, and on the side of Liquid, points have slowed down a little bit. I think actually Echo strat is a little bit superior here as they continue to find some small advantages. 1 million points, but the Mechgineer is alive here for Liquid, and they're just going to kite him. They know the Mechgineer summons ads. They don't want to do any damage to him, and they just want to kind of min-max as much of those ads as possible.
Echo already over 1 million total points right now, as Liquid, like you said, they are just kiting. They're saying, you know what? We can wait here for a little while. We can at least wait until we would be under that green bar at the top of the screen, and we've used all of our timers, and then it's probably worth it to actually kill the boss here. We are going to see a Zapper spawn. I don't think those generate points, but they are going to just mass route those over to the side. With 5 players, they probably just have the damage to kill them if they need to as well.
Yeah, I think they're just going to kill them or CC them outside of the zone. And no, they don't give any points, so it doesn't matter if you kill them or not. Just an annoyance. But still, on the side of Liquid, they're actually pulling ahead here on the points. Then they still have the Mechgineer. So we have 2 bosses on Echo. It's very, very close in terms of actual points. So I'm wondering how much that extra boss is actually going to be worth it on the side of Echo here, as they are looking like they're going to be killing Glubthok and the last boss there. Let's see how much points they are able to generate here on the side of Echo.
They have one more boss.
Oh, they still have the Mechgineer. I think Echo's got
this
this.
It's kind of bad because they're not going to have the Mech-Engineer to kite for as long because they spawned it so late into their day, but I think they're going to get to an absolutely crazy amount of points right now.
Yeah, are they just going to actually burst it down? They're not even going to try to min-max the
looks
ads.
like it.
They're just going to go ahead and full send it.
Okay,
let's see.
Let's see the score here. It's definitely better than last time. 13.13 million. Wow, that is a lot of points, but Echo are going to have a lot of points as well. They're finishing off the Mech-Engineer, and we'll see. Their base point total is going to be higher than Team Liquid got to. Is it going to be enough higher, though, to make up for maybe missing some of these bonus points here? And it looks like they are getting ready to start a kite here as well, just to spawn some more enemies and get even more of that points potentially, as Nice Memes making sure the mechanics are near the middle. Twilight Dev spawning. There is some danger if they try and do this. The Mech-Engineer still has 15 million health, so it shouldn't die accidentally yet. But there are some dots ticking on it.
Yeah. Still taking a little bit of damage. It is rotting down a little bit. I think just try to get this set of ads, and then after that, just take it down. I don't think you can go for any additional ads beyond that. They might not even be able to kill these ads here. Mech-Engineer is very low on the side of Echo, and honestly, it might not even... did they get the ads? They got the ads. 3% HP, and there's that last lava burst coming in here from Stove. Let's see. Do you think they beat it?
13 million, the score to beat, and Echo's total is going to be lower than that. It's only 10.7 million, so even with the higher base score, they missed out on some of that bonus that Liquid did, and the timer score. Oh, hang on.
We're getting some information that there may be a bit of an error in this, so we're going to have to wait a second here.
Yeah. So their timer score is not, they're not getting points for timer, which they should be getting. There should be some timer points being allocated to them here. So we'll let you know what we're doing about that in just a moment here.
Yeah, they tried their best to emulate Dr. Atnos' ability to do math behind the scenes for the broadcast today, but it's honestly so hard to do unless you are just Atnos. But, you know, we're doing our best, and the team will be calculating those points into this. We're keeping an eye out ourselves here, but honestly, wild here seeing these two go head-to-head like this, even cracking the scores that we saw in the first series, which was incredible to see. I mean, Zico, this was hype. These two teams coming in here. I mean, obviously we had the 5 other players of either team, but this was pretty powerful performance from both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 13.5 million points as a team. That is the record right now. But we don't know. Maybe Echo has beaten it when you add in the time score. We'll just have to see there. But yeah, definitely a very impressive round. And it's so cool to see how, because obviously they don't have a lot of practice, you know, practicing a 5-man unit, Dastardly Duos. It's really cool to see how quick they are with coming up with a strategy and executing on it. It was cool to see that Glubtruck strat earlier, even though it didn't work out for Liquid. And it's really cool to see the similarities between both sides, right? Where even just the position of where the circles are, they want to keep them as close to the starting area as possible. I'm assuming you can't actually move those bombs closer than what they did. Because we saw it that exact same location for both of them, so that when the ads spawn, they're immediately in that circle. And I think for Echo, their strategy of kind of crowd controlling the mobs inside there, fearing them up to just min-max as hard as possible was really cool to see.
Yeah, very, very cool on both sides here. All right, and it looks like we are getting some information. Let me just make sure that this is correct. It seems as though this may remain the way it is with Liquid in, but we are keeping an eye out, everybody. We are still researching, we are still looking, and we're going to see if that timer difference would put Echo into the win here in our first game. So we're keeping an eye out. We're going to let you all know. We're going to keep you updated. But again, both sides, right? Seeing these strategies that they brought in, Echo has such powerful team coordination. No surprise with both of these teams being top tier Raiders and Race to World First guilds. But we did see some adaptations here. I think some differences, Dratnos, in how Liquid approached this one, right? Especially with some of the Glub talk. We talked about that in the first one. So what did you see from their run this time around that gave them so many more points?
Yeah, they definitely did a better job. You could see that kiting of the Mechgineer, and they sort of adapted the strategy even further than what we saw from when Echo were doing it, where they were like, okay, instead of our tank kiting this thing, we'll just have our healer who has a taunt this thing and kite it around, and then we can have our tank still hitting everything. And the thing is, the healer can still heal everybody else as he's kiting past them, so you kind of don't even lose a person as you're doing the strategy that way. I think is a really clever adaptation that works because the Mistweaver has the taunt.
It's true, right? I mean, especially as we saw earlier, you don't always have to have like just a tank do a tank thing. Or, you know, when we were kind of watching with some of the 1v1s, there are creative ways, especially in this type of game mode, that you can corral, you can use those CCs, you can deal with the arena. So it's very cool to see how they handled that. I love it. I mean, Zico, good from both of them. But what are you thinking? Do you think that this is going to be where Liquid just takes a big lead? Or do you think Echo is like clawing in, they're going to get that speed run? What did you think about their pacing?
I think that the strat for Echo, it looked like they were ahead on total points in game at least over Liquid because of their CC strategy. So I think it depends on how much slower they were. I think they were 14 seconds slower. I don't know how much that's going to matter, but I do think once their time score gets added, it's going to be close. It's going to for sure be very close between them. But even if Liquid were to pull ahead, the next stage, and also there's still one more round, of course, the speed round here, where Echo could still win it. But the next stage is going to be the MVP round, and that's where the big points are. And I'm kind of hoping that it stays pretty close like this in terms of points, and then one of the MVPs gets to just put his entire team on the back, and then afterwards they're going to just be like, yep, I carried you guys, remember that? Next race to world first, they're going to be like, yep, you guys owe me.
Yep, sure,
it's time to step up, guys. I'm just going to be chilling. So yeah,
show
I'm expecting
up at
that.
the race. Like, show up at the race with your Dastardly Duos, like, trophy. Just be like, yeah, remember when I carried? I made myself a little MVP, you know, reward to go on your little sticker kind of thing. No, I think it could be, right? Bragging rights, if nothing else. But, I mean, we are still checking here on exactly what we need to factor in for those points. But a little reminder to all of you, the game mode that we are showing off today is one that you can also play. You can do it in 5v5s, you can hop in with whatever array of people you'd like, or you can even go in 1v1 for Dastardly Duos. This is a limited time event, so if you want to participate, remember that it's only going to be running for 6 weeks, and every single week there are new rewards added in. So head to one of the 3 major cities and get in there to give it a good shot. It's honestly a huge range of experience. You don't have to be a pro player like these teams are to still get in, turn over, and get your reward every week, but it's definitely a fun event right now. You can catch up some alts on gear, and you can also, you know, get some fun, cool things. There's a mount down the road as well. So, I mean, Dratnos, with the different rewards that are available with it, was there anything that you kind of had your eye on?
Yeah, I like the map. There's a podium toy as well that we're going to get in one of the future weeks that looks pretty sick, so that one should be a lot of fun. And I also just like the achievement where every week you come back and get a new high score target to go for to get the achievement for the whole 6 weeks, so that should be a lot of fun to chase after, especially with what we've learned from watching Echo and Liquid do this. In particular, don't click the glowing cogs. That's something I didn't know, but that summons the Goblin Shockers. Just don't click them and you don't have to deal with them, and it should be a lot easier to get all your points.
Yeah, there you go, easy. You know, look for those little golden light sparks and just be able to identify that in the moment, avoid all of those, easy. And I mean, Zico, same for you, but I actually had a question as well. I mean, is there something you are really looking forward to from the rewards? Or, if they were to do this again, are there any bosses you'd like to see them add in the future from Classic?
Ooh, that's a good one. Boss from Classic, if they could add in maybe like Baron Riven there, that would be sweet. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Just
and then imagine the mount as well.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll go with that. I mean, I still want that mount, so yeah, that works. But I think it would be cool to have Baron Riven there in the middle of the circle, and he has his like shadow aura, and he's like blasting the tank, shooting shadow bolts and stuff. That could be insane. That could be really fun as well for the captain to deal with. So, and in terms of rewards for me, I have mostly PvP gear, right? Like, the only PvE gear that I have is my my tier set that I kind of converted. So for me, getting some PvE items and actually being able to, you know, catch up on that department, maybe send some like viewer rates or something like that, that could be cool. So yeah, just in general. So far, I got a wand, I got an offhand, So I'm getting a couple of items here and there. Getting my item level up a little bit for maybe checking out the raids. So yeah, that could work.
Yeah, this whole event was actually orchestrated, Zico. We weren't supposed to tell you, but it was to get you geared up so that we could get you raiding.
Yes.
And all the rest
you got
of
me with the
everything.
invite?
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Nice.
No, but it is a great way to be able to gear up alts, or just to be like, hey, yeah, maybe I mostly focus PvP. I want some other gear, or I want to be able to kind of experiment with what's going on. I think it's a really nice way to just kind of add some incentives in, give you some extra things for kind of having fun, or group up with friends or people that may not always be like, yeah, I want to commit to a full-time raid, or I want to do these regular runs. But hey, we could hop in, we could do a little bit of Dastardly Duos, we could give it a shot. So I think it's a good time. Now, we don't have an update quite yet, but we are still holding to see on that last one. But we'll be thinking ahead as well. We mentioned the MVP round that'll be coming up, and we do know that for round 3, I think there were little peeks at perhaps who our MVPs will be. But Drat knows. What do you think we're going to see in the 1v1 MVP?
Yeah, I'm really excited. So I think it's going to be our 2 Blood DKs, our MVPs, from at least the math I remember. Or we'll get the confirmation on that before they actually play. That should be really fun because regardless of what happens here, either team can still win. It just changes how many of those they would need to actually win. But before we get to that, we're going to get the speed run of these second games between Echo and Liquid. And again, whoever won game 1, which we're still doing the math to figure out who won that one, we're going to get to see a speed run between these teams. And I think it actually should be pretty fun because it's got a pretty different texture. There's no Dev Evokers this time around, different compositions than we saw in the first game of this round. So it might feel completely different. Still should be over in like 45 seconds flat.
Yeah, Zico, I feel like at the start we're just gonna have to launch one of you in, and then it's like the fastest burst ever. I don't know if I've ever seen anything quite so short, although with your PvP experience, I think kind of like frenzied bursts of action or something you're pretty familiar with?
Absolutely. AWC, we got that high octane action, we got the best comps, we got the most class diversity, we got the best players. No offense to you guys, that's what's up. That's how we rock that.
Okay. I didn't realize we were going to turn this into an MDI versus AWC situation, but all right, if we need to throw down.
No, ideally you watch both.
I agree. Honestly, I love the variety of all of the different content. I love watching you do what you do with AWC. I love getting to do MDI with Dratnos and the crew as well, because again, there's just so much to do in the game, and it's cool to even see in events like this how teams that you all know so well in the space can jump in to do something fun, kind of throw down, just have a good time and be able to enjoy it, because the game offers so many different things for us all to be able to do in it. But everybody, we are waiting in anticipation for the beginning of this speed run. If they were to develop something like this, but it was speedrun focused, Dratnos, what would you envision for a future event that would have speedrunning maybe at its focus?
Something that kind of just came out, the Horrific Visions Revisited are sort of like a speedrunny kind of version of this. It's not so much a speedrun, you just have to finish before you run out of sanity, but particularly that first week when if you don't have much sanity resistance, it turns into a very hectic speed run against the clock. So yeah, that'd be my wish list. Horrific Vision Invitational.
Invitational. Oh, I love it. We're going to make it a whole tournament. All right. Zico, how about you? You can have even a PvP element in this if you want. This is kind of a PvP, PvE hybrid like we've been talking about. PvE, but technically going up against each other.
I think, just maybe getting matched against somebody, and you don't see what's going on with them, but you do a run and you get to see at the end their score versus your score, and maybe how many points you get, how many minions you killed, stuff like that. That would appeal to the PvE side, but also to my inner PvP side as well. So I think that would be a good mixture, kind of what we have right now in a way. But yeah, just for everyone. I think at home, of course, it's really cool that you can just sign up and, you can compare it with your friends. And they have the podium as well where you can kind of stand and flex. Sadly for me, I don't have too many points to flex. I have 100,000. So, but I'm working on it. I learned a lot about how to min-max, the strategies after watching these guys. And I learned that Arcane Mage can get 2 million points. So I'm going to go home and get 1% of that. That's going to be cool.
Yeah, we're gonna hold you to that 1%, Zico. We expect updates, we expect screenshots.
Setting the bar high.
No. Yeah, you know. No, I agree. I love the toys. I think there's a lot of cool rewards that come from it. It's nice to have a little something. Like, we all have our prestige stuff, right? You've got, like, oh, this really cool mount that I got, or oh, this amazing gear that I got, this rare item. But I think it's kind of a fun, different way to be like, look at how many points I got in this game mode, and be able to actually display that. So I thought that was really fun. And it does look like math is still happening. Math is probably the hardest boss in the universe, at least for me. I was never very good at it. So everybody, we will tell you as soon as we can about what happened, but it seems like we are going to be moving things along, at least for the time being. So hopefully here we'll be getting into this speed run round. Here we go. As we are ready, this will be, again, for the timer specifically. So Zico, it's going to be a burst, a frenzy, but I think these teams can do it. Let's see who can do it the quickest.
All right, let's see here. Already a pain suppression coming out onto Nice Memes. He's grouping up every single mob here for his team, and they're already blasting away. Cataclysm coming out. Arxis is adding in a lot of extra damage there as well. And you can see here, everything has been already cleaned up on both sides, actually. I would say maybe 0.1, 0.5 second advantage here on the side of Liquid, but we're already seeing the bosses as well being summoned here on both sides. Mechioneer coming out here for Liquid, and we can see already Rattlegore is taking a beating on the side of Echo. Hydromancer dropping as well. We're always going to keep track of the highest HP boss, and right now I would say it is Liquid that looks to be in the lead. 50% is going to go down. This is way too close, Dratnos. I don't know who's going to win this. It's going to be 1 second differential.
Yeah, it's right down to the final bosses now. We have the Mechioneer for Echo alongside, I believe, the Hellfire Ramparts boss, whereas over on the side of Liquid, it's Rattlegore and the Hydromancer that they're going to be trying to nuke down, and it looks like Liquid have a bit of a damage advantage here. There are some cooldowns that they've managed to save here. Oh, but Goop gets cycloned in his in-car, and it's just like AWC. Down he goes, and will they be able to stop these two clocks? Oh, it looks like Liquid maybe got it by just a second. Yeah. I mean, that looks to me like Liquid, but it's close enough here that we will need to see. Their timer score is exactly the same between the two teams. So, yeah, I think Liquid got it there if they started at the exact same time. But that was extremely close. Yes, it is Liquid. Liquid take the W here on the speed run. Wow.
Wow, that was so incredibly close. I mean, we had on both of these teams so well matched. Absolutely incredible there. That is amazing. And I mean, even you in chat, you were divided just like we were, almost 50-50 across the board on who would take it. So you were right, this was close. But Liquid is going to take that there in the speed run. I mean, it went by in a blitz. But Zico, what do you think Liquid did right to really just power through and lock in that like second differential?
Honestly, that's so hard. I have no idea. Just just the smallest thing, right, can make the difference. Just squeezing out a little bit more damage. Liquid were able to win or finish this round in 1:28, so 1 minute 28 seconds. Echo in 1 minute 29 seconds. Like, that is literally 1 second difference. So that could have just been anything, right? Just one global differently from any one of these players could have potentially made that small difference. So that is very, very crazy. And it's worth 5 points here for Liquid. So that's got to feel pretty good for them heading into the MVP round as well, being able to pick that up.
It does indeed. I mean, honestly, Liquid already had that slight point advantage, even though Echo were pushing to match it. But, you know, this is going to give them a pretty solid lead on Liquid's side. But as we were talking about, Dratnos, round 3 has the opportunity to earn some big points with our MVPs. So, I mean, we're going to look a little bit back here at this moment. We're going to revisit it. But, Dratnos, what are you seeing as we replay what went by in a blitz?
Yeah, it was an interesting maneuver this time around. It looked like rather than trying to group everything up in the middle, Echo just went to one side and was like, you know what? We're only going to use one pyro machine. We'll let the other one that spawns on the other side just go unused so that we can avoid having as long of a runtime. Really minor optimization, but it worked out really nicely. Both teams within a second of each other here. 1 minute 28 for Liquid, 1:29 for Echo. So really goes to show just how closely matched they were and just how great the strats are. I mean, this is kind of a silly game mode, right? you're just grabbing all the enemies and nuking them all with this AoE, but it's so fun to watch them optimize just these little movements. And man, Goop getting cycloned here nearly cost it as well for Liquid, but they were somehow still able to just squeeze out that last bit of damage they needed to stop the clock.
Dranos, I loved when the Cyclone hit and you're like, this is just like the AWC. That's so true. But I mean, yeah, it was great to see how close they were. And of course, yes, this is a game mode that is just a lot of fun. It's kind of a ridiculous but great time to watch unfold as you watch these players tackle it, with these kind of serious strats and intention. But so close from both of them, and just absolutely amazing to see that 1 second difference here between the teams, especially when we were looking at the fact that so many of Liquid's team had won their 1v1s earlier, and we weren't sure going in if it was going to be really heavily weighted towards them, but both Echo and Liquid really brought it here. I mean, Zika, was there anything else from these are round 2 matchups that we got to see that's sort of standing out to you?
I think I need to practice my DPS rotation. That's what's standing out to me. Something is definitely not adding up, because these guys are doing way bigger numbers in a longer period of time too. Like when I have all my cooldowns up, it just doesn't look as good as it does for these guys. So it's definitely something I'm doing wrong, and I think a good way to figure out exactly how to manage my DPS rotation is to go and check out these players on their private streams. We are giving them some codes to give out. So if you guys like an Arcane Mage, you guys can go and watch I'm Fired Up. You can watch Arxes. If you like a Shama, you can watch Impact. You can watch THD Lock. You can watch Gyps, DK, whatever class you identify with. You can go and check them out and maybe win some game time, maybe win some goodies while you're there.
Yeah, absolutely. Go check out the streams. Be sure to follow the players' socials and where they broadcast, because, yeah, just like Zika was saying, especially for our wins, Team Liquid here, bringing some of those home, will have some things to bring to you over on their channel. So there will be giveaways running as our victors between the rounds get some bonus codes as an extra thank you from us through them to all of you, in addition to the trophies that our winners will be taking home as well. But this has been an amazing day so far. A lot of fun to see how Dastardly Duos can be kind of showcased in this way, and some amazing teams that are playing. If we are able to, perhaps we'll be able to take a look at the leaderboard. But as it is, Liquid is in the lead. Dratnos here in the MVP. It's going to be make or break for Echo. So, you mentioned that those blood DKs, if those are where we're coming in, if those are our MVPs, there's a lot of points on the line. So how do you think they need to strategize locking in those rounds?
Yeah, so it is indeed going to be Yips versus Mirez, and we are going to move to our round 1 format with a little bit of a twist. So we're going to do game 1 highest score, like it was in both of these rounds as soon as we made that change. Game 2, first player to win, so fastest again. But then we're adding in a game 3, which will be highest score, and that will be decisive. But if the score is already figured out by then we will stop it there. So if there is somebody who gets far enough ahead that the points won't matter, that's going to be our rules for our MVP series. As I haven't heard anything yet about the math on the first game of round 2 here. So 5 points have gone to Echo, and I know that Liquid won the speed round, so that one should be 5 points to them as well. So it looks like Echo did get the points with the timer once we ran all the math and made sure to get them the appropriate amount of points. So we go into the MVP round at 23 for Liquid and 19 for Echo. Now, I believe that each of these 3 games is going to be worth 10 points, which means that it is going to be basically whoever wins 2 is going to win it for their team here, because neither team has a big enough lead to make that irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you can get a ton of points, and especially coming out of round 2 with neither team able to really, Liquid holding their lead, but like that equal deadlock between them meant that they're sort of in that same place, but there's an ability to break through here in round 3. So Zika, we're going to have Mirez versus Yips, and we saw a little bit of a showdown for this in round 1, but do you think that Mirez can get back in there and be the one that wins over Yips this time?
I have rated with Mirez. I have not raided with Yips. So my heart is saying Mirius. He's going to take the lessons from that first 1v1 that they had, and he's going to bring it back. I think he was sandbagging like Echo typically does, and now he's actually going to like play with both hands. So that is my professional analysis of what we're going to see here. I think it's going to be close though, because Yips is a beast. So I think it's going to be like 2-1 to Mirius.
I agree. I think it's gonna be very close here. But yeah, Scripe was saying earlier, as we all know, Echo oftentimes needs a little bit of time to just ramp up. So maybe Mirus is in the zone now, has taken all those lessons like you were saying, and is really ready to just bring it on here for a huge finale. But yes, we will be heading into our round 3, and just like Dratnos was entailing, this is gonna be our MVP matchup. So we'll have 1v1s between Mirus and Yips. They will be facing off because they earned the most amount of points in the round 1 that we held for the individual players on their classes. So they are going to have to not only do highest score but also fastest run, and if it goes through, they will do all 3 of these runs unless there is a noticeable sort of advantage lead with these 10 points going up on the board that's too significant to overcome, essentially.
It's basically going to be a best of 3. So if somebody wins the first 2, that's going to be enough points to lock them for the victory. But otherwise, we will go to that game 3 decider in the points format. And again, game 1 is points, game 2 is speed, game 3 will be points again if we go to that game 3.
It's going to be a good one. I'm excited. I'm curious to see how they handle it. And I feel like juggling back and forth between like the highest score versus the speed run, right? They're playing on Blood DK, so we know that they're going to have to shift things up a little bit. But Zico, do you think that with that, I mean, some classes, we were talking about like what would you adjust for speed running versus, doing the points. Do you think there's anything with Blood DK, or you just get in there and you just do your business?
I think the difference that we saw last time was in the initial pull. We saw Mirus kind of opting for sitting back and letting everything come a little bit more to him, and Yips kind of getting in there a little bit more. And I think also a difference in using the Pyro Machine, maybe just getting a little bit more value out of that on the side of Liquid's side. So I think that is going to be big for the speed run. And for the first round, I think players have figured it out at this point. Just make sure that you're not wasting any of those resources. Don't feel too rushed about the time. Like, the time does add a lot of points, but make sure that you're not feeling too rushed by that. Just prioritize getting everything cleaned, and do your bed, do your dishes, and do your laundry by keeping the circles nice and spread.
Keep a clean house in this arena. Make sure everything is neat and tidy, and you'll be able to secure that win. Absolutely. I mean, the points, again, like you said, not just about time, at least in our games 1 and 3. It's about how you are optimizing all of that, how many of those ads you're killing, especially within those bonus points rings that you can see on the ground. Everybody keep an eye out for those green rings in the arena. And then, of course, making sure you're extending out that time, killing those bosses, doing all of that in the same so that you can get as many points in as possible. Our participants do have access as well to things like the food even in this element, so they can continue to use those to try to make sure that if they risk it, they can hopefully get the reward from it as well. But I mean, it's going to be cool to see. We saw the highest points obviously coming out from Blood DK, so I'm wondering if they can maybe crack. We saw what, 2.1 million? 2.6, you're right, 2.6, yeah. 2.6 million. So I don't know, Dranos, 3 million from them, do you think it's possible?
It's going to be hard to beat 2.6. I mean, they're scratching the limits of the amount of points that the arena even spawns in for you at that point. But yeah, maybe if they, absolutely. I mean, it's possible. 2.6. It's probably not the ceiling, but it's got to be pretty close. That was a huge amount of points already. So yeah, I'm looking forward with extreme amount of anticipation to this series.
Me too. I think it's going to be great. I mean, both of them are just incredible players, and I mean, thank you everybody for being with us today. You're incredible for watching and hanging out, but we are going to be getting into this finally. Our MVP matchup is here. No more waiting, just the showdown is these two.
Oh, wow.
Try to, I don't know, take out the trash, try to dig up some buried treasure and some points for their teams. We've got both of them here, Mirus versus Yips. They will be playing on those Blood DKs that they got some amazing points on earlier, but this is going to be a huge one, Dratnos, as these two face off here and try to either hold on to victory or to claim it for their team.
Yeah, this is going to be it. Our first game in the decisive MVP showdown here is all about who can farm the most possible points. The highest amount that anybody's gotten on the live servers is just over 2 million points. Already today, we've seen 2.6 million out of Yips, 2.4 out of Mirez in their 1-to-1 heads-up game earlier today. Let's see if they can do even better than that with the benefit of some extra time to strategize. And then we'll move into a game 2 that will be all about speed, something that they'll also have had more time to prepare for. So this is going to be extremely, extremely close between our two MVPs on both sides. It's a little unfair, you know, they're both playing Blood DK, very broken, very overpowered spec for this kind of content, but these are two extremely good players as well. Two of the kind of linchpin players for their teams in the Race to World First. Mirez also helps out. He was on the Echo MDI team for many years. Helps out with 6th player analysis, weak aura stuff for Team Wunderbar right now, I believe, as well. So MDI experience. Yips also been on several MDI teams over the years as well. Just two of the greatest WoW PvE players of all time going against each other in a very unconventional setting here in the Dastardly Duos.
It is unusual, right? I mean, it's fun to actually get to see them outside of those MDI settings or outside of the race doing things like this, because these players, again, have such a range of experience, and seeing them kind of put it through different types of content, see how they would kind of approach it, as opposed to how the rest of us plebeians would kind of come in and just be like, I don't know, I'll kill some bosses. Oh, what does that do? And click on it. It's cool to actually see their strategies and that experience playing a role here. So yeah, Mirez, Yips, I mean, two prolific players, even with them switching, or Mirez, kind of taking on some of those roles in different ways. Great to see them back out here in the action. Zico, they are jumping in. It is time for our MVPs to prove their worth here.
Yeah, let's see it. This is it. Mirez versus Yips. Who is going to be able to take it? This is, of course, the points round. So Mirez is going to be looking for those bombs here to try and stack up as much points as possible. And Yips already actually finding his very first one. So the cherry bombs, going to be collecting some cheers for Yips as he is already positioning it into the midfield, knows where he wants it. Mirez now finally finding his as well, and he's going to be moving it along while doing a little bit of damage. So just min-maxing it while it's traveling, just even if it's just a tiny bit of extra damage with 1 or 2 globals, it could end up mattering for him, as last time they were very evenly matched. Yips actually finding his second bomb there, I believe, as well. And now just going to be setting up that triple zone. Mirez almost going down there, gets stunned. And I think at this point, you don't actually want to be using any cooldowns. I think you want to be saving them for the Watchkeeper from the Ramparts. He is definitely the man to look out for.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be very careful as you manipulate these enemies that you don't get killed by that nasty Mortal Strike from the Ramparts boss. So that's going to be something to look out for once the bosses spawn. Yips is going to be spawning his bosses a little bit ahead of when Mirez has done it. This is not a huge advantage, though, and he is going to start off with that Watchkeeper boss. So this is a very important one for Yips. Will he be able to kill this thing off before it causes too many problems for him with all of those Mortal Strike stacks? If he can, then he can pretty safely spawn as many bosses as he wants for the remainder of the contest here. Let's see what Mirez does, though, as Mirez is going to be spawning his bosses. He's got the Rattlegore and the Hydromancer here. So he has to be a little bit careful here, because if he summons extra bosses, any of them could be the Watchkeeper, and that could be very scary. But he is going to do it. He's going to hit the summoning, and I think he does have the Watchkeeper now coming in. So we're going to have the Watchkeeper alongside 2 other bosses for Mirez. He is definitely in a little bit of danger here. That first Mortal Strike already on him.
I feel like the advantage is to get the Watchkeeper early, because then you can... Oh my god, Mirez almost going down there. But I feel like getting the Watchkeeper early in your first kind of initial boss rotation is going to enable you to just go absolutely crazy and summon 5 bosses later. So for Mirez right now, he's going to have to deal with a very difficult situation. Icebound Fortitude coming out. He's spamming out some heals here as well. Some Death Strikes coming out. And he does have that Mortal Strike effect, so he needs to be very careful. That Watchkeeper is definitely a bit of a pain here for the DKs, as he gets knocked away as well. And think at this point, he actually might... No, one of his water elemental elites is going to die outside of the circle right there. So he's going to have no extra bonus points. This is looking really tough, actually, for Mirrors. Meanwhile, Yips is killing the Watchkeeper right now, and he's going to be summoning more bosses. You can see even before the Watchkeeper goes down, he's already summoning more bosses. I'm expecting to see more bosses come out of Yips, and there it is. He calls out another boss. I'm expecting to see him honestly send 5 bosses again, like we saw in that round number 1.
Yeah, I think the best thing that could happen to you is Watchkeeper is one of your first 2 bosses, and then the Mechgineer is like a middle one that you can just keep alive for a while and get all the extra adds that it summons, because that's the other source of extra points that you have. We do have a Goblin Zapper now joining the party for Yips, so that is going to be something that he'll have to be careful of. That's consuming now a lot of his space, but he has a really beautiful stack of his 3 circles, so he still actually has a nice area to fight in, but it looks like he's just fighting all the remaining bosses now all at the same time. Mirrors is going to go down, as somehow he is going to die on that DK, just getting knocked away, and it looked like Watchkeeper, that Mortal Strike debuff, just ended up taking him out. The Watchkeeper is almost dead, and this isn't the end of the world. Again, a couple of deaths here or there are fine, but it does limit your ceiling a little bit. You are going to lose a few points because of it. And with the Blood DK matchup, you know, your opponent might just be able to squeeze out every single point that they possibly could. So even that one death could cost Mirrors. We'll have to see when the score gets tabulated at the end of this. Right now, though, Yips starting to summon those reinforcements, just fighting everything that he can inside this triple circle here. He does have a very narrow sliver to do this in because he has activated a Goblin Zapper.
Yeah, but he did get a really nice stack, so he can move around kind of in a circle with that, and then just kind of move back and forth towards kind of the thick portion of his stack. So right now it's looking really good here for Yips, but he needs to activate extra time. Oh, there comes another Zapper, though. It's very unfortunate for Yips. If it stacks up with the previous Zapper, it could still work out. Oh my god, Yips almost going down right there, and that is the tricky part. Like, ideally, you want to have 5 bosses active at the same time, so you can just continue to farm like this, but at the same time, staying alive is very, very difficult. Yips is going to add extra time here, and I think one of the challenging things as well is getting that broken time out, because it has a cast time. So for Yips, it's going to be pretty much impossible to get out, I think, with his current stacks.
I don't think you can. I don't think as a DK you can really get away from these mobs to do a cast like that. Yeah. I think it's something that the Vengeance Demon Hunters, with their 2 Infernal Strikes away, were making possible. But I think that Yips and Mirrors are going to have to largely rely on those cogs to get their bonus time. Yips actually going to run in and into those Zappers to activate one of those cogs. Make sure that he's getting all the bonus time that he needs. A lot of bosses in combat here, but he's not too worried. He's playing a Blood DK, and that Mortal Strike effect is gone. Both players have taken care of the Mortal Striking boss, and now they just have to deal with the rest of them. Mira's here. No Goblin Zappers spawned. The way that you can tell is those gears. You can see how a few of them have the extra effect on them. It's kind of subtle, but look on Mira's screen. You can see one of those gears has some sparks going out of it, and the others don't. And the one with the sparks is the one that will summon the Zapper. That's something that we learned about today, and I don't think Yips has the memo yet. I think a lot of people didn't know about that, but Nice Memes earlier was playing around that pretty well, and it looks like Mirrors has got it too, avoiding spawning any of those Goblin Zappers, which is giving him a huge area to play with here, even though he is continuously getting knocked away, I think by Odo the Blind Watcher here.
Yeah, he's continuously getting knocked away, and there's a big fire. He needs to try to jump over it. You can avoid that mechanic with a jump. It's something I also learned today while watching this. So these players definitely min-maxing everything. You're going to see Mirrors potentially go for a jump right there. Yep, there it is. And he gets knocked away from everything. He's going to go for the burner clock there, but not able to find it. Nice little try, though, from Mirrors. I think, honestly, maybe when there's just one boss left, you just send all of them at once. And then just finish it after with the burner clocks, because I think it's going to be almost impossible to get those out. And Mirrors is kind of running out of time, actually.
Yeah, the problem is the burner clocks go on a 3-minute CD, so you really want to try and use it on cooldown when you can. But yeah, Mirrors is just going to have to charge his timer up using the gears on the ground. But you can see from that icon under the 3 minutes, he's only used 2 of his 10 gears, so he will be able to fill his timer back up before he stops the day here. And that's something that's important, because if you finish with a timer that's not in that green section, you do lose points. So it is definitely something that they will try and make sure they do before they actually kill the last boss, is top that timer all the way up.
Yeah. So he still has a lot of cogs to play around with, but in terms of points, it's looking a lot better here for Yips right now, mainly due to the fact, I think, that he got the Watchkeeper and that he hasn't died yet. So he's been able to just squeeze out a little bit more value. We'll see how much that ends up affecting things. And Yips is, it says that was wild. And now on to the next round. Yips is adding time here as well. And we got Rattlegore spawning for Yips. And he still has 2 more cogs left. And see if he can squeeze out a burn time here. Doesn't look like he's going to go for it. He's just going to go ahead and activate those cogs. Another Goblin Zapper coming. Oh, there it is. Burner Clock coming out there for Yips. So it finds a moment to activate it. And I think that's probably the best thing you can do as a DK here. When it's kind of transitioning, when the bosses are dead and you only have 1 minion to worry about, or if you get knocked, you can probably go for that cast there just to min-max it, even just a little bit extra.
Mirez here summoning all his reinforcements while Glubtalk is just AFK doing this firewall over to the side. So Mirez is basically using that as a time battery, just leaving Glubtalk over there. But he's now going to start switching damage onto Glubtalk. Does want to make sure that he kills off this trash before Glubtalk dies, but it looks like Glubtalk is just going to get killed here. I think that's going to stop the clock for Mirez, unless there's still a boss or 2 for him to kill here. Oh, there is. Yep. There's still another round for Mirez. At least 1 more boss remains to be summoned, and it is just the Mechgineer, so 1 more boss was ready for Mirez, and that is the boss that spawns the ads. So actually, he might want to keep this thing alive for a while and spawn as many ads as he can during this part of the fight. Meanwhile, Yips also trying to keep his last boss alive for a while here. It's Rattlegore. Not a lot of, I don't think that boss itself summons ads, so I think we're just relying on Yips's own summoned ads, which I think has a limit on how often or how many total reinforcements he'll be able to summon.
Yeah, I think at some point you're going to completely run out, and at that point it's better off to just kill the boss and get extra points on the time. So we'll see Yips here, probably going to clear up this wave and then potentially go for the finish. We'll see how he plays it out. Still has 2 more elites with those Coilfang sorceresses casting a Blizzard. And you see here on the side of Mirez, he is slowly catching up. But Yips has finished his round there. And that looked very nicely done for Yips. 2.9, almost 2.9 million. That's insane. That is a new record.
That is an incredible score. That is a new record here for Yips. But Mirez is also getting a lot of points here, Zico. Look at this. That base point total for Yips up in the top left there was 1,135,002. Now Mirez is already at 1,073,000 and counting here. So he's only about 50,000 points away from tying Yips on the base score here. And he still has a lot of health on Mechgineer to get through here, plus all of these extra ads that are still coming in. I think Mirez might be able to get to the 3 million mark here.
Oh, what a time to do it would be right now. I don't know. I think it's going to be close, but his base score is looking good. He still has 3 more stopwatches or, extra time from the cogwheels. And I think he still hasn't used his burner clock, so he could maybe save that for the finisher. Yips only got 1 of those out, as far as I could tell. I mean, my eyes weren't only on his screen, but from what I saw, he could only get 1 burner out. So even if Mirez just pops that right at the end, I think that could just be a little bit of extra time that he can squeeze in. So we'll see here what Mirez decides to do as he adds more time. But he needs to be careful, though. The Mechgineer is going to fall while there's still more ads. And that is going to be
Let's see it.
Let's see if it's enough. Can he get the 3 million? Oh!
2.93. And with that, Mirez is going to move Echo into the lead here. It is not over just yet, but an incredible performance from both of our Blood DKs. It is Mirez with the new record, beating Yips's record that stood for about a minute there.
Yeah, that's a record, in parentheses, again, says production. I mean, it is incredible heights that we are seeing these players push these scores to. We're jumping into a replay here with Mirez, who got so close to that 3 mil. Zico, I mean, he just was absolutely looking for every single point he could get here.
Yeah, it looked really tough here in the beginning for Mirrors. He had some issues with the Watchkeeper, but who doesn't? But then he was really able to kind of get going. He had a nice stack, he had a nice circle, and he was being very patient. I really like that he was patient with his cogwheels too. Wasn't I think one big difference that we saw in terms of the cogwheels was that Yips activated the Zapper cogwheel. Maybe didn't know about it, but he activated one pretty early on, and it didn't give him a lot of room to move around with, and potentially some of his mobs may have died outside of that XP zone because the Zapper was kind of zoning him, whereas Mirrors activated the Zapper now, like right towards the end here. It was right before the round finished, so he didn't really have to worry about that. He had much more space to work with his triple point zone.
Yeah, absolutely. If you had to rate it, Zico, because you're an expert on this, how clean was Mirrors' house?
I think Mirrors' house was spotless. You can tell. You know when you're about to move out and you like hire cleaners for your house. Yeah. That is basically what Mirrors did in this round. So absolutely clean place here. You can tell Scripe is letting him know that he's going to be able to stay on the roster if he continues to perform like this.
Great, that's such a relief. Great. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad to hear it. And, it is going to be a tough and sparkling performance to have to try and top. But Dratnos, Yips wants to get some points on this board as well, because with those 10 points that Mirrors just earned, it has pushed Echo into the lead at 29 points. So if Mirrors can keep this up, it's going to mean big things for Echo. But if they can't, Yips is going to just jump on that. I like this. I like this screen. Yeah, Mirrors celebrating that clean house vibe. Very good. You know what? Yips can still stand up, though, can absolutely take a stand, and can do this. Dratnos, there, from that performance, what do you think that Yips is looking at going into this next one, which is going to be a speed run?
Yeah, speedrun should be very fun to watch. We are seeing that they are just about ready to get underway, and I think that it's going to be a rush to one of those pyro machines at the side, gather up all the enemies that you can. Now, I think you don't actually need to kill all of the trash to start the first boss wave. It's all but one from what I've seen so far. So you can leave one caster off to the side if it doesn't get gripped in, but everything else does need to all be gripped together and killed in one big AoE blast. Here we go. Playing for speed this time, not for score. Right off the bat, Mirrors issues a challenge. Yips also going to run forward first and then issue that challenge, and it looks like they're not interested in using these pyro machines because they are playing tanks, and if you're playing a tank, it can be a lot harder to get good value out of those pyro machines. Unfortunately, the NPCs are targeting those props, blowing up those trees for both players, so that's a little bit annoying, but it is happening to both of them equally, so no advantage going either way from that decision out of the NPCs. Let's see who can get their bosses spawned first. It looks like Mirrors might be the first to do it. Nope, it is going to be Yips by about a second on the boss spawn timer.
Honestly, might even be less than a second. I'm getting flashbacks to the 5v5 we just watched, but let's see here who can pull out ahead. We got Lord Walden and Rattlegore coming out here on the side of Yips, and we got the Mechgineer and Lord Walden coming out here on the side of Mirrors on that DK, and already both of them being down to about 80% on both sides. This is so even, but I think Yips is actually, as I said, Mirrors might be slightly ahead. This is going to be one of those insanely close calls here, you can already tell, but Mirrors is clutching it up, I think, here for Echo, a little bit ahead, a couple of percent. If he can maintain that lead, that should snowball into that phase 2 potentially. Let's see if he can do it. It's so close, and you always look at the highest HP one of these bosses. 42% for Mirrors, 44% here on Rattlegore. It's a couple of percent that separates them, like 5% or so, separating these bosses apart, and I think Mirrors is going to be able to close it out here, actually getting a sizable lead here towards the end, but he might have activated some of his big damage cooldowns, as Yips is still struggling with that last 20%. This is great for Mirrors.
Yeah, next bosses are spawning. It's the Hydromancer and Rattlegore. Rattlegore might take a little while here for Mirrors. It's already alive for Yips, and it does stun you, so that might be part of how Yips lost some time, which means he might be able to accelerate here in the second round. Let's see which bosses are going to spawn for Yips. It is the Mechgineer and the Hydromancer, so we are going to have some extra targets around here. It's actually almost too many targets for the Blood DK to make sure that your stuff is hitting the two targets that you care the most about. Blood DK has a reasonable reasonable amount of cleave right now, but a lot of it is limited to 3 or 5 targets. And so those effects might actually be getting a little bit griefed by the amount of targets here for Yips. The AoE that he's doing, though, is going to pretty quickly kill this off. Down just the 2 targets. We are at a pretty sizable lead for Mirez right now. 45% on Hydromancer, 55% on Rattlegore, whereas for Yips, both targets above 65% health still. He is going to need to find some way to ramp in damage to catch up, or Mirez is about to stop the clock here. Hydromancer already nearly dead. Rattlegore, with a little bit more base HP, is still alive, still looking pretty healthy there, 35% for Mirez, but these bosses just have so much health on Yips' side, and Mirez only has the one boss left to deal with.
Yeah, Rattlegore only at 24%, 20% here. Still has a decent lead, but Yips is ramping up his damage here, trying to manage to catch up. Can he do it? I don't think so. I think Mirez has got it. 1%. He will do it. And with that, I think Echo, I think they straight up win the entire thing here. There's no way.
2 games in the MVP match. That's going to mean there's no need for a game 3. Echo are your Dastardly Duos Creator Clash champions, coming from behind to win with this decisive MVP showdown.
Mir's proven he really is MVP here, bringing those points in for the team after Echo fought hard to build up their pace, their speed, and to overtake the competition in this showdown. Amazing to see, well played from both teams, but of course that will make Echo your champions, as Dratnos has said. I mean, this was honestly, I loved seeing how this all evolved over the course of all 3 rounds, as we got to see the teams put themselves to the test both in the point element and in speedrunning, show off some of their classes, deal with various obstacles or buffs with that food, and then of course have those high pressure showdowns to take it all at the end. Zico, what are your thoughts looking back on all 3 rounds that we had today?
I really enjoyed it. I loved it. I think for Liquid, they came in super strong in the first round. They were winning most of those 1v1s, but then in the team round, you could see why these are the 2 best guilds in the game, right? Both of them picking up 10 points each, and then in the MVP round, even though Mirez did win both of those, that was so close. Like, what was the score differential in that first one? Like 33,000 points or something in favor of Mirez. So super close, and also the rush down here being super close. I thought they fought very well, and they should all be proud of themselves. And I hope that Mirez gets to keep the trophy. But I guess that's up to Scribe.
You know, my hope is that they're sending trophies to everyone, though. Production can tell me if I'm wrong, and they have to fight each other 1v1 to take one home. But, you know, I think there it is, that beautiful Dastardly Duos Creator Clash trophy that will make or break these teams as they decide who get... No, I'm kidding. I'm pretty sure everybody gets it. So an amazing reward. And, of course, with these victories as well, the teams, if they won any of the rounds, got extra giveaways and prizes to give to all of you. So be sure to, again, follow them, check out their socials, check out their channels, because there will be some giveaways here in the coming week that you can also get in on to take something home for yourself. So it's an awesome time. Yeah, it'll be a good time for sure. And I mean, Dratnos, this was a fun, I think, format to just get to see the teams, and we'll have an interview here in just a second. But what did you think that the Dastardly Duos got to kind of showcase us for us? It was a little bit different than what we normally see.
Yeah, I like how it evolved throughout the day. We learned new stuff about how those zappers spawn. We learned new strats about optimizing your score. We made up a new format in the middle of the day, the speedrunning format. It turned out to be a blast. It was fun to watch. It was fun for the players to strategize and learn on the fly how to best attack with that new twist that we threw at them. So yeah, I mean, everything that I'd want in an exhibition game like this.
Yeah, right? I mean, ultimately, exhibition games are for the fun, and just kind of getting to see everybody do something that's a little bit different, shake it up, and I thought it was really fun. I agree, to just see the evolution, to see these things, to add in some curveballs, to see how the team adapts, because, you know, while a lot of times the teams have a lot of time to prepare, or at least a good hunk of time to prepare between events for different contexts, it's fun to get to do something that's totally different than what you normally do, and that kind of throws some curveballs your way. So it was great for us as well, and we were really glad to have both Echo and Liquid participate, of course. And while our winners were Echo, I hope everybody just have fun, you know, enjoy yourselves and see something a little bit different, and that you get to do the content too. Now, we will have an interview here with the team captain over on Echo's Scribe, who, you know, felt very confident coming in, felt like they were going to do it, and I think they proved that very well, especially as they kind of lived up to the Echo name and built up their momentum over time. so that they could eventually secure this victory. But I mean, Echo's gameplay overall, Zico, what do you think kind of ultimately allowed them to keep creeping those points up? What do you think that they kind of showed of themselves in this that made them stand out?
I mean, I think that they showed that they're a strong team, their prowess as a team, good strategy adaptation. But I think more so than anything, it's about mental fortitude. Anytime you're in these competitions, it's easy when you're behind to kind of lose your temper a little bit, even if it's for fun, you know, even if it's a show match. These players are obviously going to be highly competitive, even if it's like rock, paper, scissors. So that's just kind of in their nature, I think. And I think not letting their emotion get the best of them, stay focused, stay on track, and kind of show that they have the mental fortitude to bounce back, and that's how they win. Especially Miris. I mean, he got destroyed in the first round, but then he comes back in MVP round and just locks in. So yeah, good stuff from him.
Agreed. I mean, I feel like Miris is definitely one of those people that is a strong anchor and is used to a lot of the pressure. And you're right, when you're used to it, you can kind of stand up to it. You're like, oh, okay, that happened. We'll shake it off. In the times that I've seen him compete, even in, situations where it's not super advantageous, he always seems to just go, all right, we'll find something else. Okay, let's try this. And you can see it there at the end as well. Now, we don't just have Scripe here. We have the whole Echo team. So we're going to have everybody in here. It's going to be a bit of fun chaos, just like today was. But hello, Team Echo. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. Hey.
Hello. Hey.
Hello. Today was such a blast to get to see you all compete in this setting, and we really loved getting to watch you run up against these bosses in a lot of different varieties of ways. So thank you so much for the competition. Thanks for being here with us today. It'll be a little bit wild because we can't call everybody out by name, but if we ask a question, please feel free. If we've got them, we'll direct them, but hopefully we can get a little bit of chat time with everybody. So, Dratnos, do you have any questions you'd like to ask Team Liquid about today's performance?
Well, I'm going to ask Echo this one. What was it like when you guys were talking to Miraz before the MVP match here? What did you guys tell him when he had to go in to win that one for you guys to win today?
Lock in.
I mean, yeah, he didn't expect too much. He's used to the situation, and we knew he had it under control.
Sometimes you just gotta send the guild leader in, take care of it.
Yeah.
He was not too confident, though.
I also got told that it's no pressure at all, that it's only laying on you, so it's fine. That was perfect.
No pressure.
That's basically it, yeah.
Yeah, Zico was saying, that, clearly Scripe talked to him directly and was like, oh, if Miras doesn't pull it off the team, just right out there.
I can actually say that Scribe did the perfect move. He said, the MVP match is coming up, I'm going for toilet break, and he was just AFK, so that was perfect. Yeah? So the motivation was right there, yeah, when I started playing.
I was muted. I forgot to unmute sometime.
Honestly, I love it. You played so well. It was awesome to see you come back and just sweep that there at the end of yours. So amazing job. You didn't let it get to you. You just went for it. It was great to see you play. But, this is a little bit different, right? Dastardly Duos is a little bit different of a setting than the usual Race to World First or MDI or anything like that. So we have to ask you all, did you have fun shaking it up, doing something different?
No, I guess I can. Frago, you go. You got this, guys.
I mean, of course, it's a lot of fun. It's a new game mode, of course, so there's some, maybe some upgrades to be made to it. But it was a fun time to do something different, for sure.
I love hitting NPCs just like in dungeons, so it's perfect.
Yes, it was very good. Different setting, same general vibe. Yeah, love it. Zico, any questions from you for the team before we let them all go and get some rest? Because I know it's getting late in EU.
I just have one question. Did you guys think that Miris deserves to get the trophy here, or how are you guys going to deal with that?
As someone who went 0-2 and got completely destroyed, I'll take it.
Nako did quite well in terms of the losing department, so maybe he deserves it. Yeah, that could be.
Awesome. I thought
but I also went 0-2, so.
No, I just want to say I thought it was awesome to watch you guys and especially Arxis. Of course, I am an Arcane Mage myself. In the PvP department though, but getting to see an Arcane Mage, getting to see my spec represented, hell yeah! So very impressed with that. Good job.
Thank you, man.
Yeah,
it was extremely fun.
Absolutely.
He kept Unfired Up on the speed run, right? That happened, right?
That did happen.
I love it.
I won't say
You know what? In that vein, I got to shout out Velo and Ryzen as well. Love seeing the healers play. They were great matches. It was a lot of fun. Everybody, honestly, all of you, every single one of you. We loved seeing it. We loved seeing the class matchups. We loved seeing you all go 5v5. It was so close. So, like, well done, everybody. It was amazing play across the board. And we'll give you a second here in case anybody has something you would like to shout out. Feel free. We can see who speaks up first.
Scribe, your turn.
Any shout outs?
No one.
Yeah, shout outs.
Shout out to Perfecto sitting here waiting just in case somebody drops out, ready to jump in. Must have been rough.
Was close. It was close with Narco. Narco almost didn't show up.
Yeah. Narco tried, that's very true. Yeah.
I had to run up the stairs.
All right, any others?
I mean, I have a shout out to Roger, of course, who's on holidays right now, and he asked me, "Are we losing? Are we getting stomped?" After he saw the first half.
Yo!
But we made him happy. It's fine. Yeah, Maris, you had someone?
Yeah, I have two shoutouts. One, of course, to also Team Liquid for owning us at the beginning, for sure. And then also the biggest shoutout goes to Captain Garrick, who was griefing everyone's DPS run by running away and getting knocked away. So yeah, I hope he stays everyone's tank in the weekly keys. Yeah.
Love it. Big shout outs. Yeah, Captain Garrick, as I saw chat say, the darling of the chat. But really, echo all of you, every single one of you. Thank you for being here. Thanks for jumping in. And thanks for giving us a really amazing day, just full of some spectacle in this showcase. We really got to enjoy it and see what you all do in a different light, which was really awesome. So I hope you get some good rest tonight. But thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
GG's. Thank you. GG's.
Yes. Bye. Congrats on your victory. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, that's going to wrap it up for us mostly here. Huge congratulations again to Echo for being our Dastardly Duos Creator Clash champions, and a huge thank you as well to Team Liquid. I mean, they were incredibly close matchups. We got to see across the 3 rounds a lot of different back and forth and an evolution of the whole competition that added speedrunning element as well, that really threw a curveball in. Teams tackled and just adapted to amazingly. So well done, everybody. You should be proud, and it was really great for us to get to be here and watch this all day. And a huge thank you as well to our production team, to Zico and Dratnos on either side of me. It was awesome being here with both of you today, honestly. Likewise. And before we go, I'll toss it out. Zico, did you have any final thoughts about the day? Anything you want to add in?
No, it was awesome. Thanks for letting me be here and lean on your expertise. Like I said, I'm not the most PvE knowledgeable person, but it was fun to cast alongside you, Dratnos, and to just hang out here and watch these guys do what they do. I was very impressed with just how good these players are.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
It's been a blast. Thanks so much for joining this one, and it was a pleasure to cast with you as well. If you ever want to do MDI, we'd be happy to replace Tettles with you anytime. So for any of the future seasons, just let us know.
We'll figure that out.
Yeah, we'll sort it out. No worries. Dranos, anything else that you want to toss in before we wrap?
Yeah, shout out the fans. Hope you guys enjoyed this Dastardly Duos Creator Clash. Always fun to do something a little bit, different. So hope you enjoyed.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that vein, thank you, yes, everybody, for tuning in today. It might not have been one of our big main events like MDI, TGP, but it's fun to get to just showcase some different content in the game, have fun, and get to, even kind of be like, hey, you can do this too. Get in there, which you absolutely should. Don't forget that you can jump in yourselves for Dastardly Duos by yourself, solo, 1v1, get those NPCs in, or with friends. And you can head to Dornegal, Orgrimmar, or Stormwind to begin that, jump in and participate in this 6-week limited time boss rush event. Try and earn it. Get the banner, the Dastardly banner toy alongside new rewards each week. Hit those new achievements, have fun, get some gear for your alt, and enjoy yourselves. We'll be looking forward to the next event that's held here on the channel. But until then, happy runs, and I hope you get that turtle mount in a few weeks. Bye, everybody.
Ha!